Hey, True Believers England team here Saturday night. Time for an auction. Got some really good books. Got a bunch of Gold Key and such today, as well as Ultraverse. Thank you very much there. And yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. I don't see an audience quite yet, so I'm going to read these off, and we'll hang out and wait for them. And until then. And let's see, starting out, let me get the letters up here really quick. And that way, starting at A, we've got X-Men 2 from the Jim Lee run, Untold Tales of Spider-Man, number 21, featuring the X-Men, Tales of the Teen Titans, number 47. And then we've got The Thing, number 23, and Namor, that's issue number 3 on the bottom row there. Starting with F, we've got the official Marvel Team Up Index, and that's issue number 3. Marvel Team Up number 90, featuring the Beast. Marvel Tales, that's issue 130, and then Web of Spider-Man, both 56 and 79. And we're going to start the biddings at $1 today. So, there we go. All righty. See if anybody jumps in here. And hello to Jackson. Boom, starting off with a bang with some of those. Yeah, some good books, like I said. There's not a lot of expensive. Like last week was a lot of expensive books. Tonight, not so much. I mean, we've got a few 8s and a couple of 10s for the big dogs, but that's about it. Otherwise, it's going to be 1s and 2s, which we'll see how that goes. And, the usuals, the 1 to 5s mostly. And, like I said, we'll see how it goes. Hey, KRENIZ, what's up? Howdy. Let's see. And I'm going to take the letters down. You guys know the alphabet starts at F, ends with J. It's only 10 letters there. There we go. That way the books can be seen a little better. All right. Cool. And hello to the comic book frog. Jump on in, man. All right. Okay, and what else are we here to talk about tonight? What's been going on?
The Giants pitcher can't be old enough to shave.
Right.
Oh, yeah?
So, okay, I thought I saw you in the audience this morning.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I was there watching part of it while I was working out in the yard, and with how hot it got, I lasted basically an hour in the yard before I was just absolutely couldn't take it. This was between basically 8 o'clock and like 9:30, and yeah, so I'm resigned to the fact of I'm gonna have to do like an hour each day for like the next week plus in the yard to get things the way I want. But yeah, you guys had a good discussion going.
Yeah, every time he sends 8 topics and maybe 1.5 get touched.
Yeah. That's usually the way it goes. But
God, I waste so much time reading up for shit that we never talk about. And unlike those guys, I have to read up on it because I'm so out of the loop now that.
Yeah.
Okay, so Austin comes in with $1 on A and C, the X-Men and the Teen Titans.
Kind of took the whole bottom row.
All right, and KRENIZ has F through J, the official Marvel Team Up Index, Marvel Team Up number 90, Marvel Tales number 30, and Web of Spider-Man 56 and 79.
130 reprints Spider-Man 153.
Oh, and what happens in that issue?
Peter's class reunion, and I guess it's one of his classmates, even though he looks about 20 years older, has gotten in some trouble with the mob or something like that, and they Yeah, he has to do something for him, and he won't end up doing it. And he basically, they kidnap the little girl that you see on the cover, and he has to run the length of the football field to get her back as they're shooting at him. And he's bullet riddled by the time he gets there, but he's holding on to his kid as he's dying, and Spider-Man goes nuts on the gunman. But yeah, it's Harry Osborn right out of the sanitarium, and so his character's kind of good for a couple chuckles. Yeah, and it's a good story. It's fairly emotional.
All right. Oh, and good news, I actually got sleep this week. Last week was a bit of a cluster. So not going to do that this week. Hello to Ara. What's up? How you doing? And let's see who else. Erica Boyd. Sorry about. I just responded to your tweet. Not going to talk about the meat and potatoes, but sometimes I listen, but I don't respond, and that's what happened. Sorry about that. Jackson's in the house as well, and of course the comic book frog hanging on the outside there. Are they going to do a reading or something tonight?
Yeah.
All right. I've never seen that Marvel Index for the Marvel team up before that I can recall. I don't know who was on the cover. That's
Killraven.
Oh, shit. I was thinking Cull. I couldn't get, but I knew it was. Couldn't get that on my head.
That was the first team up I ever bought new, number 45. Yeah, he'd just come. Spider-Man had just been in Old Salem in that 4-part with the Vision, Scarlet Witch, Doctor Doom, and Moondragon, and he accidentally gets dropped off in 2019, and he has an adventure with Killraven. And yes, at the time that was the far.
I was about to say the far future,
yeah.
2019, man. That
Far
would
flung.
be. Say again.
Far flung future.
Yeah, no kidding. That would, but at the time, we're talking 50 years almost, right?
Damn near.
50, yeah.
Then he gets dropped off in 1990 for his Deathlock issue.
All right. That is excellent.
Wow, another title change, Eric.
Did that hit the pole?
What?
Yeah, not old enough to shave is getting his teeth kicked in. That's both of our teams. That's who we are. We're 2 to 6. We're 2 to 6 games under 500 teams.
Yeah.
What title changed?
LA Knight beat Logan Paul.
I'm a little surprised I'm not shocked by that, but I'm a little surprised.
Yeah. Well, and then earlier, Braun finally beat Sammy.
And you know what? I'll give them credit. That storyline, they didn't. Yeah, I thought it was going to be Sammy Squish, but he gave as good as he got. They let him win the first. I mean, everybody knew Braun was winning tonight.
Yeah.
It's crazy. I watch a lot of backstage interviews of Braun. He is the nicest kid in the world. He seems like a big kid, and I bet everybody there loves working with him.
All right, let's get the stop.
Yeah. Well, I think that's possibly why. I mean, he's definitely destined. If nothing derails him, he is destined to be a top star.
Oh, I agree.
And then I don't know. Did you see the Liv Rhea match?
No, I don't have access to it. So
let me go over this real quick, guys. Bring it up. Oh shit! Don't collapse. All right, there we go. Okay. Let's see. On the top row, Austin has the X-Men #2 and the Tales of the Teen Titans issue number 47, while the Untold Tales of Spider-Man, The Thing, and Namor hit the reject box. There we go. Okie dokies. And on the bottom row, KRENIZ has the lot. Official Marvel Team Up Index, Marvel Team Up 90. Yep. Oh, goodness. Marvel Tales 130, Web of Spider-Man 56, and 79. Okay. There we go. Off to a decent start. Let's see if it continues. Next up, we're going to see some books about the real Sandman. This was a quote that was heard in a comic book convention back at the time, that Sleepwalker was Sandman done right. Here's issue number 2. And we have issue number 3. And here is issue number 4. Issue number 8. And here is issue number 10. We have issue number 11. Oops, wrong one. And here is issue number 13. And issue number 14. Here's issue number 15. And issue number 16. Bidding begins at $1 each. LK says go.
Yeah.
Do you have that tonight? I don't want to assume.
Yeah, I got it.
All right, cool. Hey, I will be right back, guys. I need to get my tea. Forgot to do that.
All right, live Rhea.
Yeah, it was a great match. Told a fantastic story. We got the turn. The way the turn got done was just excellent.
You talking about Rhea turning face?
Well, because Dom turned on her and stayed with Liv. Yeah. It was just a great fun match. Liv did a great job playing the chicken, chicken heel at the start. There was a great spot where Liv used Rhea's momentum and tossed her into the ring post, and she basically, feigned separating her shoulder, and so that impacted her. And then there was a certain point where she went out of the ring and just rammed it into the announce table to pop it back into place.
Hold on just a sec. To answer the question, how long of a run did Sleepwalker have? 33. So here you go, one third of the run right here. Plus, there will be an issue number 1 coming up later in the Big Dogs. And I promise you, we do not have 52 different $20 Big Dogs tonight. It's a couple of 10s, few 8s, and that's about it. All right. I appreciate everything everybody did last week. I didn't want to push it 2 weeks in a row.
Yeah. So
go ahead. I'm sorry.
Just the great finish. So Liv goes out, gets a chair, brings it back to the ring, and of course the ref's waving her off, basically telling her, if you hit Rhea with it, it's a DQ. Rhea kicks the chair out of her hand, and it's laying by the ring. She hits Liv with a couple spots, and then Rhea, because she's been just menaced and everything that Liv has done to her, goes and picks up the chair, and you get that moment where she's ready to hit Liv, and as she winds up, Dom reaches over the ropes and pulls the chair back. So you're thinking, oh, he saved her. And of course, that gave Liv the opportunity to hit a move. Then there's some kind of back and forth stuff. Then Dom gets up, or has the chair. He slides it into the ring to make it seem like, oh, I'm going to distract the ref. Rhea, you can use the chair to knock Liv out. He goes up to the ring, is distracting the ref. Liv gets Rhea and does the DDT on the chair. And then Dom hops off the apron. Ref turns around. 1, 2, 3. Liv rolls out of the ring, and then Dom's waiting for her, and they big kiss on the ramp as they walk off, and Rhea's just every emotion possible. So I mean, it was great. It was great. It was the perfect story.
So KRENIZ puts $1 on the lot, $1 each on the lot. Oh, and by the way, CMK's in the house. So we were doing pins up and pricing a lot of her stuff. We took it down to the flea market today. And while we were, I decided, okay, let's see what's going on. Because I turned on YouTube and I saw that, I went, oh, they're doing the covers. I thought they were going to have a hangout. And so I turn it on and I see it's just LK. They're like, really? Nobody joined them? And so I was like, wow, okay. Well, good on you, LK, man. I mean, it's something to hold a show by yourself. You know, it really is something. I think you did a pretty good job. But then I checked back later, and there's MK with an Alf puppet. And she's like, who is that? I was like, that's MK, because she knows all your names by when she used to write down the stuff. And she goes, really? I said, have you never heard him? And I turned on with the deep voice and everything. And I told her that I've told you many, many times, you need to get your ass to some voiceover auditions. And we watched as you did the ventriloquist thing. She thought you were very funny, entertaining. Could use a little work, but very funny and entertaining. I thought that was kind of cool. Anyway, you guys, thank you very much for the other day. That was really nice.
Yeah. Oh, I love seeing the puppets that MK had. I got a kick out of the fact he's got a lamb chop.
Oh my gosh, I lost it. I honestly, like, I had to do kind of choke because I was drinking my tea at the time, and I was about to spit take all over my bed. When he pulled up, he goes, well, I got this puppet, and he pulls up lamb chop. You could have freaking knocked me over.
Yeah, and I mean, I pretty sure I had that or a similar type puppet when I was a little kid. You know, so this would have been late 70s, early 80s. You know, long time ago. But yeah, no, great stuff. It was really a lot of fun to have MK on there for the last 15 or so minutes. So, MK, I should mention the video popped up on YouTube for me. I guess the latest episode of Jay Leno's Garage, or maybe it was earlier. I didn't look at what the date was. He had on Jeff Dunham, and I guess Jeff Dunham bought the car from the Wraith.
Really?
So if you remember that Charlie Sheen movie,
yeah, long time. Yeah,
it is the car from the Wraith. It's an interesting video. It's an interesting story about.
It's a 1 minute warning. It's been a while.
What the car was. It was a Dodge something. It was actually like a prototype from the early 80s, and yeah, Nia Jax.
So did Rhea win the title, did you say, or not?
No, Liv won.
Okay, cool. She was already champion though, right?
Yeah. So yeah, but a great story. And of course, I mean, there was the vignette when they came back from commercial. And I'm pretty sure that Finn is going to screw over Damian Priest somehow and basically take over the Judgment Day. And so the Judgment Day is going to be, you know, Finn, JD, Carlito, and Dom and Liv.
Yeah, that'll be kind of hopefully that's the Judgment Day's winding down.
Yeah.
But once you start breaking off the top people.
Well, I mean, here's the thing, though. If it gives Finn Balor an opportunity to get back in a main title picture, I'm all for it. Because I loved, his demon persona was so awesome back in the day. He got such a raw deal when he won the Universal title and got hurt and couldn't defend it.
But you look at the Judgment Day without Damian Priest and Rhea Ripley, and
I
you
just
kind
put
of
up the stop, and KRENIZ has the lot at $1 each. So let me grab these down.
You kind of see the LWO. Yeah,
Yeah.
you're not going to be taken seriously at that point. And yeah, Finn won't. I hope Finn's got one more push in him as a solo competitor once the Judgment Day runs its course.
Yeah.
All right, next up, kids, we've got G.I. Joe, issue number 23. And we have G.I. Joe, issue number 27. Looks like there's a fold right here. Here we have issue number 33. And we have issue number 36. G.I. Joe, issue number 46. And starting at F, we have issue number 49.
Oh, Serpentor.
And we have issue number 50.
Or Dr. Mindbender trying to get Serpentor owned.
And we have issue number 52. And here is issue number 54. And finally, issue number 57. All righty. Bidding begins at $1 each as soon as OK says go. Okay, if anybody tell me anything about this, because I know so little.
These are bringing back memories. Oh my God, this is when I was reading G.I. Joe. Awesome stuff. Larry Hama, great. This was not the cartoon. People died. People got shot. You had some great stories there. I want to say 48 there is a similar story. As I'm trying to think who they were. Was that? I think they were actually trying to maybe create Serpentor in that. Because that's Dr. Mindbender and Destro reading a tomb. You know, you've got the great Storm Shadow and Snake Eyes issue there, issue 46. Yeah, I don't remember specific stories. I'll just tell you, I mean, it's great stuff. If you know what, for all the folks, you know, who have liked the military comics and what have you, these are totally worth picking up because they are awesome.
I would assume they're a bit more cartoonish military. No, really? Wow.
No. It is, you know, there's spec op stuff. As I say, I mean, people die, people get shot, bad things happen. Yeah, no, it's not cartoonish in any way like the cartoon show was. I mean, I still love the cartoon. I mean, I grew up watching that. But this was very much, you know, gritty, you know, pull no punches, or at least, you know, they go as far as, you know, you could necessarily in a Marvel book. And, you know, of course, I mean, you know, 300 issues later, Larry Hama is still at it through Skybound now. So yeah, great stuff.
Well, Jay Lucian put $1 on the lot, and then Dark Admiral came behind and said, nope, I'll put $2 each on the lot.
Yeah, definitely worthwhile. No, I mean, you know, definitely 52, 54, all those, that was right in my wheelhouse. I think I probably stopped somewhere in the 60s, but I was also picking up the G.I. Joe Special Missions, which was a spin-off book. Oh, and AU comes in for $3 on the lot. You know, good evening.
Once again, when the light hit it right, I do want to point out on issue number 23, there's it looks like a bend in the cover. It goes right down the middle of the white dude's face. I mentioned it at the beginning. AU didn't show up. I want to make sure he has that knowledge as well.
Yeah,
okay?
Yeah. Can't tell if that's supposed to be Steeler or Rock and Roll. I don't think it's Rock and Roll because he doesn't have a blonde beard. But yeah, you got Roadblock on the cover there, 23, and then 37 is Storm Shadow kicking somebody out of looks like a train car or a subway car, and then you got Storm Shadow and Cobra Commander there in the and then the middle one there, and
Oh,
that great painted
also,
cover.
also, if you don't mind my interrupting, sorry about this. AU, just so because I know you're newish to the thing. When somebody says like $1, $2, $3 on the lot, they mean each. I don't know if you knew that. I want to make sure because I want to make sure that all the bids are up and up. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Just want to make sure. I don't want any misconceptions and such. There you go. All righty.
Yeah. Yeah. That was funny. It dawned on me the other day. Somebody, maybe it was on one of the other streams. Somebody mentioning, oh yeah, AU, is the chemical symbol for gold. And I was like,
Yeah.
Oh yeah, well, Auric Goldfinger, AURIC. Yeah. He loved his gold.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. Did not even put that. Thank you very much. All right. Cool. AU. Holy crap. My first comic I ever bought was on a spinner rack at 7-Eleven. It was G.I. Joe comic. Don't let him win, Jay. Up that bid, says Comic Frog. You know what? A lot of times RDV and I disagree. That I can get behind that, RDV. I can get behind that statement. Yeah. That's can't say you're wrong. No. First spinner. First comics. Let's do you remember your first comic book? Because that's actually a hard thing. If you've read so many, it's not an easy thing to remember. But I think I don't know. Even if you don't remember the first comic book, you have to remember the first one that made you go, yes. Do you remember your first comic book, LK? Or do you remember the one that got you into it?
I know probably the first comic book that I read was either a Richie Rich or an Archie book at my grandparents' house. The first comic I want, first like superhero type comic. I don't know. I mean, it might have been a Superman, but I do specifically remember there was a Captain America. And I just remember it because it was the one where he was in the wrestling ring. I think it was a Captain American Falcon issue. So there was that. And then, early on too was, of course, getting the Superman versus Muhammad Ali treasury.
Yeah, I remember wanting that. My mom looked at it. I forgot what the cover price was, but she thought that was just way too expensive.
Yeah. Oh, I think, what was it? I think actually because I got it at Pick and Save, which was kind of the discount store, and it being the Whitman variant. I think the sticker on there is like for 35 cents or something. But that was also where I got like the Treasury edition of Star Wars, the Treasury edition of Buck Rogers. And there's like one other one in there too somewhere. It's upstairs.
All right, here's the 1 minute warning, and right now it's sitting with AU at $3 each. Don't like comics that are up for sale and still wish to part with your money tonight? Then by all means donate to the channel through Ko-Fi. Says the Eric, your boy is on fire tonight. What's going on here? I gotta say, I appreciate it. Thank you. First one I ever say again.
Swell kid.
Yes, indeed he is. Austin saying first one I ever remember reading is one I said before, a reprint of Amazing Spider-Man 252 on the back of a Spider-Man character encyclopedia. And AU, my first G.I. Joe was 1985. I love the G.I. Joe. I have a full fishing tackle box full of G.I. Joe figures and various vehicles. Cool.
Yeah. Well, I can tell you that I had almost every single figure and vehicle out of that first series of the G.I. Joe in 85. And of course, I still have them all. And in fact, a year or two ago, I was actually fixing. I learned how to fix a few of the figures because one thing to note, kids, is that rubber gets really brittle the older it gets. And nothing like opening a box and finding a bunch of half figures because the rubber band that connected the torso and the legs had worn away and snapped.
Yeah. Let's see. My first comic was Superman's Girlfriend, Lois Lane, 95. I think Droom's an old fart like us.
Sounds like it.
It was perfect because I'm obsessed with Spider-Man. Brian Jones saying Champions number 13. Ghost Rider 35 and the Human Fly comic. Brian, you are welcome anytime. We'll talk some comics. Same as UAU. You know, we got a couple of Droom. We got a couple of Gen Xers, I guess, in the house, maybe. Hey, Eric.
Yo.
Are you the tail end of Baby Boom?
Theoretically, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
By 2 years.
There you go. I would love to. I would love to get together and just talk about the excitement, you know, that you have when you're opening those first books that drove you to it. Yeah. Gen X now, me and you both, Brian. All right, let's get the stuff up here. It's gonna go to AU at $3 a pop. All righty. And we'll get these down. We'll get the next round up, and we are entering the $2 books. All right.
Yes, Dark Admiral. They are O-rings. Is basically the rubber band, and there's a certain type that you have to get, and of course the fun is trying to get it to hook over the on the legs, and then hook that in the torso, and then be able to put it all back together before it pops loose.
Okay, kids. Next up on the $2 books, we've got Battlestar Galactica number 4. And we have Battlestar Galactica number 5. And here is Battlestar Galactica number... I want to watch Battlestar Galactica now. The old one. Here's issue number 6. And number 7. And in that E spot, we've got issue number 9. And that's about it for the Battlestar Galactica tonight. On the bottom row, we've got the Further Adventures of Indiana Jones, issue number 6. And we have issue number 7. And here we have issue number 8. A little bit of a jump to issue number 13. And finally, we have issue number 26. Bidding begins at $2 each as soon as LK says go. All righty, fun times. So I heard about this Indiana Jones guy. Like, he was in a few movies before he was a comic book star.
Well, I think what was it? Actually, I mean, it was the first movie, and then they had the comic book series, and there were two additional movies.
Became Indiana Jones. Yeah, it was like Raiders or something or others. Yeah. I couldn't watch it because of God. My parents wouldn't let me.
Yeah, so there were 2 additional movies, and then a couple of really good video games, and then that's basically it for the franchise.
That is all that happened. Yeah, they haven't done anything with it since the late 90s, early 2000s.
I take it back. There was a really interesting TV show. It was Young Indiana Jones.
Yeah, but wasn't that that was in the 1990s. Yeah, they just didn't do anything after the late 90s. Yeah, it was absolutely nothing. I mean, and I understand because Indiana Jones is way too old, and I mean, what are you going to have him do? I mean, he's out of the Western fear. They're not going to have him chase around aliens, and if they wait too long, they're going to want to replace him with somebody. And I mean, I would say, why not? If you're going to do that, bring in Short Round. That would be the smart play. But I mean, you know, who knows if they would do that. And scene. Okay. Yeah, Young Indiana Jones.
Well,
watch that. I didn't like the first. Do you have thoughts on Cape Crusader? Love it, hate it? I will love and hate it from afar, where I don't actually have to watch it.
Yeah. So I don't know if you watched basically my short review. I watched the first 2 episodes yesterday.
Okay.
Because I wanted to give it a chance. First off, it's now patently obvious that Paul Dini and the other producers were the real brains behind Batman the Animated Series. That Bruce Timm just kind of did some of the character design work. Because so it's supposed to be set in the 40s or 50s. No, God darn it, Nia Jax beat Bailey. Ugh. Anyways, so it's set in the 40s or early 50s, whatever, and that part's fine. It looks good. The period works well. But then here's where you start to run into the problems. Because it's modern day, because J.J. Abrams and Bruce Timm, surprisingly, Ed Brubaker has an executive producer credit on there. I was not aware of that. They bring in modern day sensibilities. So even though this is set in the 40s, you've got a whole multicultural thing going on. So, for that, it's just, okay, in my mind, I'm just saying, okay, this is an alternate world where it didn't have the racial issues that, we had in our world.
Of course, I think a lot more shows should gloss over everything. Okay, sure.
Yeah, so in other words, in the 1940s, it's perfectly acceptable to have a black man as the chief of police. And his daughter is a crusading defense attorney. That there's, a black detective partnered with a white detective, and it's perfectly fine. Stuff.
Yeah, that happened in, that's Book and Renee Montoya. Well, she wasn't white, but Renee Montoya.
No, she's Hispanic, and she's in there.
Yeah.
Okay. If you go with that, it's fine. But then one of the things, especially in episode 2, it's like, okay, well,
hold on. There's no love for Battlestar Galactica or Indiana Jones.
No, apparently not.
I did not see that coming. All right, let's put up the one next morning.
Yeah.
I thought this would be an easy sell lot, but sometimes that happens. Sometimes it happens. Come on, kids. You're dying for some old-fashioned Indiana Jones. Think about the way they got this beautiful character. And here you have some 1980s greatness here. Well, okay, goodness here. Come on, kids. They're talking about rebooting Battlestar Galactica. Revisit it while it's good, and they don't give it the Batman animated series treatment. Although actually, Starbuck being girl in the 2000 didn't bother me 1%.
Yeah,
I thought really they made it. Yeah,
Austin, $2 on F.
All righty, gonna check something out there. All right, we got some Indiana Jones love.
That'll help or not for people to identify and some of the new folks there.
Okay, yeah, bidding starts to. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah.
So again, it's fine. Okay, I can accept that if I just believe this is an alternate world. Because of course you've got Batman, so so it's not our world. But then you've got this, especially in episode 2, because it's basically the Renee Montoya episode. You've got sexism. So it's kind of like, okay, so we have racism, but we still have sexism because reasons. Fine. Okay.
I know this.
So where my problems come in the first episode, of course, as you probably have seen online, yes, it is Oswalda Cobblepot. Penguin is a woman. What bothers me about it is, if this were the original Batman the Animated Series, this villain would have been a brand new original character, and it would have been perfectly fine. It would have completely fit in. It's almost kind of like a to use another cartoon.
I'm putting up the stop, and Austin has F. Everything else goes to the reject box. All right.
Yeah. So to use another cartoon comparison, it's basically like Ma Beagle with 2 of her Beagle Boys.
Okay.
And she's basically kind of running this, crime syndicate, whatever, that's opposite Rupert Thorne. It appears that Rupert Thorne's going to be the real big bad for the entire year. But you know, one of the other just, I'm sorry, disturbing things is none of the female characters are attractive at all.
Okay, hold on. We'll talk about that in just a little bit. Okay, this is issue number 25 of Gold Keys Yosemite Sam and Bugs Bunny from 1974. And it's in the $2 and not higher because it's got some shipping right at the top there. We have Roadrunner issue number 69 from 78. There we go. And Porky Pig, I forgot to write the number down. I do have it on the sheet, so I could get that number up for you really quick. And that's Whitman, by the way, not a Gold Key. And we've got Star Comics Planetary number 2. And we have Sleepwalker number 25. It's shiny. Come on over, 90s England teen. Here's a shiny cover for you to pick up. You like those shiny covers? Alrighty, and next up we have Popeye from Charlton Comics. This is 126. And then we have Mighty Mouse. Here he comes to save the day. I believe this was issue 25 or something. So I wrote, like I said, I wrote the number down. I just forgot to put it on the back of the book. Here is Transformers, issue number 26. Kidokis. And we have I probably should have put this in the 3s or something, but here's Double Kids starring Hot Stuff. This is issue number 15, and that is a Silver Age. And we have Richie Rich, issue number 102. And it is definitely in reader copy status there. Bidding begins at $2 each as soon as LK says go.
Yeah. So Oswalda looks like a tank with legs and a long nose.
Yeah.
When we get introduced to her, she's on the Iceberg Lounge, which is like her big yacht, and she's doing this police fundraiser. And the more I think about it, the more just disturbing and just gross the scene is, because they have her doing kind of a cabaret style act and singing, you know, Bill Bailey, won't you come home? And she's not attractive at all, but the crowd's going wild for her. And it's just kind of like, okay, now you've just kind of broken all sanity, you know, with this. You know, so otherwise, I mean, you know, the rest of it was fine. I don't know I didn't look up who the actor is that's doing Bruce Wayne and Batman. He's doing his best Kevin Conroy impersonation. It's fine. I know some people have had issues with the Fat Alfred. It's fine.
Fat Alfred was the original Alfred.
Yeah. You know, so the first episode, I mean, it's okay. I really don't like Barbara Gordon at all. And this has nothing to do with the fact that, of course, they race swapped her. They turned her into a crusading defense attorney. She's just bitter's not the word I want to use. She's just nails on a chalkboard, and she's unlikable. And more
like women.
Also, too, wow, what they did to Harvey Dent in this really ticks me off. Because, you know, Harvey Dent is basically played as an a-hole, a win-at-all-cost district attorney. We definitely get the insinuation that he's corrupt.
Yeah. That actually goes against hold on just a sec. Gail's gonna destroy everything here for a second. All right, be careful. Go on.
Go on.
All right. Go. Yep. Just okay. Let me get this out of your way. Don't pull down the camera. Okay.
That's quite a referee outfit that Seth Rollins has on there.
Girl. All righty. You're awesome, honey. So
literally looks like a clown.
Yeah, right now everybody's like, so what did they say? Sorry, but Gail is a bit of a klutz. Yeah, she doesn't have to go out of her way to destroy things. She just she'll find a way to. It's just the way it is. I love her to death. You guys know that, but she is very clumsy. That's why I was fine. Anyway, hey, in the fridge there's a straw for the boba tea. Can you snag that phone? There you go. All right. Okay. Sorry about that, LK. Life just stepped in. My wife and daughter came in.
It happens.
They kept her a redhead, but they still race swapped a redhead.
Yeah. But yeah, he and so yeah, all the interpretations I've ever had of Harvey is he's one of the good ones. He's one of the incorruptible ones, and it's only because he gets attacked, that his kind of personal demons, as a kid, and that's how he becomes Two-Face. They do a lame bit in the beginning because when we meet him, he's the DA in the case, and Barbara's the defense attorney, and he says, hey, here, we'll flip a coin. Heads, your guy will get 20 years. Tails, he gets the electric chair. And of course, she's all indignant, says, I will not, trade a man's life on a flip of a coin or whatever. And of course, we find out it's a two-headed coin. And then in episode 2, it's the same thing. And it annoys me because that's not who Harvey Dent is. So that's episode 1. Episode 2, as I say, it's basically the Renee Montoya story. And she's built like a linebacker for the Gotham Knights. So as I say again, I take it back. There was one attractive female character that was the actress who gets kidnapped in episode 2, and that's where we get Clayface. I will say it's definitely an interesting variation, or kind of not twist, but just a different type of a Clayface origin story, and I was perfectly fine with it if it's kind of the time period. And the other thing I'll say too is that so far 2 episodes, both villains are irredeemable. They are evil. There is no sympathy here like what you had with a majority of the villains in Batman the Animated Series.
There's no depth. They're mustache twirlers.
Well, I mean, Penguin is definitely a mustache twirler. There's definitely some depth there with.
Hold on just a second. Let me announce this. Glenzer gives $2 on Roadrunner, and $2 on. Let's see. G is the Mighty Mouse, and I, which is the hot stuff, and J, which is the Richie Rich. Okay, please continue.
Yeah, but I mean, basically, Bullock's also corrupt too. He was on the Penguin's payroll. We're probably going to assume too that he's getting paid by Thorne. And so basically, it's Gordon and Montoya are the 2 kind of good cops. And I will say, definitely, I would say more so in episode 2 than episode 1 that it felt like Batman was a secondary character in his own show.
Yeah.
So, I mean, as I say, I mean, it's definitely got issues. It's definitely got an agenda. It's fine if you can overlook that stuff. I totally understand if people can't. That's why, if people are saying, it's woke or whatever, it's turned them off. Perfectly valid opinion. I can totally understand it. At some point, I probably will watch episode 3. I want to at least get to the point where we get this Asian Harley Quinn just to see how they screw that up. It's interesting to note that Greg Rucka has the story credit for episode 2. So the Renee Montoya story.
Well, he's, like I said before, he's a lesbian fetishist.
Yeah.
So that makes a lot of sense. He's the one, I believe, who made her a lesbian.
Yeah, he likes lesbians that men aren't attracted to.
Well,
hey, God bless him. You like what you like, but that man has so many lesbians in his what do you call it? his bibliography. Obviously,
Well,
the guy's got a thing. And
Yeah,
by
I
the
mean,
way,
let's-
Minnie Driver, she actually started out a little heavy set in the first movie that really made it famous, but then she became.
Oh yeah,
attractive.
I've always been a big Minnie Driver fan. I love Grosse Point Blank.
I would actually say the same with what's her name, the mom from Hereditary, because they came out about the same time. Let's get the stop and no love for Yosemite Sam. That's a bit of a surprise here. But let's see. So he hits the reject pile, and there's no love for Planet Terry. That one I was wondering if that would go. I think if I had the whole series, maybe. Then there was no love for Popeye. Oh my gosh, that's a shocker. Really, Popeye has been popular around these parts. Let's see, and those are the only ones that didn't get bids. Roadrunner got picked up by Glenn. Oh no, wait, sorry. Porky Pig hits the reject. Roadrunner for Glenzer, Sleepwalker for KRENIZ. All of these are at starting bids. Mighty Mouse was Glenzer. Transformer was KRENIZ, and Glenzer had Hot Stuff and Richie Rich. All righty. Let me get the next round up.
Yeah, you realize, okay.
Can you change it to the $3, the banner to the $3?
Yeah, it's Drew versus CM time.
You realize you're just a birthday party clown, right?
Yes, of course. Yeah, it's where I disagree with Zach, but you know he's always been that way when it comes to stuff that's not comics.
Give me just a bit. We have Heroes Against Hunger, not for Hunger. Heroes Against Hunger. Alrighty. And then we have Black Lightning and Hong Kong Fue. And then we have Aquaman and Jabberjaws. They call him Jabberjaws. Flash and Speed Buggy.
Isn't one of these a Tom King or Tom Taylor?
Tom
Well,
King
let's
did
see,
the Batman
we have-
Elmer Fudd. It wasn't part of this series.
Hill and Parker, Cohen, Sienkiewicz, Collins, Cox. See, here we have Abnett, Parker, Pelletier, Collins, Hennessy. And this one is Labdell, Booth, Ratman, Irwin, Livesay, Banning. Yep.
Yeah, so Scott Labdell and Brett Booth.
Transformers number 7. I hear that they are more than meets the eye. And next up, we have Richie Rich, and this is issue number 115. It is a double-size issue. And we have Casper the Friendly Ghost. Casper and the Ghostly Trio, issue number 2. It's a little roughed up on the top right here. There we go. And that's why it's not higher. All right, stay. Next up, we have Superboy and the Legion of Superheroes, issue number 239. And then we have Popeye the Sailor Man, and I do not have the number on this one. It is Whitman. And we have another Whitman Popeye. Just say Popeye Box or Popeye Bluto to differentiate. All righty, bidding begins at $2 each.
Or the letters that we've been using.
Or the letters. Yes, the letters would be good. Okay, yes, you're smarter than I am. All right.
Yeah.
I know he's always been like that, but he used to just be, he had bad taste, but now he's indignantly and zealously attacking anybody that doesn't just do the obey, consume, and wait for the next thing to consume.
What are we talking
on
about?
anything that's not a comic book?
Yeah. Your boy Zach has been kind of going after what you would consider some of the black pills and stuff lately.
Zach, I mean, we know that he's a little bit off on his Michelle Pfeiffer thing. But...
No, Richard.
Oh, no.
Richard. Okay, yeah, all right. I never jumped on the your boy Zach bandwagon. So he's kind of gone nerdette.
Not really that. He's just attacking anybody that that criticizes everything, but there's no in between with him now. If you don't just, like I said, because he basically he attacks people on live action things for doing the exact stuff he does with comics. Now, he had an explanation for some. Yeah, he mentioned the Iceman thing, but he also does that to SJW books and diversity hires that have never, where the characters were never anything other than checkbox characters. So, but I don't know if that's his new YouTube persona or what. But
well, I've gone after Gary and the Black Pills a couple of times for being, as I said before, shopping carts that always, they're a busted shopping cart that always veers off in the same direction. Because I think they're playing to the stands now. I don't think they're actually being sincere. But is he going beyond that kind of thing, or?
Well, I mean, and again, your boy Zach always has kind of an antagonistic style. So, he's never going to pull a punch. And what, at this point, I mean, it is what it is. I just ignore it. So, I mean, it's, again, think about YouTube. I can choose or not choose to watch those videos, and I just skip them at this point. Because
I stopped watching what's his name in his war campaign long before we ever got into the debate. If you don't want to hear from them, don't watch them. A lot of people chosen that for with this channel.
Now, obviously, Zach doesn't need the money that he makes from YouTube because, his video counts are down, and he's lost 3,000 subs since he did his heel turn. But he's a very successful comic book creator, so he doesn't. I guess this is just maybe his release, but like I said, it doesn't matter to me. I don't watch any of the things that he criticizes or any of the people that he's criticizing for criticizing.
If this is how he really thinks, and I would say go for it. If you are on YouTube and you're making money off of it and you don't need the money, then absolutely your currency is your sincerity.
Well, you can't criticize people like Gary for hating everything and then turn around and accept everything just because someone made it. Because I said, they may not, everything they criticize may not be good, but a lot of it is. So, which way are we going to have it? You got the one hand that hates everything. The other one hates everybody that hates everything. Because there's no money, I guess, to be made in the middle.
Okay. Hello to Mike Hart. What's up? Let's see. I thought they meant our Zach 2 System King. Your boy Zach or whatever is very strange to me.
Now, our boy Zach has bad taste too now.
Yes, he does. Yeah. He's alienated a lot of us. I've unsubbed from him for a few months ago, which is a shame. I've been following him for years. A lot of people found my channel through him because we all used to actually travel in the pack. If the worst thing that ever happened to Comicsgate was Ethan Van Sciver. I don't care how much money the comic book creators are making. It was never about the comic book creators. It was about the readers until Ethan took over. All the comic book industry had to do to destroy Comicsgate was wait. EBS is coming. Eric Boyd, you're probably right. Their agenda is the main thing: the jealous, disrespect, and such all parts of their evil ways. It's Brian Jones.
Well, I mean,
it's a cartoon. It has major flaws.
Just to finish off the, my thoughts on it. If you're interested at all, check out the first couple episodes, see if it's something that you can deal with or not. I think the first episode's worse than the second. It's missing the nuance, the depth, the sympathy that you had in the original animated series. And as I say too, part of the reason why I think the first one is worse than the second one is because of the Penguin. Because again, this should have been an original villain. It would have been great, to have this dominant, overbearing woman with her two sniveling sons, You know, it would have been a new character. It would have been interesting. But instead, they made her the Penguin because they could, and because they wanted to get that juice of, you know, oh look, it's the Penguin, and you know,
Well,
and
I think nowadays they use the outrage as marketing. It's like falling into their trap when you go out, and I get it. It's going to get you clicks. It'll get me clicks if I talk about it and do a video. But that's the marketing now.
Well, and once again, DC's behind Marvel because I mean, if you believe Kevin Feige, you know, he's learned his lesson. Now it's going to take a while for that MCU battleship to turn around, so we're going to have to suffer through 2 bad movies and at least 1 or 2 bad TV series before hopefully we get the next good property, which will, you know, hopefully be the Fantastic Four movie. But I know there's
so long as Echo season 2 comes off without a hitch, I am a happy man. There was nothing as satisfying as Echo.
Yes.
Gail, the check did come in, right? Okay. Yes, Echo, absolutely fantabulous, streaming on Disney Plus right now.
Yeah, I haven't seen your shill videos on that one, so I'll take it.
I may have a reputation of sucking dick underneath a bridge, but I am not that big of a whore that I would tell anybody Echo was a good show. Okay, so yeah, no way.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'll tell you. I mean, one of my favorite channels lately is Grizzly or a Grizzy, who basically does these compilations of all these Disney shills. You know, saying, "Oh, this is great, and this is great, and this is great, and oh my God, oh, Acolyte was so awesome and wonderful," and they are just so pathetic. It's unbelievable.
Hey, you know what? I'm going to go off on a limb here, and I'm going to turn to comics. Now, Eric, is there anything up here that you could recommend to anybody?
Well, it's a good thing that my Be Right Back has ended.
Oh, hey, how you doing? All right.
Yeah, glad to be here. I actually like the Black Lightning Hong Kong Fu. I mean, legitimately.
Yeah.
I was amused by the Aquaman Jabberjaw in the Flash Speed Buggy because I don't really have any. Not being a cartoon guy, Hong Kong Fu was one of the rare ones I actually knew. Which made that story, I guess, mean more. But I would recommend any of the 3 there. The Superboy, obviously, it's probably James Sherman on the inside, but it's a cool Jim Starlin cover. I obviously was never a Transformers guy, and not really. I actually like Casper better than Richie Rich, so that one. But I am not a big Popeye comic fan. I've got a handful of them. I've got some of the old King ones that I kind of inherited. But yeah, I mean, they're not bad, but it's just not really. It's not my first. It's not like my go-to.
I am a Popeye fan, but I also, by the way, agree with you on Casper. As a matter of fact, the Walmart by my house has the entire cartoon series. I am so tempted to pick that up. Seriously. Even though I know it was made for 7-year-old England team, not 54-year-old England team. But straight up, Flash and Speed Buggy was my favorite of those 3. Hong Kong Phooey and Aquaman are entertaining. But I got to say, this is the one you should be getting right here, Superboy and the Legion of Superheroes. If you do not have that, check that out. Fantabulous. What about you, LK? Or the Silent Evil Black Cat?
I mean, I'll second the team ups there. Those were enjoyable. I was obviously familiar with all 3 of the cartoon characters, and so I mean, you know, Flash, Speed Buggy was just a lot of fun, you know, and of course, you know, once again, DC ruined it. I mean, they should have been able to, you know, they should be able to generate, you know, a list of Hanna-Barbera comic books, but then, you know. I think what really did them in was when they started doing those kind of reimaginings. I can't remember what series had that god-awful Snagglepuss. backup
that
story.
was Mark Russell.
Yeah, I know it was Mark Russell, but it was a backup story in one of the books. And then that Jetsons book, oh God, where we find out who Rosie is. That was just,
Was that Mark Russell also?
It might have been, So it's very easy to give Mark Russell the credit for killing the Hanna-Barbera series.
I'll tell you what, stuff. The future, what was it called?
Future Quest the future
kind of stuff?
Yeah, the two Future Quests. Yeah, the two Future Quest miniseries are really, really good. And I think those are both.
We got the 1 minute warning, and then what are we talking about? Oh, nobody's bid on the Hong Kong Fooey Jabberjaws or Speed Buggy.
BCD.
Okay.
Yeah, nobody has been on BC or D.
Now, right now, I'm looking, but if there's like a lot of bids, Brian, do this on the next vote. Since it's our next bid, you would go like that, or something along those. Yeah, you put the number first. That's if it's busy, because I'm watching. We're not busy, so I'm watching the chat closer. But if I'm busy, then I'm looking up and down, and I'm always looking for the numbers. Just giving you a heads up. All right, so we got that, and you know what? After that, I think we're gonna hit the stop because we've had the 1 minute warning up there a long time. And let me write this down. We got Brian Jones. Okie dokies. 3, and 3. All right. There we go.
Hey, okay.
Let's get. Oh, you got stopped. Good. Okay, let me bring the sheet with me. Okay, let's see what's hitting the. Nobody cares about feeding the hungry. Okay, let's see everything on the top row. And dude, the one thing I recommended the most is in the rejects. Otherwise, we've got Brian getting the Hong Kong Fooey Jabberjaws and Speed Buggy crossover. KRENIZ gets Transformers number 7 for 4. And then Glenzer has Richie Rich, not Ghostbusters, Casper the Friendly Ghost, and the 2 Popeyes, all at, of course, the starting bid of $3. Let me put these down, and we will get the next round up.
Why do all these refs go to all these officials go to refereeing school, but still never get to work the big matches?
Okay, I got to admit, I don't think I wrote these numbers down. Did I? Oh yeah, this is Mighty Samson number 2. Alrighty. There we go. And then we have Brothers of the Spear number 11.
So yeah, Dark Admiral got the Transformers for $5.
Oh, okay. I'll correct that. Thank you. Tomb of Dracula number 52. And we have Superboy issue number 134. It is Silver Age, but it's seen better days.
It's a reader copy.
Yeah, it's a reader copy. Then we have Justice League of America issue number 156. There we go. Oh, let me get this so there's not a ring on every book. All righty. Then we let me flip this page over so I can read these off. Aha. We have Grimm's Ghost Stories, issue number 4. And we have Grimm's Ghost Stories, issue number 5. And we have Grimm's Ghost Stories, issue number 9. All righty. From 1970s. These are 72, 72, and 72. The Mighty Samson, 74. So is the Brother of the Spear. I wrote those down for some reason. What I didn't write down was the number or the year to Dr. Solar, Man of the Atom. I'll have to look this one up. All righty. And then we have Ghosts, issue number 65. Okay, bidding begins at $3 each as soon as okay. Let's go. All righty, Eric. Gonna ask a question, man. Where do you go? Where do you go to first on this?
Well, he has multiple options in the bottom row.
There's a pixel finger, and guess where it's aimed? The whole bottom row is great. C and E. I've never read Brothers of the Spear. I've read some Mighty Samsons. That's not a bad book. But let's see. What I was checking is I don't think that's issue 2.
Oh, Dr. Solar is issue number 27, released in 1969.
The Mighty Samson's definitely not number 2.
That's what I thought it said. But let me check, man. My eyes are not as great as they used to be.
What's the price on it?
It is issue number. Oh, it's 50 cents. 50 cents. Okay, let me see what we're dealing with. I'm looking it up right now. No, I was wrong. It is not issue number 2. I apologize. I was reading the credits, and that's what I thought it said. But let me see if I can't find the cover here. Unless I'm looking at a different. I'm honestly not seeing it on the volume that I'm looking at. Huh, that's very weird. Mighty Samson, is there another one? Mighty Samson number 1, Mighty Samson Archives, nope. This is kooky, man. Seriously. I actually cannot find this particular issue. Let me see. Okay, here's Mighty Samson. Gold Key. It's dude. This is very weird because it's Gold Key. Now 48 pages. I don't see this book. Okay, hold on. No, it's not Mighty Samson.
Gold Key Spotlight?
No, it's Gold Key Champion. Okay, Mighty Samson. Okay, that's why it's issue number 2. All righty, I just completely ignored that. All right. Okay, sorry about that, gang. Gold Key Champion.
I'd never heard of that before.
Me neither. I've never heard of it before. So it doesn't change the price or anything. So there we go. Alrighty. Let's see where we go. Where do we go from here?
So, okay, is that
the start?
Yeah,
we got
we've got bids too.
Oh, I see. Okay, they were telling me Dark Admiral got that. That's what it was. I saw the stuff there. You were saying Dark Admiral got. You know what? I actually had it written down too. It's just when I looked down, I saw the KRENIZ thing, or I just remembered the KRENIZ thing. Okay, so let's get these bids. Oh, and by the way, yes, I did get sleep, so it's not going to be the shit show that it was last week. I apologize for last week, and thank you for everybody for your patience. Where I was running on nothing. All righty. Let's see where to go from here. Dark Admiral says 3 on C, getting that Tomb of Dracula. And let's see what else. Blender says 3 on F, GH, and J. I know that I'm currently wearing trifocals and I still need green West. I got trifocals, but my the earpiece fell off and broke, so they're at an angle. So I'm looking through two different lenses. All righty, F, G, H, and J. There we go, and that is Glinzer.
Okay, has that ne'er-do-well CM Punk started cheating yet?
Oh, it's over.
Oh, who won?
Drew did. So basically, CM Punk's anger got the best of him. He confronted Seth because Seth, because it's kind of dumb that all this is over that damn bracelet, but because he hit a thing on Drew, took the bracelet off. It was on the mat. Seth picked it up and just nonchalantly put it on his wrist. Like, okay,
1 minute warning.
Gonna put it on there to keep track of it, and that pissed Punk off, and he went and confronted Seth and back and forth a little bit, and then he had a little bit of that, and he came back further, and Seth and him got into it again, and saying it's not about you, and Seth was telling him to go do your job, kind of thing, and that pissed Punk off, and he gave him the go to sleep. And then, telling Seth, hey, it may not ever be about me, but it's never about you. Takes the bracelet off, goes over where Drew's in the corner. Drew gives him the low blow, throws him into the turnbuckle, and then, of course, he's able to, kind of sling him off the ropes and do the hit him with the Claymore. And at that point, then Seth had woken up, and 1, 2, 3, and of course, Drew takes back the bracelet. So I'm guessing that we're headed to a 3-way, either at Bad Blood or possibly the Survivor Series.
So who are we supposed to be cheering for?
Good question, because I'm not really sure at this point.
Because I said, McIntyre's my favorite guy there by a mile. I said I legit I don't like Punk.
Yeah.
Seth, at least, since he's toned down the brother love act, he's gotten more tolerable.
Yeah, I honestly, in this, I can see people rooting for any of the three, and everybody has the right to do it. So it'll be interesting to see how they build to what the next match will be. And we'll see from there. I mean, it was an okay match. I mean, again, the crowd, desperately really wanted to be in it. I mean, personally, so far, my match tonight still is Liv and Rhea, just because it was actually a really darn good match. It was paced really, really well, and the story was fantastic. And it's one of those things where, we all, for the most part, we all knew that some kind of turn was coming, but it was still great because the way that they delivered it, And I'll say this, now that Vince has been gone, one of the things that I've noticed is that even, if the, IWC or, all the fans think that something's going to go in some direction, Triple H still isn't afraid to go in that direction because it's what makes sense story-wise. And then they'll just...
Right. Let's get the stop. And, I'll have to chop to my town. One inserting those to the owner. All right. Let's see. Let's get these... Snap, Crackle, and Pop has entered the building. Okay, so no love for Mighty Samson or the brother of Spears or the Superboy or the JLA. On the other side, there's really no love for Dr. Solar. Wow, okay. And Tomb of Dracula is going to go to Dark Admiral. And on the the bottom row, we've got Grimm's Ghosts all going to Glenzer, as well as just Ghosts. All right.
So, okay, you're not watching the game in South Carolina?
Nah, it's a friendly.
Oh, hey, can you change it to the $5?
And I can always watch the replay
1,
on
2,
ESPN
3,
Plus.
4,
So
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alrighty. Let's see. Oh no, I don't want those to be in front. Really? Yeah, I guess. Okay. Let's see. Next up, we have Weird War Tales. That's issue number 51. There we go. And then we have Weird War Tales, issue number 111, featuring G.I. Robot and the Creature Commandos. Oh, what? Yeah, there is that cartoon coming. And I was actually surprised they included G.I. Robot. The Iron Corporal from Charlton Comics. This is issue number 25. And we have Superman's pal Jimmy Olsen, issue number 92. Next up, we have a book from Vertigo called Vamps, Hollywood in Vain. Get it? Because it should be Vine, but it's Vain. LK. LK. Yeah. Vain, not Vine. Get it? Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. All righty. You got it because I pointed it out to you. All right. Next up, we have House of Mystery issue 262. Okay. Now, this would be, I think, a severed head. Wouldn't it be if they raised it up a little bit? Then we have Doorway to Nightmare featuring Madame Xanadu. This is issue number 5. All righty. And next up, we have the Swamp Thing, original Swamp Thing saga. And this is I think this is the first issue, is the summer issue there. I think they did one more after that. Then we have a book, Viruses Raging Across the Planet, Turning People into Blood-Sucking Superhumans, referred to as devils. Most victims die within days, sometimes months, but there's new strain, a new class of devil that threatens to overtake mankind with power and bloodthirst. This new breed derives from an experiment to clone a virus victim, and it looks like science has created a true monster this time. Alrighty, and that's called Devil. Trade paperback right there. And then we have Eek! And this is a collection of horror stories in black and white. Bidding begins at $5 each as soon as LK says go. Alrighty. So, I'm going to ask the question again, Black Cat. What do you think? What do you think is looking good up here?
Probably H.
The Swamp Thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's your cup of tea today. How about you, Eric? What's looking good?
G and H.
All right. We're staying on the bottom row there. Okay, you have anything to point out? Oh, he stepped away. All right, I'm looking at him. I love the Creature Commandos. I would definitely get that one, and just both Weird War Tales and F, G, and H. Those have to be the better of the bunch.
Yeah, that Iron Corporal.
Yeah.
You never see Charlton's from the last gasp of their company, which is what that's one of.
A little bit of a rarity here, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. Good stuff. Okay, Iron Corp. Powell? Yeah. Powell. That's how it's spelled. Iron Corp. Powell.
And for you horror fans, your J is a good for $5. That's a lot of reading in that.
Oh, yeah, the Eek. That's one of those that, yeah, but I'm so on my keep. You know, that looks so interesting. All right, let's find out how this is going. Right out the back, KRENIZ drops 5 on B. Weird War Tales number 111 with the Creature Commandos. Alrighty, and Undead Quinn says, I'll pick Vamps to complete set. Are you actually putting a bid down on it there, dude? Alright. Undead for 5. And then we have, let's see, 5 on A from Glinzer, the Weird War Tales number 51. Glinzer does come in for the older stuff. Then with Jimmy Olsen's power, he's owning both Batman and Suits. He's got the power of the writers on his side. Glinzer says 5 on D. The Superman's pal, Jimmy Olsen. Alrighty. And, no bid. Okay. I'll take you down from there. All right. Oh, that's right. That's right. No problem, man. No problem. I can't see. Can you? No problem, son. No problem. All right. We still need love on that bottom row, ladies and gentlemen. There is a lot of great books down there that is just lonely. It's so lonely. I mean, come on, kids. Come on, guys. Don't you want to take out Madame Xanadu? I'm sure she would be a trip. What is her story, anywho, for someone who's never read Doorway in the Nightmare?
She was kind of just. I think the idea about was kind of mysterious. You didn't know exactly what her power set was.
Yeah, kind of like original crispy,
Yeah,
original flavor Constantine.
Or Phantom Stranger.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, she was a regular in the Spectre series that started in '87, and I know Venditti used her in the first couple issues of his Hawkman. So I'm not exactly sure what her, what she can do now.
Very interesting. Alrighty. Costs too much to ship. Let's get the 1 minute warning. It's been a couple of minutes. It's been 3 minutes since the last vid. Alrighty. No, there's no love for anything on the bottom. I actually thought that the horror titles would go.
There's one. Glinzer bid on J.
You bid on J to
Yeah.
miss that one?
And KRENIZ just bid on G and H.
A Glinzer B. Oh, there you go. J. Eric Breen sold it. There we go. Okay, he has a bid. Thank you to Eric.
Actually, I gave it to him.
Eric gave it and then he sold it. Alrighty, Glinzer. And I did act a little greedy. I kept a lot. But I think I kept a lot of the ones that you would figure I would have kept. Like the Showcase and the Marvel Essentials.
Mm-hmm.
I kept those. I kept the Fourth Worlds and the Green Arrows.
Good. I'm glad you got stuff out of yourself.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to them also. After I finish the Teen Titans, I just kind of want to I don't know if I'm going to go Fourth World or I just want to start reading the picking up like an Aquaman or picking up the Batman or something like that and just start reading through Showcase. I've done that to a few of them, just flat, straight from the start to the end. Captain Carrot read the entire thing. It's just fun sometimes, just losing yourself in the stories. Oh, and hello to KRENIZ, who put 5 on G and H. All right, let me write that down. All right, Kren, 5 on the Doorway and 5 on the Swamp Thing. Oh, but baby. And we already had the 1 minute warning. Nope.
No, we didn't because
LK's out.
Up.
Okay, so I will put the 1 minute warning official. I'm going to go through Captain Carrot again myself, says KRENIZ. Yeah, we did the covers to the first half, and it was a lot of fun looking at those. I had a lot of fun. I was actually surprised at how into it everybody was. Seriously. And we did the 85 covers, but I made sure they weren't all bangers. You know, that some of them were just interesting looking. And I like the fact that the grades were all over the place, and you know, yeah, that's a good time. Well, I'm glad you guys like the cover stuff. We were just looking for something to do, and it popped into the head, and because I used to do these called covering comics, where I just put comic books to music, but I always wanted to talk about them. Why do you like it? Why don't you like it? That kind of thing. All right. To those who know, are there any cartoony, funny comics being published today? Oh, yeah, actually, DC still publishes Looney Tunes, and they have Batman and Scooby-Doo Mysteries, and Scooby-Doo. All right, let's get to stop. And go through. Let's see what did not get any love on the top row. The Corporal and the Vamps. They are actually, Vamps was a long shot. Okay, those hit the bottom. On the bottom, House of Mysteries, kind of a shocker. And not Daredevil, Devils. All right. And let's see, the ones that we got. Glenzer has Weird War Tales 51. KRENIZ has Weird War Tales 111. Glenzer has Superman's pal Jimmy Olsen, number 92. And KRENIZ has Doorway to Nightmare and Swamp Thing. And Glenzer has Eek. Okie dokies. There we go. We're just kicking along here. And let's see, next $5 lot, we have Richie Rich Millions. This is a double size. You can see there's a little trouble on the bottom that as a lot of these thicker books had. All right, that's issue number 37. And we have Secrets of the Haunted House. This is a special. They say it's the spring special. There you go. And we have Icon, and this is issue number 40. Now, this is one of the last ones, and it's kind of rare because they had very low print runs back in the day. But this is Icon versus Blood Syndicate. A lot of times when you're looking for valuable milestone issues, go for the later numbers rather than the earlier. Then we have Volume 1 of Green Lanterns, Rage Planet. And we have Volume 2 of Green Lanterns, and that is the Phantom Lantern. All right. And then we have Batman, A Lonely Place of Dying. This is issue 442, first appearance of Tim Drake in the Robin outfit. We have Batman, issue number 395. And we have Batman, issue number 415. And we have World's Finest, issue number 1, with Walter Simonson writing it and Daniel Barton drawing. And finally, we have Green Lantern Corps, Volume 1, Sinestro's Law, written by Robert Venditti, drawn by Ethan Van Sciver. All righty, bidding begins at $5 each. I don't know if LK's back, so I'll pop that thing in. So. All right. Okay, where do you go from here? We got some good stuff on this board.
Myself, I would go for B, which is DC Special Series number 12.
Yeah.
Because I am a huge mark for all of those DC Special Series, 100-page Super Spectacular, DC Special, yeah, Super DC Giant, all that shit. I'd love them all. So that. So
this is the same set that the Swamp Thing was in last time.
Yes.
Okay.
It's also the same series that 2 of the issues are digests, and I think the last issue in the set, if I'm not mistaken, is the Batman and the Hulk. Yeah.
Okay.
That's. Something else I loved about DC is there was never any rhyme or reason to what they did.
Let's see, and that was number 2, 4.
Wow, and the Batman versus the Hulk is worth real money now.
Yeah, it's worth $1. I think $3 now. Yeah. I would go nuts if I could find that thing for $3.
Yeah. Yeah, number 25 is a Superman movie special. 26 is Secrets of the Fortress of Solitude. Yes, and like 19 is a digest, and 18 and 19 are digests. Yeah, what an odd series.
Yeah. So, hey, back, and I don't know if you saw it, but Jim Sorensen said he'll take the Vamps for $5 from the last lot.
Okie dokie. Give me just a sec. Let me go.
So, yes, and welcome, Gatekeeper. This is an auction. Basically, the way you put down the bid is we're starting at $5 on the books. All that already have bids on there, so we go by 50-cent increments. If there's a book you're interested in, just put down the dollar amount that you want to bid and what the letter is on the book there on the overlay, or what the title of the book is if you're not sure. So if you have any other questions, feel free to let us know.
And Jim wanted the Vamps, right? That's what he said. Jim was after the Vamps.
Yes.
Okay. Alrighty. Where'd you go? Where did it go? There it is. All right. Jim Sorensen, Vamps 1.
Yep. So how bad are my boys getting beat, Eric?
It's over, but they made it close. Final was 6-4.
And we had that nice run a couple of months ago where it seemed like we were constantly scoring runs in the 8th and 9th innings and winning games. But
yeah,
oh well.
Yeah, once they got to the cannery, they scored 4 runs in the last 3 innings. But
so all of L's team are losing today.
Yep. When I was upstairs, I made the mistake of flipping the channel, and well, let's just say I won't be watching this game anytime soon.
Which one?
The United Liverpool friendly.
Oh, that's done.
Yeah, well, as I said, I'm
It's
not going to watch the replay on ESPN Plus because yeah, I already feel like the season's going in a bad direction.
You can never tell.
Well, I mean, we're already arguably our best striker is going to be out for 6 weeks. One of the guys that was brought in to help shore up the defense is going to be out for 3 months.
Yeah, that guy isn't. If you're talking about Euro, he's not going to be that great.
Yeah, well,
because one of his major flaws is that he relies on his pace to fix his mistakes.
Yeah.
So, like, if the team has opposition has a fast player, he might be in trouble.
Yeah. Well, at least he's got some pace, which we really don't have in the backfield, especially in God, and you're putting Harry Maguire back out there. So, yeah. I know some of the European guys haven't come back yet, so. But, I mean, at this point, I almost say a successful season would be somehow make it top 4 and watch Manu grow into.
All right, let's do the
player.
let's get the 1 minute warning. It's been a couple of minutes since the last bid, and I'll write down the bids because I just got here. All right, so Glinzer says 5 on A and B. Okay, let's get rid of that too because you guys know the alphabet. And Glinzer says 5 on A and B. Get up there. There you go. And that is Richie Rich and Secrets of the Haunted House. Glens. And Glens. Next up, Jim, 5 on C, G, and H, which is Icon. And Batman issue number 395. And Batman 415. Okay. KRENIZ, 5 on D and E, which are the Green Lantern trades. And let's see, Dan Barrett and Bats and Soup. I never saw that one. It's a good one. It really is. Is there a film? No, dude, Paige. If you want to bid, see how Austin is right here. That's how you do it. 5 on F. Let me pop up the banner with the shipping and all that kind of stuff. It's where is it? Nope, that's auction is over. That's what to do if you're a hot Asian girl. Let's see. Okay, where is there it is. Okay. PayPal address is MediaMadmen1@gmail.com. That's where you pay. Shipping 1 to 8 comics. I can do a small box and send it to you, $6 media. 9 to 18 goes in a flat rate priority padded envelope. 19 to 50 goes into a medium-sized flat rate priority box for 16. And 51 and up is 20. And I find what I can ship it in and send it away, making sure that they are as safe as possible, of course, once they get to the post office hands. Well, they're in the post office hands. There you go. All righty. But that's how you do it. And welcome. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, yeah, they are in as good a shape as they look. I try to point out any flaws, and if you ever want to see it closer, go on ahead. And if you want to do it, if you are like for the big dogs or anything, if you want me to do a complete look over, I will, pointing out every flaw that I can find. I'm sometimes I'm a harsher grader than the CGC, but I'm not a professional grader. Let's see, where else are we going? Oh, there we are. I went too far for that. 5 on F from Austin. All right.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, I don't think most of the people at CGC are professional graders either.
Yeah, the last time I saw was some young girl. Oh, my qualifications, because I've been collecting comics for 3 days now.
Yeah, she didn't stick out her chest and say, "These are my qualifications."
Yeah, those are exactly. I'm sorry if that's your qualification. I've been doing this forever. I remember when we would just look at a book and go, "Well, that's mint. That's near mint. That's fine. You know, that's very fine." And this is, you know, and it was just an overall. This is what it feels like. This is what it looks like. Does it smell old or does it smell like mold? You know, that's the way to do it. It's not 9.8 and that's $17,000 more than a 9.6. Sorry, dudes. We are old people and we grump like old people. All right. There you go. Okay. Let's see. We got the 1 minute warning and there, yeah, good old days, Brian. Exactly. Exactly. All right. Let's get the stop and we'll pull these down. We'll get the next round up here. If, by the way, also, if you saw a book that wasn't bid on, even after the stop, you can bid on it. It's only the bid. Yeah, we can't have, we don't do challenges after the stop. All righty. And that includes books that we've already been through in past lots. If they haven't been claimed, you can bid on them still. Okay, so what did not get love on the top row? Nothing. Everything's taken on the top row. On the bottom row, what do we have going into the reject pile? Oh, Dan Barrett and Walter Simonson. some who say does not exist. And then Green Lantern Corps with Robert Venditti writing. Holy Toledo, what has this country come to? All right, next up we have Glenzer getting Richie Rich, Secret of the Haunted House. Jim has Icon. I thought Jim got, oh yeah, he got the KRENIZ has the Green Lantern books. All of these are for starting bids, otherwise I would mention. Austin has Batman 442, first Drake in costume. And then
Hey.
No, not that, Tim. And then Batman 395 and 419 or 15 going to Jim. Cool. Got those, and it is big dog time. Like I said, last week was, and I appreciate everybody last week, not just for the bids, but of course your patience with me because I was running on like 2 hours sleep in 48 hours. But this time I kept it low. Okay, I'm a little bit lying. I kept it low because the books were, I didn't think, like we have some good books, but like here we have, oh, you know what? No, let me just go over this. First up, we've got Sleepwalker #1. All righty, and that is doing pretty good. All right, there we go. And then we get a Time Tunnel. Now, of course, you can see it's got some cover ticks. Here we go. And next up, we've got a book I wish was in mint because holy cha-ching otherwise, but we've got King Kong. Go. It does have a tear right here. I'm not trying to cover it up, but it goes probably to the 9. Okay. And right here. Right on the corner there. You see it right by the plane. There we go. Next up, we have one of the last 2 issues of Fright Night from the 1980s run. That's issue number 21. And then we've got Hey Abbott, issue number 11 of Abbott and Costello from Charlton Comics. Next up, we've got Weird Mystery Tales. And this is issue number 22. There we go. And we have Shock Suspense Stories, not an original, because that would be far, far more than the $10. But this is issue number 12. All right. And then we have issue number, I believe this is 50. I'll check up on it again, but it does have a subscription fold. It's got a very prominent subscription folder that, and you see it's got color breaking cover ticks. There you go. Next up, we have a very beautiful looking copy of Magnus Robot Fighter issue. God dang it! I actually looked this up. Did I not write it down? Hold on just a sec, guys. I had to have written it down, didn't I? Magnus Robot Fighter. No, I didn't. God dang it. I'll look it up for you. There you go. Gorgeous copy, though. And then, let's see. We have Gasp. Issue number 3. Exactly. Okay, bidding begins as soon as LK says go. Price as listed. All right. I'll ask again there. There's got to be something up here you find interesting.
Well, I don't have that Time Tunnel. I've got the first issue of it.
More time.
Is this when you remind me of all the books you just gave me? And hey,
no. So I have the King Kong. Yeah, the EC reprints are always fun. Magnus, Gasp. Yes, Weird Mystery. This is a good lot.
yeah, I think it's like a whole bunch of MVPs. No home run hitters. but a lot of MVP. You know, these are the books that are going to get every fly ball and get on base, you know.
Yeah, that's
Those are baseball references.
thank you.
You're welcome.
I didn't know that. Yeah, there's 7 of the 10 I would be very interested in. There's 3 that I don't know that there's a whole lot of interest. I was never really a big Abbott and Costello fan either.
Well, everybody has their flaws. We like you anyway.
I can leave you now.
Well, I said we like you.
According to Black Cat, maybe not the way I just said. But yeah.
Okay. But how about you, LK? Anything of interest?
I mean, definitely some interesting stuff. The Magnus Robot Fighter and the Time Tunnel would probably be the 2 to highlight.
I know you've got some love for something up here, Evil Black Cat. Or has he walked away?
Not really.
Not really, nothing?
Nope.
Are you straight up superhero?
Yes.
Yeah.
More DC to be specific, so.
Okay. Now, is that your cup of tea or your ball and chain that you're straight up superhero?
It's more, I know what I like, so I spend the budget on what I like.
Good answer. Good answer, sir.
No. So now, Eric, the turn is complete.
Okay, wait a second. Page turning monkeys asking if he can see the staples on the weird mystery.
Yeah, sounds like it.
Sure.
Yeah. What's the turn?
Yeah. So Priest hit a choke slam on Gunther, rolled him over to get the pin. Finn had come out to support and rally Damien on.
Was it weird mystery?
Yeah.
All right. I'll give you guys the full tour.
Yeah, and real quickly, so Priest goes to the pin. He's got his back to the ropes. Finn comes in, drapes Gunther's leg over the rope, so the ref breaks it up. Priest doesn't understand why. He looks up at the replay board, sees what happened.
Now there are some cover ticks. You can see climbing up the wall there. Okay. You got a little scuff on the top corner, sharp corner right here, sharp corner right here. And it looks like there was a scrape on the book right here. So maybe I'm going to drop this to a $6 right here, because I did not notice that at first. All right, going to the back cover, we've got, see, just some dirt around the border. There is a line. It looks like almost a fold, but it's not a fold. You can definitely feel it there. Pages are good. Let me see that. Find the center fold. There we go. Oh, okay. Can I find the center fold, please? Thank you.
It's got to be held together with something.
I know. It's like I'm looking right at it, and then it disappears when I flip the page. This is the way that it looks right at the thing. You can tell it's well put together. I am trying to find the center though. See, I mean, that's how it looks every time I'm trying to find it.
Count 8 pages. If you see the center,
yeah,
it's got all the pages.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Oh, there we are. Hey, thank you. And you can see them nice and tight right on in there. There we go. And that's how they look on the outside. There we are. Overall, 5 tops. Like I said, it's got a lot of color breaks, but and that thing on the back, 455.
Yeah, we are also being asked price and grade on the King Kong.
King Kong. Oh, that is a 2, maybe a 3 tops, because right away you can see on the top it's got some clips, and you can see that from here. There is a tear that goes from the that one clip all the way down to the 9. You've got color break spine ticks. Yeah, this is a well-read copy. Oof. So yeah, I would say it's a 2, maybe 3 top. Like I said, 2, maybe 3 tops. I don't mind doing this. So if you have to see, if you want to see a book, go right on ahead. Yeah, you can see right here. That's what I was talking about. All right. There, and it's got the color breaks right here. You got a chip right here. All right. Turn it on the back. Chip. Okay.
So
everything's together. This is what it looks like here. It does look like that's a wing and a prayer it's holding on by, but it is holding on. And I'll tell you, I do like the smell of an old comic. This is not a mildew or mold smell. That's an old comic smell. Alrighty, I'm trying to find it, but it's structured still okay, actually. Surviving all this. I have actually opened a book or two. Oh, there we go. You can see them on in there. I have opened up a book or two, and one book literally gave up as I opened it. Alrighty.
Okay, so his foot's on the rope.
Oh yeah, so
no, it's on a building.
No,
right
so ref breaks up the
hey,
count.
could you take the letters down so everybody can see the books?
Yeah, yeah. If you keep cutting into our wrestling talk time, we might just leave and start our own stream.
Yeah, sorry. I forgot we were here to talk about wrestling.
That's okay. Knowing is half the battle.
There you go. Yes, I forgot why we were here. All right. Oh my goodness. Okay. So did I talk everybody out of buying some books?
Pretty much, yes.
Well, that's, hey, I'd rather everybody be happy than buy something they don't want. I know it's a wonderful smell, right? It really is. What is that?
Speaking of talking people out of stuff, I have to wake up in 4 hours, so I am dropping out.
All righty, Bob. Thanks for hanging out.
Have a nice nap.
I will have to.
All right. So
This
KRENIZ
will be my schedule for the rest of October going into September. So,
well, the door's always open.
Yeah.
For you to leave. We cannot miss you if you don't leave. Up, he went out. All right. So KRENIZ says 8 on A. The Sleepwalker. All right.
Okay, you still here?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Well, what happened after he saw the sign of the Pentron?
He confronted Balor, tried to grab at him. Gunter grabbed Priest, got him in a sleeper
One
hold.
just says 8 on B. I am in the same boat. I hear you, though. I actually got peeved at some young employees at the store today. Let's see. NICF Staples. Price and grade on C. There we go. All righty. And let's get the 1 minute warning since it's been about 10 minutes, actually, since the last bid. Hey, honey. How you doing? Eric, I asked how you doing. Are you okay? I'm just kidding. Hey.
I'm doing great.
Oh, Gail laughed at it.
Was she out of earshot by the time I answered?
No, she can't hear. I've got headphones on.
Okay.
She goes, I'm doing great. Did you let him out?
Put it back,
Yeah.
I have now. I give it to you.
All right. Oh, yeah, we need to get Millet. We're running out. All right. Okay, Glenser put 7 on. Yeah, I'm good. Nice at Paige. All righty. But still, Paige, please, by all means, if you ever have any questions, just ask. If you, I prefer, like I said, I prefer everybody to enjoy what they buy. A lot of people, and I very much appreciate this, do this because they shadow ban my channel, and it's a way of donating while, hey, you get something for it. So there you go. Anyway, Glenser says 7 on E, the Abbott and Costello. All righty. I do not understand is that one of those little animals that Chewbacca was eating in Last Jedi? Is that LK? I don't know.
What?
Is this one of those animals that Chewbacca was eating on Last Jedi? I don't know what that is.
No, it's just it's an emoji.
Oh, the milk. Okay. There we go.
Yeah.
So they might be like, hey, Last Jedi, I love that film. I'm going to use the Horde. Thank you, Droon. All right. You were right. We used the Last Jedi to weed out the weirdos. Thank you, Droon. Now that we know. Anyway, let's get the stop. All righty. Bum, bum. Okay. Actually, I watched Last Jedi and I thought there was enough there that was entertaining. I didn't hate it as much as everybody else did. Okay, the ones that are going to the rejects is King Kong from the top row, and on the bottom row, Weird Mystery, Shock Suspense, Lone Ranger, No Love for Magnus, and Gasp. On the top row again, Sleepwalker to KRENIZ, Glenser has Time Tunnel, Bright Knight to Dark Admiral, and Glenser has Abbott and Costello. Alrighty. Fun times. And this is story of, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. We have Amazing Spider-Girl, number 20. This is the new May. Next up, we have Batman Universe by Brian Michael Bendis and Nick Darrington. Hardcover. And we have the Rebirth Deluxe Edition. Here is Superman Unchained. Here we go. And finally, DC Year Zero. All of them are hardcovers, of course, except for the actual comic. Okay. Gonna put that right there. Zoink. And let's see the rest of it. We have GI Combat, issue number 174, featuring the Haunted Tank. And next up, we have Our Army at War, featuring Sergeant Rock. This is issue number 296. And we have Air War Stories. Chip right there, guys. Okay. And that, it had an issue, but did I write it down? Yes, that's issue number 6 from 1965. There you go. Next up, we have Adventure Comics number 356. And we have Adventure Comics issue number 357. Bidding begins as soon as LK says go. Once again, price as marked. Hooah. Fun times.
Wait a second. That book, that A is misleading. That's not a 10-year-old boy with 2 little ponytails sticking out of his mask. Do you know what I'm talking about?
No.
That's the new Spider Girl by Dan Slott, who hates May Parker. So I guess he did things to undo everything DeFalco did or whatever, making it impossible to bring her back in any way, shape, or form. And it looks like like I said, Spider Girl looks like a 10-year-old boy went into the closet trying to dress like his sister and cosplaying as Spider Boy. I said, people wonder why. So did League of Comics Geeks, something like 660 people read Ultimate Spider-Man.
Uh-huh.
The regular Spider-Man in the 150s. Anything Dan Slott does, probably much less than that. And they give us, 10-year-old boy looking Spider Girl. It's gonna shake up the entire Spider-Verse.
Right, of course. It always does.
No, actually,
Gatekeeper is saying, I hate I missed the beginning. When's the next auction? And do you have Spider-Man? I have an auction every week at every Saturday, 8 o'clock Eastern. I do not have any Spider-Man tonight. Spider-Man really doesn't track around these parts too often. Every time I've had Spider-Man, it was a little bit off. Even though you are late, if you wanted to skim the past lots, if you find something that wasn't taken, by all means, put a bid on it. I do have to go. Right here, we have one slick saying 10 on J. And then we have Jim saying 11 on J. And then we have one slick saying 12. And then Jim saying 13. One slick saying 14. And Jim saying 15. All right. And that was on Ryan J. Okay.
Drew, I think that's Ron Friends.
Yeah, it looks like the name on there. Yeah. Oh, hey, Arnie Anderson giving Cody a pep talk.
We have hit our first Donnabrook of the night, ladies and gentlemen. It went from a fisticuffs to a Donnabrook. Oh, before we get to the big announcement, Jim folds. All righty. Well, I was getting excited there for a little bit. Eric was warming up the pipes.
So, so when they do end up taking the belt off Cody, do you think it'd be because Arn interferes for whoever's opponent is?
No, I don't think Arn will be interfering in that way.
Not tonight.
Yeah.
But I mean, if he sticks around, if he's not just like on a one-day deal.
Summoner, usually you can't share links because when I allowed it, there was a whole bunch of porn girls that came in. It was just every freaking 5 seconds. And I had to block links. So if you are having a hard time, that's probably why. What would the link be to? It's not a porn girl, is it? That is what happened with the link thing.
Oh, now, Trina, I thought you were asking who did the one that's in the lot. No, right? Yeah, if Ron Friends lost his mind, it's probably due to age. He's not getting any younger, but he had nothing to do with what they're doing with the character now.
Let's see. Amazing Spider-Girl, Tim. Let's see. Thank you for the super chat. Just showing some love. Thank you very much, sir. I certainly appreciate this. It is very well appreciated. You're helping out my family. Thank you. As a matter of fact, that's what this is all for. So by all means, well, just thank you very much. Appreciate it. I don't know if you guys, have tried it out, but every night, usually every night, we have we do a cover show where we're just basically talking about comics and looking at some awesome covers, sometimes some not so awesome covers. Everybody gets a voice. Everybody gets a vote. So please, by all means, join us. Hate to be the one to break to you. Breen was live stream cheating on you again. Breen is a bit of a live stream whore. He knows it.
Not nearly what I used to be. In fact, I wouldn't even do the aficionados if I didn't already have to get up early for work.
Honestly, though, do you know how proud I am of this channel's legacy? Seriously, if Eric went off and started his own channel and got huge, I would absolutely be so proud of it. The fact that RDV was actually shy when he first got on here, and now he's comfortable in hosting and he's got his own shows that he's eager to do every night. I mean, that man is dead on schedule every time. I'm very happy with that. There's so many people out there who got their start here, or in some ways use this channel to boost their signal. And back when it was something, it's great. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you have, like I said, comics division, folks like that. I mean, I said, I
Gary
never
is the biggest. Gary from Nerdrotic, he's the biggest. That started here, or at least he used this to boost the signal.
Yeah, I said, I mean, I never aspired to be anything more than just doing this. I honestly don't know how I ended up part of Wes's bunch. I mean, I truly, honestly do not remember how that happened.
There you go.
Yeah, Breen, you gotta love rivalry hate.
I still don't know what happened in the Finn Balor thing.
Oh well, so
finish the story, Cody.
Gunther choked him out. So Gunther won.
Was that so hard?
$8 there, Rich.
Balor was staring at Priest sinisterly. It was great.
Says 8 on F. And once again, Gatekeeper, really, really thank you very much.
Yeah, but you gotta love college rivalries, Eric. Some guy holding a sign as Cody's going down the runway said 1,768 days or something like that since Ohio State beat Michigan.
God, you know the crazy
And
thing
this
is,
was in Cleveland.
there were so many years where Michigan couldn't beat them, and now it's just like you know what made me feel really old this week?
Yeah,
Julius Peppers.
Oh,
Getting his ugly yellow jacket. I remember when he played for Carolina's basketball team.
yeah. Oh, it's
Obviously the same time he was in college football, but
seeing Dwight Freeney go into the Hall of Fame, seeing Andre Johnson go into the Hall of Fame. I watched him at the U.
But I mean, like I said, I'm a Carolina lifer.
Yeah,
And just to see, I said that it's been that much time has passed. Because there was another guy on the basketball team that was a quarterback turned receiver in the pros in the NFL, but I can't remember his name.
Yeah. Well, and then for me too, I mean, seeing I completely forgot until I looked at the list last night. Oh yeah, Patrick Willis got nominated for the Hall of Fame. It went in today, and it's like, holy cow! I remember seeing him play as a senior or junior at Ole Miss.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, though, nothing was tougher than watching the McMichael thing.
Yeah.
Have you guys been watching the Olympics, or at least clips of the Olympics? If you're
Not, I won't even watch a clip. Although I find it amusing that the two men are fighting each other on the way to women's gold.
Oh, they aren't. They're in different weight classes.
I saw a tweet said they were fighting each other.
Yeah, it's a misnomer.
Ah,
No. Yeah, they're in different weight classes, but no. I mean, I'm a sports fanatic. I can't help myself. I've been watching various Olympic things.
I watch clips, or I'll watch on Peacock. They have Kevin Hart and what's his name from Keenan and Kel.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no.
And they've got them doing jokes and talking about it and all that kind of stuff, and I find them entertaining.
Yeah.
But I got to tell you, man, I've been into the track and field, and that has just been especially the women's track and field. Holy crap! That one young lady in 2020, she got busted for drugs.
Shikari something or other.
And she was like the villain of the freaking year because she was like, oh, you know, she did not take a laying down. You know, she was very vocal, came off so bad. That girl burned. It was like, I gotta say, congratulations, because that's the way you should. It's like you know, it's like Trump said, I'm gonna get my revenge by being successful. That's what she did.
Well, she was popped for, wasn't for performance enhanced. It was for marijuana.
Yeah.
By the same governing body that lets dudes beat up girls.
Exactly.
I said that's why. I mean, yeah, I'm a huge sports fan. Everybody knows that. I just will not.
I'll tell you what, though. The one that really surprised me is there's this little girl from China. She is 4 foot nothing. And it's like, what the hell? And you see her by like the American team. It's like all tall black girls. And yeah, there's Nigeria. There's all these, mostly just tall black girls. And here's this one little itty bitty girl from China. And the starter pistol goes off. And it's like, you can't even see her. She looks like a Warner Brothers goddamn cartoon running. Like that woman from Kung Fu Hustle. And all you see are 2 wheels spinning as she's rolling down. That bitch was fast. She definitely impressed. I've tried to find clips of her on the YouTubes, but no, that was impressive.
Yeah, if I do, watch the Olympics, I'll probably do it reading some Mark Waid comics on the 12th of never.
Right.
Yeah, no, fair enough. I was watching the skeet shooting finals today because the Americans finished 1 and 2. And the guy's just awesome. He went, 48 out of 50, I think, to win it. And the men's golf has been fantastic. It's a great tournament.
Get the stop here, and let's get these down. I feel like I am lollygagging. I know I'm writing stuff down, but I am so freaking chill tonight, man. Seriously. Okay, so no love for the top row at all. Let's get that to the reject box. This one's going to make a noise. There we go. All righty. And on the bottom row, what is the reject?
Shooting has been an Olympic event for at least like 50 years plus.
Okay, so Jim has GI Combat 174, Air War Stories to 1 Slick. We've got Adventure Comics 356 and 357 going to 1 Slick at 16 each. And no love for the DC Comics Year 0. All righty. Let me get these down. Are we still? Oh, no, we're going to go do some sets. Let's talk about sets, baby.
So, okay, is Cody fighting one of the interchangeable Samoans?
Well, he's in the ring with Solo.
Now, Reigns isn't coming back tonight, right?
I think there's at least a 50-50 chance that he does because SmackDown last night, announced its bloodline rule. So,
okay, so it was requested that we have some Ultraverse in the auction. So thankfully, Eric gave me some. And I combined it with mine.
Hang on a second. Jim Sorensen said Glenzer got Year 0.
Year 0? Okay. Well, oh my gosh. Okay, here we go. Arrgh. Hi, guys. All right, let's get that up and down there. Put that into the not reject pile. Okay, so how am I going to do this? Scooch. Here we go. Okay. First up, we have Freaks. This is issue number 7.
Oh, wait a minute. No, Glenzer's saying he didn't.
Issue number 6. Issue number 5. We have issue number 4. And I'm afraid I've got to stop it on number 3. There we go. But that's 5 books, $5. That's how it's going to work. Next up, let's see. Where are we? Here we go. We've got Prototype issue number 7, number 6, number 5. Prototype number 4. Prototype number 3. Number 2. And number 1. There we go. And let's see, 1, 2, 3, and 4. We have Exiles, issue number 4. Exiles number 3. Exiles number 2. And Exiles number 1. And then we've got Breakthrough, which I believe was a Malibu crossover. And here is issue number 2 and issue number 1.
Yeah,
and then we have
Ultraverse line-wide event.
Okay. Then we have War Strike, issue number 3. Issue number 2. And issue number 1. 2, 3, 4, and 5. We have, oh, goodness. We have Sludge, issue number 5. And then we have Sludge, issue number 4. Sludge, issue number 3. Issue number 2. And issue number 1. There you go. Next up, we've got Mantra, issue number 3. Here is issue number 2. And issue number 1. This isn't a poly bag. This is not wrinkles. It's the bag. It comes with the certificate, and it comes with the card. That's issue number 1. Oh, it would be right here. Okay, there's stay. Next up is a set of trade paperbacks, not from Ultraverse. It's from Brian Michael Bendis and Michael Avon Oming. This is Powers. This is volume 4. And here we have volume 3. Volume 2. And if it fits, volume 1. All right. There we go. And back to the Ultraverse, where we have Wrath, excuse me, issue number 3, issue number 2, and issue number 1. And finally, we have Solution, issue number 6, 5, 4, 3. Come on. 2. And issue number 1. Bidding begins as soon as LK says go.
Okay, a couple things.
Oh, my back. Oh, gotta lay down. Yeah.
Glenzer did not have the Year Zero. Jim said he scrolled up too far. Then he said, since I screwed up, I'll take it.
Okay, so Jim's taking it.
I guess, and we don't have a price on Mantra.
We don't, do we?
No.
Well, son of a beeswax. Do I have a price tag here? I don't. Here, let me take it out of the bag and write the price on it. Okay, I thought that was funny.
I laughed.
I'm talking to comic book collectors. That's just horrible. Horrible to comic book collectors.
I chuckled.
How many books were here? 3? Okay, so it'll be 3. All right.
Wow, this certificate of authenticity just doesn't do what it used to.
I know, right?
Not back. It's back in the Dynamic Forces days.
Well, it's not a certificate of authenticity. It
Somebody-
was for a.
It's not Mike Barr, by the way.
Yeah.
Mail away.
Okay, so let's look what we're looking at here. We've got who is Jones? We've got a Jones. We've got Mike Barr. We've got Jones and Perez. The Perez?
Could be probably because I know he did some. He worked with some.
We've got Mike Barr, Barry Windsor Smith, There's some names here, ladies and gentlemen. There is some talent on these books. This is a do not let it go kind of thing.
Certificate of authenticity sounds more impressive than certificate to send away for something.
Yeah, basically, Paige, these are dollar books. Yeah, that's why. I mean, but they're in sets, so you know. There you go. All right. Bum bum. Bada 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 bum. All right. What can you say about the Ultraverse books? What do you know that what kind of info can we be sharing here?
I would ask the person with the much better memory for this stuff than I have.
Oh yeah.
Okay, take it away.
Well, I mean, if you want equivalents, I would say Solution was more or less kind of like a Silver Sable type book. Because she kind of had her like private, I'm going to say private army, but
like their security force or something?
Yeah. Mantra is excellent. I mean, of course, again, I'm shocked and amazed still that Marvel, who owns all the Malibu properties, has not brought back Mantra in some way, because it's the story of a guy who's part of a group who's in this kind of eternal battle of good versus evil. And part of it was, they would go out and they would get killed, and their sorcerers would basically kind of bring them back to life or reincarnate them. Well, the bad guys finally kind of trap the good guys and kill them off. And so, kind of in a last dying gasp, Lucas is reincarnated, but he winds up finding himself stuck in the body of a woman who is a single mother with 2 children. And so he has to figure out how to negotiate that, and he's not very good at it at the beginning. Meanwhile, he's also still trying to fight this evil and going on. It's a really good book. Enjoyed the heck out of it. But yeah, I mean, I'm still shocked. The chances are, thankfully, that probably Marvel doesn't even know they own it. So, there is that. I want to say, if I remember right, Sludge, if you want a comparison, that's kind of a Swamp Thing, Man Thing type book. Prototype was more or less kind of Iron Man. Freaks, I want to say, was a little bit kind of like, say, like a New Mutants type book, because I think it was like a team. They didn't call them mutants. I forget what the term they used for it.
Did Marvel release a low-key adaptation? Wasn't there a movie on Netflix about 3-4 years ago called Freaks, about a bunch of kids learning how to use superpowers?
I don't know.
Huh. Dark Admiral says $5 on F. Ludge.
Yeah. I've got to admit, Wraith and Warstrike, I don't know much about. As I say, Breakthrough was a big line-wide crossover event. You had kind of the 2 bookend issues there, and then there were crossover issues for like 2 months or 2 or 3 months in every title that was going on. Exiles is an interesting book, 1 through 4. I believe that's the complete series. Because it's basically a teen book, but it doesn't end the way that you would normally think a teen book would end. And I almost want to say, I don't think it played into Breakthrough. Now I got to look for a second. But yeah, it's basically this teen book, and they're on a mission, or they get put on a mission to rescue this young woman. And then things go a bit haywire after that.
Okay, did they call the people that anything other than Ultras? Because I know that was the name for their superheroes.
Yeah. I want to say there was, but I don't remember. I don't remember what it was. It's been so long since I've read
I don't
Ultraverse.
think I'd know if you said it if there was.
Yeah. So let's see. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So actually, I would recommend if you're going to pick up Breakthrough, pick up the Exiles 1 through 4, because issue 4 of Exiles leads directly into the start of Breakthrough.
Oh, cool, cool, cool. I mean, this is a good way to get some really cool books, relatively cheap. Even the Powers set is $5 a book. It's not a bad price at all. Hello to the old green machine. How are you doing today? What are we talking about here? Last I heard, there was some legal quandary about the rights to some of the characters, and it's good that Marvel hasn't done anything with Mantra. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there are. It's more of the issue of Gerard Jones working on a lot of the titles, and let's just say you don't want to be associated with Gerard Jones. And then
At least not publicly.
Was Len Kaminsky also run into some trouble, or did he just pass away?
Other than being just a very mediocre writer, I wasn't aware that he ever caused any troubles or gotten any trouble.
Okay. So yeah, no, I definitely don't want to disparage anybody. But yeah, I definitely know that at least that's been one of the reasons given. I mean, I always think, I mean, if you really want to bring something back, you can work through that. I mean, but you know, although personally, I will say that the best book and the best bargain on here are the 4 Powers trades. I think Powers is still the best thing that Brian Michael Bendis has ever done.
Back in the day, that was saying something.
I absolutely loved that story. So for those who aren't aware, Powers is basically set in a world where, you know, superpowers are common. And, you know, police have to figure out how to deal with it. And so we're put into the perspective of Detective Christian Walker and his partner, Detective Dina Pilgrim. And they are assigned when there's Powers cases that come up. And it goes from there. One of the things I realize now, of course, is, you know, that, you know, and this is where, again, just like say how, you know, Alan Moore, you know, was a master at his craft, and then you had all the imitators, you know, follow him. Neil Gaiman the same way, Grant Morrison the same way. This has been certainly in the first 2 volumes, although I think, you know, all 4 volumes there are great. But you know, this is where you saw those, you know, 9-page panel pages where it's just like one person, you know, looking at the camera talking. You know, that Tom King now seems to use like in every freaking title. But this is where it was done well. It made sense in the book because usually it would like be some kind of interrogation sequence.
Yeah.
But yeah, great stuff. I loved Powers. You know, I'd like to see him go back to it. But again, he might be too far gone at this point. I don't know.
All righty. Big drops this time for those that didn't get picked. A little bit. I mean, these aren't like 52-page things, but wow. Yeah, top row. Freaks hits the reject pile. We got Prototype into the reject pile. Exiles. Are you sure, Kren? You got the breakthrough. Yep. I'll hold that right there. Breakthrough, let's see, War Strike into the reject pile. And then, let's see, on the bottom row, Powers into the... Now, here's the thing about the reject box. If you do go through, you see something that hasn't been claimed, by all means, put a bid on it. You get it for the starting price. Nope. Okay, that's there too. Now, going out again, we've got... Nope.
KRENIZ is saying that he bid on something here.
Dropped? I thought I got everything.
Let's see. Because he said I bid on those, but I don't know.
Which one?
Exiles and Prototype.
Oh, Exiles and Prototype. Oh, okay, let me.
Well, he also bid on the Breakthrough. It looks like too.
Yeah, Breakthrough I've got up there, and I didn't move Exiles. Prototype is the one I missed. So let me put that down. I got my pen here. All righty. And I will get that out of the rescued from the rejects. Stand 7. There we go. And well, Exiles is to KRENIZ also. All righty. And so is Breakthrough. So I already wrote that one down. All righty. Let's see. Dark Admiral for Sludge at 5. KRENIZ at 4 for Mantra 1 through 3. And Solution to KRENIZ as well. All righty. Thank you for the catch.
Yep. As always, highly recommend that you write down, keep track of your bids, keep track of what you won at the end of the night so that you can reconcile it.
I'm doing my best. I don't do anything. I don't try to go after anybody purposefully. I don't skip anybody when they're trying to vote on covers personally, even though it does seem that way. All right, let's go back to the $5. All righty then. And we've got Spider-Girl, issue number 100. It looks like, well, I normally don't do this, but here's another Batman 442. I forgot I put it in the auction earlier. Huh. Let's see. Let's go with The Flash by Grant Morrison and Mark Millar. There we go. Walt Disney Comics and Stories. I don't have the number down. There we go. We've got Gen 13, We'll Take Manhattan. Next up, we have Justice League issue number 1, the Bawahaha years. We've got the Blue Ribbon Digest. 100 pages of Team Up Thrills. It's the Super Friends issue number. It's Blue Ribbon Digest number 3. Next up, we got Sergeant Fury and his Howling Commandos, issue 77. And we have issue number 82. And here is issue number 85. And DC Comics Blue Ribbon Digest, the best of 1977. All right, bids begin at $5 each as soon as LK says go. All right.
Yeah, so Eric, you heard that Joe Tessitore is joining the WWE announce team, right?
Yeah, I did hear something about that, but I can't remember. Where is he from?
College football. He's on ABC. He's done college football. He did 1 year of Monday Night Football. Actually, I think it was the season before ESPN brought in Buck.
Oh, hold on just a second, guys. Dark Admiral, right now you're at 23. Obviously, I haven't added on. I guess you add on. Let's see. I haven't added on the last page yet that we just got done. Sludge was 5. Was that the only one you have? Okay, let's see. So I have you at 5, 10, 20. I got you at 23 as well. That would be 5 books, 6, 7, 8. Oh, dude, 9. You would be in a in the priority bag. So add $9. It would be 32 complete to ship out priority. All right. Are you? Sorry, guys. Hey, Frog, jump on in, man. They never talk about Captain Angry and whining motor pool. Wait, what? That Justice League era was amazing. Great writing, hilarious. Absolutely. Dude, Eric.
What?
I think this guy is on our page, man.
What?
He's going to be, that Justice League was amazing. Great writing. It's hilarious.
Yep.
Yep.
Well, then I just realized that it's 37 years ago, and now I'm depressed.
Oh, wow. Do you remember 37 years ago?
Yeah. I don't remember 35 or 34 years ago.
37, you're dead on.
Or, well, whatever years 90 and 91 were. They're fuzzy.
Solution 1 through 6. No, 6. Yeah, I love that era of Justice League. And then I didn't love it because it hit the 60s and 70s when they decided not to be the comedy Justice League. Some people were tired of the comedy Justice League back in the day.
I'm wondering if Dan Jurgens had anything to do with that, because I know he got one of them after that. I don't know if he was an editorial at the time. But yeah, it wasn't so much that it fell off. It's that it just became another team book.
Exactly.
It had lost what made it unique. And like I said, there will never. I mean, I think you and I are the only fans of Justice League Detroit.
Yeah,
because it was different.
I like that one too. Yep.
You know, I know everybody slurps Grant Morrison's run, and it was good.
I am a slurper, yes.
But I'll take Blaha over that any day, because there are lots of runs like Grant Morrison's. Maybe not all as good as stories, but I mean, I said comics is littered with team books with great story arcs, but the Blaha era was just, I said, unique, and I don't think it can be replicated, because I don't think you have to be. I think comics has produced one guy like Keith Giffen, and with him and DeMatteis, it just worked.
Hello to RDV. What's up?
Not much, man. People in chat talking about Justice League and all that stuff.
Yeah, all the good ones. Mainly this one. But go ahead. Yeah.
Well, I wasn't sure if they're. I had the sound off. I was in a conversation. I wasn't sure if they're talking about just the comic books or the shows. I mean, even is it from Golden Age or I guess Silver Age when it started, right? It wasn't really Golden Age.
Justice Society was Golden Age.
But Justice League though, I said like the JLA out stuff from the very first issue, or they go get together with those Starro defeating that. And like going through it was had a little hokey moments, but those are actually kind of fun. I like it's just like the Bob Haney stuff with Teen Titans. I like it,
Brian, a couple characters said that throughout the run, and over time that it just took on like a life of its own as far as what it became to represent the entire series.
I think. Wasn't the first example of the blah ha ha was when Winston gets punched in the face, Guy Gardner, and then Beetle starts laughing.
Yeah, like when did they start the blah ha ha?
I don't know exactly.
Was that actually first issue, or is
I don't think it was, but yeah,
I remember like him laughing.
It actually was used enough to become like a semi trope, and then just became, like I said, what the runs are referred to now.
Yeah.
Does anyone think a Lobo comic could be done today like they were back in the 80s and 90s? Absolutely, it could be done. I don't know if they would do it, but I think that if you put a Lobo out and let him go the way they did in 90s, I think that would do gangbusters.
I don't know, because they've changed Lobo so much. So, and if you've read the Josh Williamson Superman story, they just did the events with him interacting with Lobo and Superman. Like, Lobo has changed a lot.
Yeah, but I think if they let him go, if they write him like they did in the 90s, I think that book would be so successful, because it would be a breath of fresh air.
The thing is, though, I don't think
gonna write it.
You could write it like it was, but no one's gonna buy it. The people who are buying it are gone.
Yeah, that's a valid point.
Yeah, you are right about that.
Now
a lot of us off.
Yeah, the Lobo of the miniseries and his own series was different even than the Lobo in the rest of the DC universe.
Yeah,
He
I
was an
got it.
exaggerated version.
Dark Admiral, thank you very much. I got it. Are you sticking around or are you calling it? I think Venkman's right when Bats punched the guy. Yeah, they chased off a lot of fun people. Same reason Punisher is gone. That's horrible what they did to the Punisher, man. Seriously.
Like I said, if you're gonna buy Punisher now, go scour your dollar books. Get those older books because
Absolutely.
I don't know how much they're gonna keep reprinting stuff. You know, I'm surprised that I was able to get the Garth Ennis omnibus. I was like, they're actually they're printing this.
Well, they're publishing a Garth Ennis Punisher right now, which blows me away considering what they've done to the actual character.
Right? He was a horrible character. That even his dead wife that was brought back, basically scold him, says, I was gonna divorce you because you're a piece of shit. I was just like, what the heck? But is it called Get Fury? That new book has just been fun. That being said, if you haven't been on Sergeant Fury and his Howling Commandos, you should. Yeah. Those are reprints of the original first couple of issues, right?
No,
at this point, then they get to the 80s.
The first two, I think, are first run. 80, the third one there, Every Man My Enemy. That's a reprint of issue 25. But I think that was more of like a Deadline Doom, thing, because they didn't start the reprints till I think 120.
The Punisher skull logo was basically they changed it to the Halo logo. You can get, if you always played Halo 3 online multiplayer, you can create your own thing with the horns, double horn and stuff. They changed it to that instead of like they said, oh, the Punisher logo is so bad because police officers are using it and all that stuff. It's like, we hate the police. But so why wouldn't you just get rid of the skull completely? Because
no, but look, you look up the Punisher logo right now, you're not going to find whatever the hell it was in that crappy remake thing. You're gonna see good old fashioned Frank Castle Punisher logo.
Who's coming back at Disney Plus?
Have a good one, Dark Admiral. Take care. Be safe.
Like, that's another thing. Punisher's gonna be back in Disney Plus. The Daredevil show.
Give me just a sec. Let's get the stop. And let's see. What's hitting the reject is Spider-Girl 100. And the Flash. And let's see. Justice League #1. Even after all that talking, it might be everybody's got it.
I got it.
this is a group of people who love that book. And then the digests hit the floor. And what we got is RDV has the Walt Disney Comics, Gen 13 to Jim, and one slick dude has the Sergeant Fury and his Howling Commandos.
My shop has those DC digests. They have the Green Lantern one.
Yep. You were the one that bought the Grim, wasn't it Grim Ghost or something like that?
Tonight?
I found like a gold key one. 3, 4.
I've never heard of it.
The label to $3.
Oh, the ticker?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh shoot! I'm falling. Okay, don't fall. All right, old man. Okay. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. All right, kids. First up, we've got the original Ghost Rider issue #3, or 2, excuse me, issue #3. And we have issue #4. And then we have Super Cops by Now Comics. And it's issue #1 and issue #2. All righty. And we have Spider-Girl, issue #95, which the Brown Hornet apparently changed his costume. Okay. I guess I'm the only one who watched that show. All right, Shadow of the Bat, issue #2. And we have Untold Legends. Well, hold on. I screwed that up. I thought that was Shadow of the Bat. Shadow of the Bat #3. And we have Untold Legends of the Batman, issue #3.
I hope that person's watching your channel, not another person's channel.
What channel?
Whoever's in the background.
Oh, here we have Super Team Family, issue 15 with the Flash and the New Gods. And finally, we have Tales to Astonish, issue number 6 with the Submarinera.
Wow.
There you go, gang.
It never dawned on me that Geoforce's costume is rip-off of Orion's.
Right. Okay, so it's the bidding begins at $3 each as soon as LK says go, and he did.
They literally look the same character with the same hair color and everything, like the same headgear. Wow.
Mm-hmm. All right, I'm going to ask the question, RDV. What looks cool? What would you
Ghost
go
Riders. The problem is I don't have to see the interior artwork. They look they look cool. And
well, if they're original Ghost Riders, my guess it's reprints.
Probably get some Don Perlin.
I hope
All
so.
right, let's see the
Or
then-
Mike
there is
did a few early ones.
Because that's what holding me back from bidding on it. Because if the cover looks good and the interior looks,
not a problem, sir. This is 1970s.
okay, cool. All right.
That's not 70s, that's 80s.
This is
No,
the
it's
80s.
70s.
Yeah, the book is the 80s. The reprint is the book reprinted is the 80s
All
or
right, there
70s.
you
go.
Yeah, there we go.
So, okay, is that match still going, or do we?
No, it finished. Roman is back. So
Did he turn face yet, or did he just leave it open ended?
well, face in the sense of, so he came out, he was wearing a shirt that cryptically said OTC on it. My first thought was that like one true champion maybe or something like that. He came to the ring, got in the ring, hit Solo with the Superman punch, and kind of left the ring, and Cody and Roman were doing a stare down, and then Cody hit the crossroads and pinned Solo for the win.
You know, I wish he would stop copying Orange Cassidy with the Superman punch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's Orange Punch.
By the way, yes, Brian, the Brown Hornet was in fact the Cosby thing. It was one of the cartoons showed during the Fat Albert and the Cosby Kids show. Let's see, Francesca Castle, wife and their test tube babies were killed by the MAGA Mafia. Really? Yeah, so she sets out to punish them. And let's see, if Marvel wanted to get some controversy, just do a single cover, no variants.
Like, that's my thing is, like, if the Superman punch is supposed to be that powerful, why is he doing the spear then? Do one or the other.
And we have a bid, $3 on D from KRENIZ, $3 on I from Jim. All right.
What does OTC stand for?
I don't know. I'm thinking maybe it's one true champion. I don't know, honestly.
Well, I think they're going to make him a face. I mean, there's
oh,
no doubt.
Flinter's got it. One true chief. I bet you're right.
Yeah.
Let's
Yeah, that makes sense.
do RDV, A through C.
Over the counter.
A through 3.
Because when the Usos come back, and my guess will be Roman, Jay, Jimmy, and Sammy versus the other 4.
See,
Yeah.
I would have said
Although-
I would have said
except here's the thing though. Hikuleo has signed with WWE.
3 on J for the Submarinera.
Well, then he comes to upset the balance and push the heel team over for the first time, or for the first one, and then give it something to draw out.
It could be, or I mean, Hikuleo could be like Roman's
Hello to Maranya.
piece in the hole, so to speak. You know.
I don't think they'll bring in the problem is the Samoans, the ones they bring in. Very few people know who they are because you have to be a fan of really. So most WWE fans don't have a clue who they are until they're told.
I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah.
And so you just stick them with the heels, and people want Sammy back in the bloodline anyway. He doesn't have anything to do now. Perfect timing.
Mm-hmm.
you
Yeah,
sure
no,
doesn't.
you're
The original
probably right.
versus
I would just like to see
second
Hikuleo.
generation.
Well, there's another one. I don't know if you've seen. There's another Fatu. His name is like Zilla Fatu or something. And I mean, obviously, he's greener than a peppercorn, but he's got a look where he could definitely be a future star.
Well, here's the problem. At some point, It just like the fans all woke up one morning, decided they didn't like ska anymore. That's going to happen with Samoans.
OTC stands for Open the Casket.
I don't know. Samoans have been around for how many decades now?
Yeah, but they were never pushed like this.
Yeah.
And I said, and let's be honest. Yeah, the Romans got, strangely enough, Romans got more charisma. The only two that have more charisma than him are actually the brothers.
Yeah.
Who, like I said, until I can't stand him now. He drives me nuts.
Well, that's why I love when Drew's
before that.
Yeah.
When they were over as little Jimmies, they were over as badass heels, they were over as tweeners, and they were over as aggressive faces. They've done all four ways there are to be, and they did them all, which takes like Roddy Piper kind of talent.
I mean, it was like every word on there's like, "What up, Oos?" I don't know, Oos.
Yeah,
it was like Oos. I was like, oh my gosh. Like, can we just like change the channel soon?
Well,
because
they got it over though. I mean, the crowd's pop for it.
Well, the crowd, it's going to come out wrong, but the vast majority of them are sheep.
Yeah.
Whatever the machine tells them they like, they're going to like, and that's WWE is wrestling for the masses. Sometimes people that are smarter than that like it too. But like I said, it's very formulaic. You know what's coming the day before it happens, but obviously that is what more people want than what any other promotion in America is giving them. That's why they do it, and there's no reason to change.
You know what I want? More Penguin being the Penguin and not that crap that's on the new show. That's why I'm glad that
Birthday Party Clown.
Yeah, Paige Turner Monkey got picked up G, the real Penguin on there.
Actually, each one of those reprints two of the Englehart Rogers issues.
Yep,
those are God, I love those. Yeah, I just threw out my Englehart Rogers detective run the other day. And you say, why would you do that? Because that's the one that I ordered. That's the one that I ordered in the mail, and I was so happy to get it cheap until I opened it up and it was in German.
Stop here. And let me go through these. Not
German.
a lot of bids on this particular one, but we got a few. Let's see what hits the reject. The reject box is actually getting filled, but we had a lot of sets. Alrighty, starting on the top row.
I didn't consent.
No love for Spider-Girl tonight. Not a lot, really. No love for the Batmans either.
F through G got bids.
F through G got bids? By whom?
Yeah. Paige Turner Monkey.
I didn't see him. You know what? I was reading a message. I must have missed it. Was it last?
It was right above Maranya's comment, which you skipped.
Yeah, well, you know what? Everybody gets skipped around here at least once. All righty, Page Turning Monkey, right? That's what it's called?
Yep, Page Turning Monkey. $3 for F through G.
All right. F and G.
F through G.
Yeah.
F dash G says.
Yeah, well, okay. Okie dokie. I got you down. All right. Where'd the sheet? Okay. There you go. Which means the only one to hit the floor on would be the Untold Legends. These go, okay, let's start at the top. RDV has the Ghost Riders. Every one of these are at starting bids. And we have KRENIZ with Super Cops. Page Turning Monkey with the Shadow of the Bat. We have Jim with the Super Team Family. And Tales to Astonish to Brian. So let me get these down, and we will get the next round up. And we are on some more $2. If you could switch that out, please.
You keep talking about all this other wrestling, but you're not talking about the top story. Val Venus getting ready to sue to keep his name.
Oh, Glenzer, are you around, sir? All righty, here we have the Unexpected, issue 186. And then we have Tarzan. I guess I should have checked out what number this is. From 1971 from Gold Key. And then we have Tarzan from 1971 from Gold Key. All right. And then we have the Phantom. Now, the Phantom is in the $2 because it's rough. Okay. Otherwise, this would be 10 to 20 easy. But this is a $2 copy. This is not in any way, shape, or form a mint copy. This is a reader copy. All righty. Then we have Brothers of the Spear again. Not the same issue. All right. And it does have a chip. All right. Let's see. Next up, we have Dagar the Invincible. And we have UFO Flying Saucers. Oh, wait. I think this is when I stopped being able to write them all down. Okay. Next up, we have The House of Mystery, issue number 215. Okay. And we have The House of Mystery, issue number 265.
Ew.
And finally, we have The Witching Hour, issue number 80.
Starring Taskmaster.
Starting the yeah. All right. Bidding begins at $2 each as soon as LK says go. Oh, buddy. Watch me pull rubbing out of my head. And now for something completely different. All right.
You mean we won't talk about sports?
Yeah, I want payment sent for mine, 55 plus 9, 64. Thank you, one Slick. Be safe. All righty, right out the gate, we get an A and J. Uh-oh.
That's unexpected. And Jim saying hi for $2.
Well, hello to you, sir.
Remember, kids, if you want to, and if you don't see any books up here that you're not interested in, but you still want to give away your money tonight, go to the Ko-Fi. It's located in the description of the video below.
All right.
We always.
So, what do you go to here, Eric? I'm sure you see something of interest.
Mute it right now, but.
On this, I've gotten to really like the Phantom.
Yeah.
And then it would be the DC horrors. Then the Tarzans. Actually, Dagar the Invincible is a poor man's Conan, kinda, but it's good. And then the other, like I said, never read a Brothers of the Spear, but I've got a handful of UFO Flying Saucers. Man, they're cool.
All right. How about you, Bank? What looks interesting?
Phantom. And I want to know, you said reader copy. What's wrong with it?
Well, there's a tear on the bottom, like it's ripped from
spine?
The bottom to, yeah, on the spine. It's ripped from the bottom to the staple. It's very prominent. I showed it off quite a bit. If you rewind, I really want people to understand this is a reader copy. I mean, you basically know if I have a Phantom, if it's in mint, it ain't going to start at $2. But yeah, so that's a good way to kind of just wherever I put it is a good way of kind of gauging the condition of the book.
That's the thing.
Yeah, when it's old like this.
When you get old like that and it starts to tear, it's like, what do you do? Yeah. Do you put the tape on it?
Yeah, and you enjoy it. Well, it's your book. Do whatever the hell.
I know, but I'm like,
I tape them because I figure at that point, I'd rather the cover not fly off in my hand, and I figure it's not worth anything at that point anyway. So
well, I look at this point. If the cover tears off, I can sell the Angleton for $10.
There you go. Yes. Well, the thing is he's right. If you tape this book, you're not really. It would be different than if it was mint and you put tape on it. It's a reader copy, and that is a good way of judging condition. Where do I have it? Like what am I putting it in the $1 and it's a Hulk 181? Yeah, obviously it's going to be like the cover and maybe the back page. You know.
All right. Maranya looked up the Tarzans, $199 and $202.
Well, thank you.
I gotta look over there. It says Gold Key, and then to right it says Edgar Rice Burroughs, and that's all you need to know. And you can, I mean, I honestly don't even know what the issue number is. I just look at the cover. If I don't recognize that cover, I means I probably don't have it. A lot of these books, but yeah. So we got some bids there. We got Glenzer going $2 for G.
Okay.
Brian say,
yeah. Please, by all means, please read them off. Yes.
Brian said he had to put up the dog, but he came back and bid it on D, which would be the Phantom.
All right. Brian and
even if you never read that book and you just leave it in the thing like that, it's still nice to look at.
those covers are so amazing. I've tried to get that on our cover show so many times.
Do they not have Phantom trades like collected? Like the gold key stuff?
Oh God, there might have been because they did. There were gold key hardcovers of the Star Trek and the Dark Shadows, but I don't know about the Phantom. But something that may be of interest. It was supposed to already come out. I think it's been pushed back to early next year again. The Art of George Wilson.
Nice.
And you might be saying, who's George Wilson and why should I care?
That's G. Will Wilson's father. Right?
No, he's the guy that painted almost all of the gold key covers. So I imagine there's going to be a lot of Phantoms in there also.
Nice. Brian also says $2 on E.
I am not for sale, sir. I'm very married. I appreciate the offer.
Yeah,
when I was
right.
younger and I needed the money, I did work under the bridge, but yeah, and I did charge actually a little bit less than the $2. You would have change coming back, but once again, married.
What's your price,
appreciate
E?
Yeah.
What's your price?
Yeah, I'm off the table. I'm yeah, very married man.
You say that, but everybody has a price.
Everybody has a price
For the $1 million man.
Yes.
Yeah, but you would definitely have to go. You would have to go up to maybe $6 or $7 this time. I feel I'm worth it now. Yeah. All right. Let's see.
I'll
So you're a Clairol man.
How about instead of the $7, I'll just give you a house in Florida.
You know what? That might actually happen. That might work. Get me the out of here. Yeah.
They have over 23 million people now living in Florida. You were one of them before, not anymore.
I like I said, I say to everybody who asks, why did you move up here from Florida? Because I love my wife. She wanted to come. I came with her. That's how it happened.
I was watching.
If I win the lottery, we are not we're not Hoosiers anymore. Okay, let's see. Glenzer, $2 for A and J. That is the unexpected. All right. Donkey, come here, boy.
Can I just say, as someone who lives within driving distance of you now,
yeah,
we're rooting for you.
Yeah, thank you.
He also lived within walking distance of a cemetery.
That is true. He does. Yeah.
It's like his backyard.
And J is the witching hour.
Yeah.
Windsor. Okay, and these are $2. And then we have Jim saying H and I, which are the House of Mysteries.
I was watching this YouTuber and he was in Florida. He stopped at one of those things called Buc-ee's.
They call it House Mystery. The cops call it breaking it into the old houses. I told them that's a terrible title.
I've never heard of a Buc-ee's before.
The janitors make $48,000 a year.
We hope you're really long. You paraphrased part of it. Yes, I am. Yeah, by the way, I love Rocky and Bullwinkle cartoons. Glenzer says 2 on G, which is the UFO flying saucers.
Janitors are what? The Buc-ee's?
Yes. There's never any turnover. It's
2 on E, which is the brother of the Spears.
And they don't allow trucks. They don't allow 18-wheelers. So
it's the in and out of basically gas stops. I mean, they're basically a city unto themselves.
$2 on E as well. Okay, hold on. $2 on D was Phantom, and I put Brother of the Spears, but he did do that as well.
Yeah, he got both.
Okay.
He's got both. That's what I was trying to point out before.
Yeah. Okay, and let's see.
But,
Yeah, leaving now.
The guy was filming it. Who was
Right.
just at the Buc-ee's.
Wait
He was-
until you get a hard winter England team. Last year was mild. But thankfully, they haven't fixed my door, which has an inch from the bottom. I can see outside. I keep telling them, fix my door in the basement, and they're not doing any of it.
So what you should do then?
Right out of my
I was
hair.
saying,
I'm gonna watch that
You
man
can
right
you
out
can
of my
close the
hair.
gap on the door. You know,
Say again?
you can go to the hardware store and buy something to close the gap.
Yeah, because it's my door.
At this
Sorry,
point, it
man.
is. They're not until you leave. They're not fixing
Yeah,
anything.
they're not fixing shit.
So
You know what?
do what
The
my
place
buddy
we were
did.
supposed to get that they said wasn't ready, they just rented. I was like, nah, you fucked up. I mean, I just scanned through Volume 1 of Justice League International, and not one wah ha ha. The closest was Creeper and his typical ha 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 ha.
Now,
Oh, okay, we got a video there. We got to talk about that.
so you should Jay,
And send him on his way. I'll finish the line there, Eric.
Jay, look up the One Punch issue and see if
That was number 5. It's not in there.
Yeah, it's
You
not
sure?
in there.
Yeah.
By the way, my choir did Song of the South. And so I heard that song in rehearsal a lot. Of course, we got There's Nothing Looks Like a Dame and Nothing Cooks Like a Dame. Yeah, so we got to sing that one. So yeah, that was fun.
my friend he's like deciding to start an apartment. He's like, he fixes it while he's living there, and then he unfixes it when he moves. He takes everything he paid for.
Oh, absolutely. I would do the
He's
same
like
thing.
every screw he put in like in the deck, he fixed the deck, and then he unfixed the deck. He's like, these are my screws. I'll leave
Well,
them here.
the guy we rented from in Florida kept saying, you need to lay some sod. And I told Gail, I said, Gail, if we lay grass into this ground, when we move, we're taking the fucking grass.
Yeah, so I was laughed.
Did I
that
say
is-
Song of the South? Yes, obviously South Pacific. No, Song of the South. What? I don't. You know how my brain works, where I think of something and I say
Does it
something
work?
else.
Clearly not.
Sometimes it does not. I have no freaking clue why I said that. Everybody's got a lap in place. A lap
Yeah, I
in
was watching
place.
this guy,
Ho, ho, ho. Now
um,
that's Song of the South.
There's this guy basically took Elvis's private jet. It's just a
Hey, your yard Des Moines.
He transformed it into an RV. Pretty crazy.
Wow. All right, let's get the stop. And I will get these down. We'll get the next round up.
Oh man.
All righty, kids. No love for the Tarzan. And no love for the Dagar. Let's see. What else? What else? Everything else is loved.
No, there's no love for little Dagar.
Right. Unexpected is with Glenzer, as well as UFO Flying Saucers and the Witching Hour. Alrighty then. Brian has the Phantom and the Brother of the Spear. And then we have the House of Mysteries to Jim. There we go. Now I got that gosh darn. Thanks, Eric and Boyd. It's not even a manly song or anything. I don't have Nothing Like a Dame stuck in my head from South Pacific. Nothing looks like a dame. And nothing cooks like it. Thank you. I got that one. All right. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, we have Mantra issue number 6. And we have Mantra issue number 7. And here is Mantra issue number 8. And here is Nightman issue number 5. And we have Nightman issue number 6. Here's Nightman issue number 8. And we have Nightman issue number 10. And we have Nightman issue number 12. And here is Nightman issue number 19. And finally, Nightman issue number 21. Bidding begins at $1 each. As soon as LK says go. All righty.
Wow.
Yeah, somebody specifically requested Ultraverse, so we've got some. All righty. Isn't that fun?
Black Comic Reviews, you beat me to it. The Nightman cometh. Gotta pay the troll toll.
Alrighty, mantra 6, 7, and 8. I did not get a chance to write these down.
It's okay.
When I was,
But he starts at $1.
Yep.
KRENIZ says A through C.
Okie dokies.
I'll give you $1 for the rest.
You're most welcome. I give you an earworm. I know, right? It would be different. We did a couple of plays. Like it wasn't even full blown. If you ever saw those concerts, we did a lot like that, where we just went through a song catalog and we had people playing the characters and all that. But it wasn't like big sets or anything.
Nobody likes big sets. We like short sets.
Right. I also got to be the towel boy in this one. I was actually surprised. We did, well, goodness gracious, 24 hours until we get to heaven. What the?
Damn,
I know that was a song. What is that from? Best Wolf Warehouse in Texas. You gonna romp and stomp and whoop it up tonight. That one. All right. Number 12. Okay.
I know that Dorsey's. No, they're talking about sunny Philadelphia. So I keep thinking about Charlie. He can't read. He's like, I'm pretty sure there's pirates in there. It says private.
Let's see. We got A through C to KRENIZ.
Then there was an episode where they got beat up by the kids. So they start beating up the kids afterwards. And it's like, and then the dad comes out. So I said, Sunny Philadelphia's got some really good episodes.
Yeah, never saw it. I saw the first couple of episodes and I laughed. It's just I never went back to it.
Oh, I think it's really funny, the show, compared to Big Bang Theory, or what was How I Met Your Mother. Those shows don't compare to this.
I like How I Met Your Mother. I've watched Big Bang Theory all the way. I binged it, by the way, just to do it, and it has its moments, but just not. But the thing is, sometimes I watch a good show and then I step away and I just don't go back to it for a long time. I am just now getting around to Parks and Recreation.
One of my favorite shows was watching Everybody Loves Raymond.
Oh, Gail loves that show.
Oh my! This show is just hilarious.
Hey, Brian.
The dad in Marie.
Oh, Peter Boyle's just funny. I mean, of course, he was Frankenstein in Young Frankenstein, so he's got comedy clout, right? Jim.
I just love how he plays Frank. It's like it doesn't matter what episode it is. Like he steals the scene. There's a clip I was watching. Forget what season it's from, but it's where Raymond was pretending to be his brother, and then he was talking to this girl. So then she shows up and he's like, "Oh, I'm here to see my boyfriend," yeah, it's just like, so basically in like Frank and Maurice is like, you're like, Raymond's cheating on Deborah with this woman here. He's like, and then Ray comes down and he's just like, hold on, quit fighting, let me talk. There's a reason why I have a reasonable explanation. He's like, I got nothing. The dad, Frank's like, he's like, man, I told you, if you have problems with a woman, you don't go out and get a second woman. Then you have two problems. I just love Frank's responses. Everything. It's just
that is very sound advice, by the way. Yeah.
How many people can relate to having a mother-in-law like that, though? You know.
Let's see. I had a mother-in-law call the cops on me multiple times.
Well, just not even just calling the cops, but being like the way Marie acts, how she hovers and just treats Deborah. It's like, I wonder if that's based off anybody.
Well, my mother-in-law is a narcissist, and she has been mad for 30 years that I have had sex with her daughter.
I only did it twice.
Yeah, just twice. That's all.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, just enough to get the daughters. That's all I cared about.
Right?
Yeah. All right. But yeah,
I know Eric. I don't believe it either. He's like, "What the fuck?"
What?
I don't know what there's response to the WTF, but I mean,
There you go. Yes. Okay. Let's see what is going on here. Can we get the 1 minute warning? And we'll get going right now. KRENIZ has the mantras, and Nightman are the RDV, and we will move on.
I can't wait. She-Hulk season 2, man.
Marvel movies ruined pop culture. Topher, why and how? I am very interested in your answer, sir.
I feel like superhero movies changed pop culture. The point where it kind of pushed out other genres. Right now, a lot of people talk about the super movies. But you don't really like. Remember, the '80s was just like you got those crazy action movies, Commando, Missing in Action, you know. And then the '90s became kind of like the drama stuff. But you still had other genres. Like you had like Jurassic Park, you had Minority Report, sci-fi stuff. It feels like superhero movies basically have taken over all the talking.
Well, you know what? There's not even that many. When you look at how many of everything is put out there, there is nothing that that puts out less movies than superheroes.
Yeah.
Well, we got the stopper, then got $1 on A, B, and C. So, those already were bid on. You would have had to go $1.50. So I've got to bring these down. KRENIZ has the mantras, and RDB has the Nightman.
I got the first one for like a quarter.
The what?
At my shop, the Nightmans. I got a couple at my shop for like a quarter. So
Wow.
I figure I just pick those up, because those are worth $1. They have the bag and the board.
Well, no, these are worth, because a lot of the books you find in bins are in shit condition.
No, mine were
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. And once again, I got to remind people, understand that if I'm putting an old ass book up at $1, it's not in mint. But here we have that Wilkins boy. This is issue number 5. And then we have Ghosts. This probably could have been $2. This is issue number 6. Fuck yeah. Oh, 61. Okay. Then we have Ghosts issue number 79. The fuck I do putting these up at $1? Seriously? Here's issue number 58 of Dragon Wheels. You can see the tape pull right there.
Well, the E's are still there.
And then we have Dagar the Invincible, and it's got spine ticks and
it's back again.
And then we have Mars Patrol Total War. All righty. Oh, it's got a chew right there on the end. That's why it's a buck.
Thanks.
Next up, we have Tarzan of the Apes. Once again, don't have the number. And then we have Korak, son of Tarzan. And we have Superman's pal, Jimmy Olsen. It's got water damage. You can see right there. There you go. And finally, we have Marvel Super Action number 2. Once again, you can see right there in the box. All right, let me put this here. And bidding begins at $1 each as soon as LK says go.
And the way they draw a Red Skull's mouth open like that, he looks like he should be a Tarzan of the Apes.
There you go. All righty.
I don't know, like this whole Robert Downey Jr. being cast as Doctor Doom or
Not a
Vader,
fan.
whatever.
Not
But
a
it's got
fan.
it's got the Russo brothers coming back to
I'll
direct.
tell you why I'm not a fan. I mean, first of all, I liked RDJ. I was about to say it again. RDJ.
I liked RDV too.
RDV is just awesome, yes. But the thing is it tells us that we're not getting Victor Von Doom. And I'm not a fan of that.
I mean, I don't know. We'll see what happens. Because this is tying into the Marvel Secret Wars stuff. I don't know. Maybe will be a return of a different Tony Stark from a different variant. We'll have 2 variants. Who knows? And we just know he's returning as Victor Von Doom, but maybe we'll get another variant in that same movie that's actually Tony Stark. I mean, it all depends. If they're trying to change and they make money, they could totally easily bring back Robert Downey Jr. But the thing is, I don't think he's going to sign on for another 10 years movies.
I don't think he's signing up for Iron Man for 10 years worth of movies.
Yeah. Although he had said he didn't want to quit Iron Man when they killed him off. They finally kill him off. He's like, he wanted to keep doing it.
I'm pretty sure he did. Here's $50 million for sitting in a freaking.
I don't know. But I mean,
recording booth.
will it be successful? That's the question. I personally think it won't be really successful. I think Deadpool and Wolverine is successful because of the fact it's outside the MCU.
I think it will be successful. I think if they stay the course, like he said, he's kind of learned his lesson on the whole DEI shit.
Yeah.
If they have, it can be successful.
Yeah.
But
Like I
we'll
said,
see.
I like the Wolverine, Deadpool. I mean, had a lot of this nostalgia factor in it, but also had a really good story. And just Ryan, if you like Ryan Reynolds, this is Ryan Reynolds' version of Deadpool. You're not getting the comic book version of Deadpool.
I like Ryan Reynolds' version better.
Yep.
I've never been a fan. You guys know I've never been a fan of Deadpool or Venom.
Oh yeah, Rob Liefeld got offended that somebody said that Deadpool is a B-list character.
Oh,
He's
All
like,
right, let's
well,
see
he's
what we got.
games up. He said, like, somebody said the only reason he's famous is because of the movie.
Brian says a buck on J, which is the Marvel Super Action. Alrighty then, Marvel Super Action number 2.
Yeah.
Oh, it's going to be a little bit. You need to say something.
No, I was gonna say if they would have done this a while back, I would have had Burt Reynolds be the Beyonder. That'd be great. Come on with the cigar.
Glenzer says $1 on A, B, C, and F. Somebody got that Mars Patrol, not Rat Patrol. Alrighty. And B, C, and F. A, B, C, A, B, and C. That's what I'm trying to say.
So here's the thing, though, is like, who else is cast in this Doomsday thing, whatever they're doing?
No,
That's a real
we-
kicker. If you're gonna
far
have,
away.
no, but I
Yeah.
mean, like, if we're gonna get the stupid cast from whatever this Brave New World Captain America crap people in there, that'll kill the movie. I don't want to see Sam Wilson anymore. I'm sorry. Like, I want to see, if you're gonna do variants, I want other variants. I don't want Sam Wilson Captain America. I want Steve Rogers Captain America. You know.
Yeah. Well, again, like everything else, it ultimately comes down to who's actually writing it. I mean, we know that the Russos are directing it. Obviously,
Yeah.
they'll have an input, but we
Jim
don't
says
know.
$1 on I, the Jimmy Olsen.
We don't know if they're going to be the main writers on them or not. I mean, I know one interesting thing is, I guess, according to the numbers that have come out, that, I mean, the budgets for these 2 upcoming movies, just with the Russos and Robert Downey Jr., is $80 million.
Okay.
So, you're probably looking at, like a $250 million budget for each of these movies.
$2 on J by AU.
Holy crap! Can you imagine if we get Bucky as Captain America in the movie? That'd be awesome.
I don't know. He's stuck in that Thunderbolts movie, which I know people were not impressed with the
$250 on J from Brian.
at Comic-Con.
Yeah.
But it's MCU at this point is a gigantic battleship, so we're going to have to suffer through 2 bad movies and at least 1 bad TV series, possibly more, depending on if they ever actually do release Ironheart. Who knows what this Daredevil show is going to be like, because that's been retooled now multiple times.
I want She-Hulk season 2, bro. I need more.
Not going to happen.
That was great content for my channel.
Yeah, that's not going to happen. But yeah, it ultimately comes down to who's going to be writing it. I mean, I personally would recommend that obviously they need and should use the comics stories as at least the framework for it, because again, I come at this from a manga anime perspective of I don't think you can go wrong. That the closer to the comic book story you make it, the better it is, because it's a proven story. But people have egos, and especially in Hollywood, and so they've got to quote unquote make it their own, which has led to all the at least been one of the, I think, key contributing problems, because you've had all these MCU movies that have deviated so far from what the comic book stories were. It's more than just 22 days of reshoots on Brave New World. I mean, they essentially filmed 2 full movies, and possibly closer to even maybe 3, based on how many reshoots and reworking the
I will be right back.
script and everything. For example, like when you saw, Giancarlo Esposito in the trailer, he was added after the original test screening, the first print of the film. Evidently, the first print of the film was so bad, so incomprehensible, that they went back and basically rewrote whole sections and added Giancarlo Esposito's character to it. So.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't expect much of anything out of that, and but we'll see. I mean, the other interesting thing that came out recently is that they announced that they're actually going to start running the Marvel television shows like television shows, which means I guess that they're going to ask the showrunners to, basically turn in a Bible of what the show's supposed to be about, what the characters are supposed to do.
Wait. This was filmed before a live audience.
Yeah, might as well be. But again, it's been one of the big complaints about the TV shows, and you've seen it, is that they've been run more like movies than they have been TV shows.
Well, it's Maranya brings up this
script, but just kind of writing the script on the fly, the way they've been doing with the MCU shows.
It's been brought up multiple times by many people. Maranya, the most I know of, is that the shows should not be in a 6-issue format. They should be at least 10. They have enough time to actually put a decent story in, instead of just trying to stretch it, when you don't have a story. Like that's the other problem. It's like, get writers that actually know how to write.
Therein again lies the problem, is they weren't getting writers that know how to write and how to be creative. And this is part and parcel too of, if you want to start going down a political rabbit hole, is one of the things that you have seen over the last decades is when something gets popular, the activists identify, oh hey, here's an area where I can promote my politics and promote my beliefs, and they
let me get these here real quick
in there, like Locust. And the one thing that you learn is activists only hire other activists. They only hire people that think like them, and then they grow.
Okay, so Dragon Wheels and Dagar are going to hit the reject, and then on the bottom row, it looks like Tarzan, what is his name? Korak is going to hit the reject, and then we have Wilkins Boys and Ghosts going to Glenzer, and then we have Mars Patrol going to Glenzer, and Jim getting Superman's Pal, and Brian getting Marvel Super Action at 250.
Wait, Glenzer got Wilkins? Hope you enjoyed a certificate for Wilkins Coffee.
Right. I didn't know there was a Wilkins Coffee. Is there a Wilkins Coffee?
Jim Henson. That's the first thing he did was Wilkins Coffee.
Oh, that's right.
Or was it Wilkins or Wilson's? I can't remember what it was. I think it was Wilkins, though.
Huh. I remember. Yeah, that was the very violent,
Yes,
weird Muppet.
with Kermit and everything. And there was
Okay, next up we've got Prime number 1. And we have Prime number 4. And here's Prime number 6. And then we have Prime number 7. And Prime number 8. Next up, we've got Prime number 9. And I do believe this is Solitaire number 1. It is an open bag. I haven't actually opened it, so I will right now just to see what number it is. I'm assuming 1, but here's issue number 2 of Solitaire, issue number 5 of Solitaire, and we have issue number 6 of Solitaire. Yeah, for some reason I was assuming, so I'll check.
Also, when you're done with that, go back over and look over the books because you said that Brian got a book that actually AU got. So
Okay.
Yeah, AU had the last bid at $3.
At $3? Alrighty, I didn't see it. It must have been when I was away. Yes, this is a black bag, but black bag is open of Solitaire number 1. Alrighty.
Yep.
I'll correct that right now, AU.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you guys right now, if you ever wanted to read Prime, pick these up because you're never going to find it in trade.
Nope, no collected.
And
at one of the upper right corner, that's Mantra guest starring with Prime. So
yeah, you can see a breakthrough tie-in there with issue number 7. Yeah, Prime was a fun book. It was basically kind of their version of Shazam.
Yep. Who had a crush on Mantra, who was a dude trapped in a body of a female.
Yeah.
Confusing, isn't it? Yeah. The other one I read a couple of issues of was War Strike. That was the other one.
Oh, War Strike was on the board earlier.
Yeah,
was it? Oh, nice.
Yeah, I had the like 1 through 3 or something like that.
Like
Those
that,
the sets.
Marvel needs to release the Malibu omnibuses. Let's get them out there for people because I'm sure there's people who would probably buy it.
I don't know. Honestly, I think at this point, I think they probably missed the window because, again, the people that remember Malibu have been driven out of the hobby.
Or Malibu, sell it to whoever, sell it to Image. Or I mean, like, did we get right to do Image to do some more Malibu stuff, tying in with what they're doing right now with Blood Squad 7, Wetworks, and all that stuff. Or what it's called, or Cyberforce. Like,
Yeah, Iger.
Malibu would fit in so well with that if Marvel ever freaking sold it.
Yeah, well, thing is that Iger's pretty much a collector. I can't think of anything significant that he has ever sold off. He only buys stuff.
Wait, so Iger is the problem? All right, you guys know what to do.
Yeah, okay.
I didn't imply anything.
Yeah, well, I'm flat out saying, we're not dumb, right? You're like,
Oh,
you
sure,
guys know
sure.
what to do. Go out and get rid of that billionaire.
I didn't say murder. I didn't imply it either. If you thought that, that's on you.
Yeah. Well, I think if Epic Universe is going to be what it looks like, Universal will be helping to assist Bob Iger to the door because I think the shareholders, once the profit center starts losing money, that's when I think they'll finally take notice. Yeah.
Yep. CrossJet
And
is another good property too. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's one of
I'm open.
it's one of the amazing things when you look at the mismanagement from Iger is
I don't
all
think it's
all the time and investment he's putting into the Hollywood properties in terms of the movies and the TV and spending ungodly sums.
Who was before Iger in the 90s?
It was Michael Eisner.
Wow.
And
I bring him back.
let me finish.
You can't. Sorry, you're told.
And so so you're spending these billions on these movies that 90% of them aren't returning a profit, And even if they did, it's still a drop in the bucket on the balance sheet for Disney, where the main profit center is the Magic Kingdom. And every day you read another story about neglected maintenance, about poorly done updates, rides closing, rides that can't open, and so on. And and then you turn around and look at the stories about Epic Universe and look at what they're doing with the upcoming Super Nintendo World and that Donkey Kong mine cart ride, which I think is going to be mind blowing. How they're expanding the Harry Potter world now to include the Ministry of Magic and the Parisian streets from the Fantastic Beasts movie, and massive new resort hotel that I think it's called Helios, that's going to overlook everything in Epic Universe. And I mean, and credit to Universal, they've hired a bunch of ex-Disney Imagineers that are putting together this stuff. And I think at some point, I think the institutional shareholders will finally wake up once they go, yeah, hey, the big profit driver here is not doing what it's supposed to be doing. What are you doing? But we'll see.
I honestly think that Iger, I've said this before, Iger is doing it on purpose because somebody said, we want to buy the company and right now it's too expensive. Go fuck it up and we'll give you $1 billion.
Yeah. Well, that's
I'm
certainly
paraphrasing. There you go.
It's certainly as good a reason as any, as I've said too. I mean, if you wanted to purposely harm a company, what would you do differently than what they've done with Disney over the last several years? The answer is pretty much nothing. More importantly too, is Iger has very little skin in the game. You compare how many shares he owns as a CEO compared to other top corporations, and it's a pittance, and it's the same on the board of directors. Almost the amount of shares they own is very, very small.
Yeah, a lot of them sold off recently.
Yeah.
So he may have actually gotten help. He may have said, hey, look, I've got this sweetheart deal. All we got to do is thank the company.
Yeah. Well, and I mean,
so I would say,
Peltz's company, sold out, sold their shares when the proxy fight, didn't go his way. Ike Perlmutter, just in the last, I think, month, sold off all of his shares essentially.
not tonight, Page Turner. I mean, obviously, I look for all sorts of stuff, and if I could find Swamp Thing or Constantine. When you say Swamp Thing, I'm assuming you mean around the Alan Moore years, but I'm always on the lookout for that kind of thing. So, but yeah, not tonight. Here we go. Let me get this, and KRENIZ has the board. So let me get these down. We'll get the next round up.
Yeah, and I mean, again, credit to Ike Perlmutter. I mean, he walked away with billions. Because I think, I know somebody was mentioning, I think when he sold Marvel, it was like $4 billion in a combination of cash and stock. And when he just recently basically divested himself of all of his Disney shares, it was somewhere in the multi-billions. So he probably doubled what he actually got from Disney originally.
All right, kids, next up we have G.I. Joe issue number 62. And we have G.I. Joe issue number 64. And here is G.I. Joe issue number 65. And we have G.I. Joe issue number 101. And here is G.I. Joe yearbook number 3, the annual. And we have G.I. Joe Special Missions issue number 4. And here is G.I. Joe issue number 37. I guess I lost interest in keeping them in any kind of numerical order. Here's issue number 32. And we have issue number 58. And finally, we have issue number 61. Bidding begins at $1 each as soon as LK says go.
Oh, if he really buys that much, you can just switch them.
Yeah, so you've actually got 3 different titles
Really?
up here. Majority of them are G.I. Joe. The G.I. Joe yearbook was a separate
Yeah.
was a separate title.
Oh, I thought it was an annual.
American Hero is the main
I
title
mean,
here.
it was kind of their version of an annual, but think of it more of like, the giant size X-Men.
Okay.
They would kind of come out with that giant size X-Men every year. And then G.I. Joe Special Missions was basically an offshoot of G.I. Joe that basically usually focused on stories with they were single issue stories that focused on one or two characters. So the character there, oh shoot, I'm blanking on the code name for the medic. And I mean, one of the interesting things about him was he was a pacifist. But he was there to help people. He came in the later seasons of the cartoon show too. So he always looked for solutions where he didn't have to hurt somebody. But yeah, I mean, again, good stuff. I remember having issue. I think that's 61 there down in the bottom right hand corner. That's Snow Job and Stalker with I think a bleeding quick kick. It's like they get caught in an ambush or something. I'm trying to remember if there was something else about the yearbooks too, like there were some data pages in there or something. I can't remember, but yeah, just great stuff. Again, serious stories in there. Good times.
All right.
So yeah, I was just taking a look actually. Disney at the end of business on Friday closed at $89.57, and it was at $122 at the end of March.
Have a good night, Jim. Thank you very much. All right. Kren says 1 on E. All right. And let's see. AU says 1 on A, B, C, D, H, I, J. All right.
Yeah. So in fact, if you bought Disney stock on January 1st of this year, you would be down $1.
Perfect.
So I gotta ask, E being the Disney fanatic here,
All right.
which did you prefer more, Iger in control of Disney or Eisner?
Oh, fucking Eisner. Any day of the week, twice on Tuesdays. But Eisner made mistakes, but Eisner loved the company. Eisner loved what the company stood for.
I was reading up on Eisner because I don't know much about him. Some people were saying that he was basically was being told what to do by Roy Disney. People had Roy
Disney and him butted heads a lot because Eisner was a businessman.
It's counting.
And Walt Disney always thought of stuff and approached stuff through a creative lens. You create good stuff, people are going to come and look at it. People are going to go and watch it. You just have to make sure that things that you do is quality. And that's why he put out movies like Super Dad. Actually, that was after he died. But that was what he believed. And now they don't care about that kind of stuff. Now it's all about the money. But he saw Michael Eisner, and at the time, Michael Eisner was, compared to Disney, a money bag. He was a money guy, but he still loved the company. So he and Roy Disney always were butting heads.
So yeah, I was reading about how he got ousted in 2004, 2005, pretty much. Yeah. Where people praise Iger is making the company into a global, thing.
Yeah,
but I was like, what cost though? It's like it just seems like when I growing up watching a lot of Disney stuff, they used to be on TV, television. It was just much more entertaining. Nowadays, it's just like, what is this?
Yeah, well, if you want a good book actually to read about the Eisner years, Disney War is an excellent book that talks about it. The big thing about Eisner, and again, people forget. I mean, it was under Eisner that Disney created Hollywood Pictures so that they could actually do more serious, dramatic type movies. At the same time, his philosophy on movies was he was not a tentpole movie guy. he believed in spending lower, having tight budgets, and would rather hit singles and doubles than try to swing for home runs, knowing that more often than not you would fail on those. And really the best years for Eisner was when he basically had his partner Frank Wells, because basically Eisner became kind of the idea and the visionary guy, and Frank Wells was the day-to-day guy who oversaw the operations and watched the budgets. And unfortunately, when Frank Wells died in I believe it was a helicopter accident, that greatly affected Eisner, because obviously he was a close confidant and a friend, and then also just dramatically shifted how the company ran, and could not kind of recapture that magic, and that's ultimately what kind of started his downfall. But yeah, he certainly wasn't perfect. I mean, he spearheaded Euro Disney, and go read what an initial disaster that was in that release. And I know when you talk to some other folks about that, that Eisner wasn't real big necessarily on some of the kind of visionary things with the parks, but hey, at least they still maintain the ethos that that Walt had with the parks and with the cast members. So
I wonder how say if Walt Disney was immortal, I wonder if the company would still would have faltered than be in charge. Because the way society is, now today compared to what it was back then. I eventually see them like they would have ousted him even if he was immortal and still alive.
Yeah.
But
what we got going on here is I think I spelled stop wrong.
see,
I just realized. Yeah, I just realized my finger hit the wrong letter. Okay, what do we got going down to the reject? Only G. All right. Otherwise, and special missions. F and G.
A, B, C, D, H, and I and J go to AU, and then KRENIZ gets E.
There you go. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And they're all at starting price. Okie dokies.
I feel like I just read
We're
AEI.
the last 3 lots of the night, ladies and gentlemen. Returning to the Ultraverse, we have Firearm issue number 3. We have Firearm issue number 4. We're probably just going to stare at these. Here's Firearm issue number 5. All right, here's Firearm issue number 6. Oh, Dan Baird. And here we have issue number 7. Did we lose Eric? Did he fall asleep? Here is issue number 8. Wow, Dan Barron did just kind of pick up for a little bit. Here's 10. And we have Firearm issue number 13. And here is issue number 12. And Hard Case, issue number 13. That's my only issue of Hard Case right now. So, all righty, bidding begins at $1 each. As soon as LK says go. All righty, I actually don't know anything about Firearm. Tell you the truth.
Oh, I almost want to classify him as he was the Punisher type, but I can't remember specifically. Yeah, Hard Case I always enjoyed. If you wanted to classify him, he's sort of like Wonder Man in terms of he was based in Los Angeles. He was more celebrity than hero. Initially, kind of when the first issues opened, he had a team with a couple other folks, and they died, and so he had deep regrets about that, and kind of put him into a shell a little bit. And he meets this person in trouble, who's actually the gal there on the cover, and I want to say her hero or superhero name was Chance, I think. I'm trying to remember what her kind of powers were. I don't know if they were some kind of luck based or no. Was it Chance or Choice, something like that. But yeah, it was a real interesting character. Hard Case was one of the the series that I like the most out of the Ultraverse.
Okay. No, I had nothing to add to the conversation, but I also had dinner. Oh yeah, what did you have, sir? You can add that to the conversation. Oh, you had I actually like Zatarain's. I like the rice. Gail and I would get the Cajun style and mix up a little bit of chorizo with it. It was good. All right, Brian Jones is putting $1 on the J of all of it. The hard case. Kind of figured that would go. Never bet against a cheesecake cover. All right. Let's see, which would say, hey, anybody interested in firearm number 5 up there, right in C? Yep, sold him on it. Like a fat kid, I had half a bag of chips, says Bad Comics Review. For dinner tonight, what did we, oh, we stopped by and grabbed a pizza from Papa John's. It wasn't good. I'm not a big fan of pizza from like Papa John's, Domino's, and all that. I'd rather go to a mom and pop shop or something.
Yeah, I've been to mom and pop shops right here, and Papa John's is better because they give me something I could just make myself at home if I really wanted to. Build my own pizza.
Papa John's never cooks their pizza all the way through. And
well, that's been Little Caesars. That's been Pizza Hut. It all depends who's working. There's a lot of kids who just don't give a shit about their jobs. At these places, unfortunately. So it's not. It might just be that location because you have bad employees that work in there, and it sucks. It doesn't matter where you go. The grocery store, same thing.
I'll tell you what. We tried the Pizza King. That's actually good. Yeah, people were right about that. I was like, God dang, there's like 8 Pizza Kings in the area around here. Like, damn, y'all really need these?
So my thing is, as long as I don't have something constantly all the time, I don't get sick of it. But Papa John's, if I have it like a couple of weeks in a row, every other, I'd be like, yeah, I get sick of it easily. But I don't mind it though. I think they're better quality than Pizza Hut, Domino's at least.
Pizza or Little Caesars pizza is, to me, it's what the microwavable pizza at 7-Eleven used to be in the 80s. Like, okay, I'm hungry. Let me run into the 7-Eleven. I'll pop a pizza in the microwave, give them $2.
Good, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's well. If you want to tip good inexpensive pizza that tastes really good, go to your local Walmart grocery store. Might be in other grocery stores too, but there's a frozen pizza from Detroit Motor City Pizza Company. Is what it's called. Okay. And they do the Detroit style pizza, and it's here it's $8 for basically kind of a medium to large pizza. For frozen pizza, sauce has flavor, and it's just really, really good.
Yeah, but that's also something you have to cook.
Yeah. Yeah, I also, that's the thing too. We have Wisconsin.
Alrighty, everything hits all the firearm hits the floor, and hard case goes to Brian.
People are shocked when they walk into a grocery store and where I live, and they're like, "Oh my gosh, look at all the different pizzas they have." It's because people.
Has anybody tried the Stranger Things pizzas?
No,
never even seen them.
Yeah, they've got pizzas based on Stranger Things. They worked at a pizza shop.
I remember looking. I can't remember who actually makes them, but they just look like garbage.
Is KRENIZ around? All right, we got Sleepwalker issue number 17, and then we have Sleepwalker issue number 19, and here is issue number 20, and issue number 22. Issue number 23. Alrighty, so that was 16 issues of Sleepwalker tonight for a 33 issue series. We got Geronimo Jones. It does have that tape pull right there on the side, but these are dollar books. Archie and Me, issue number 31. Next up, we have Popeye the Sailor Man. This is an issue. I don't have the number. I didn't look it up. Tarzan of the Apes. Another one I didn't look up. Okay, I was lazy at this one. And then Defenders of the Earth #2 from Star Comics. With the Phantom, Mandrake, Flash Gordon, the whole gang is there. All righty, bidding begins at $1 each. Soon as LK says go.
Yeah, so Glenn's are all second at Mountain Mike's was one of my go-tos back when I lived in California. Great crust, and they used the little tiny pepperonis. So, you know, when they would cook, you know, they would curl up. You'd get that nice little crust on the pepperonis. Yeah, really good stuff. And then, of course, I mean, I'm not sure if you've got a Mountain Mike's in your area. Probably have Round Table. When I wanted to spend a few dollars more and not go to a local place, Round Table was probably the best chain.
Righty.
Seeing H getting some love.
Yeah. That would be what?
Popeye and I believe Archie, yeah.
Yeah.
KRENIZ wants the top row. Alrighty. No love for the Defenders of the Earth, which they will be coming out with new issues over at Mad Cave. New Defenders of the Earth series, tying in with the Flash Gordon series. Jeremy Adams. Actually,
Let's see, $1 on the top row. Glenn just says $1 on G and H.
and if you're lucky enough, you can go to your Walmart. They actually have Defenders of the Earth action figures still.
Really?
Yeah. I had no idea how the hell it was until I saw it. I was like, what the heck is this? Defenders of the Earth? I had to Google it. I was like, because like the Phantom's in there. I'm like, who's that? Zatara? Zatara? So
That
it's like
makes sense. Tarzan is issue number 201.
And MARANYA kindly said in their little Twitter group, said, probably just write the issue numbers on the back of the back reports. So in case people want to know what they are. That way you don't forget either.
If I have time, I do that. Yeah. I did not get bagging. I was bagging and boarding books. And I mean, it's just I did not have time to check all of them.
I mean, whatever doesn't sell, you know, if you have it left over, you can just do that.
That is true. I'll be able to do that. Yeah. A lot of times, what I've been doing though is the leftovers have been going to the flea market booth. Like the other day, I sold 23 issues. I'm gonna take my notebook and find out what those 23 issues were. But
that's good.
You know, it's kicking ass over there. So, well, not always. Last month was slow, but I'm happy with it. We had a couple of good days this month already, which is good. We were expecting it just to be a little bit of extra cash, you know, something to maybe, oh, okay, we pay this month's electric bill or something with it. And that's actually what we've been doing. It's been supplementing rent. East Flea Market stand, the leftovers patrons are like, what the? Yeah. I have still been so stupid that I haven't put a go to the auction on YouTube sign yet, which should have. Let's see. All righty. We've had a couple of new people today. That's kind of cool. Is Paige still here? Paige Turner guy? Did he win something? Englentine actually has deep the leftover issues. Please support the channel by bidding and tossing a couple of bucks on the link in the description below. Don't let Englentine eat comics. That's true. I'm fat enough. But that is true. I do. I buy the comics in hopes that that there will be sales. A lot of the comics, though, a lot of the Ultraverse were donated by Eric, and I absolutely thank him for it, as well as a lot of the trade paperbacks that were here today. All righty. No love for Geronimo Jones. Let me get the 1 minute. Anybody heard from Veteran?
I haven't seen anything.
Yeah, he's been missing for about 3 months. I hope he's okay. That's the sad thing about internet friendships and such, you know? Sometimes people go away. It's like, why? You know, I hope it's not because of anything bad, you know? Alrighty. The Sleepwalker. Hey, you put together half the run, including the key issues. I actually heard somebody refer to it. I got all the Sleepwalker keys. That was the day I learned Sleepwalker had key issues. Let's get this down. Let's get the next up is the last lot of the night. Thank you to everybody who stuck it out here. Let me get these down. Let's check out what are the rejects. Obviously, as I mentioned, Geronimo Jones, Tarzan, and Defenders of the Earth. And let's see, KRENIZ has all the Sleepwalkers, as he said in the comments. All right. And Archie and me and Popeye going to Glenzer. Okay, good run. Good freaking run. There we go. Let me put that down here and get the next lot up. Okay, we have a Rune from the Ultraverse. This is issue number 1. And we have Rune number 2. And I'm guessing this is when, no, this is Rune number 4. All of it's Barry Windsor Smith. And then we have the Strangers number 10. And we have Ultraverse Origins number 1. Next up, we have Razor, issue number 3. And, oh, hold on. And then we have Razor, issue number 13. And we have Razor, issue number 14. And then we have Razor, issue number 3 again. And then we have Savage Red Sonja number 3. Bidding begins at $1 each as soon as LK says go. Fun times.
Yeah. Oh, God. Yeah, I mean, Rune is just Barry Windsor Smith doing Barry Windsor Smith stuff. I want to say he was kind of like a vampire, so it had, I think, a little bit of a horror element to it. The Strangers, that was the book that started out with the group of people that were on the cable car in San Francisco that gets hit by mysterious energy beam that suddenly gives all these people powers and they become a team. And then I'm not sure what the Origins book was. It might have been something similar to like the Handbook of the Marvel Universe.
Yeah, I remember Strangers being really good. I like that time.
Strangers was good.
I would put that as probably my favorite title of. I like Strangers.
Yeah. Then Razor was, one of the many bad girl books of the 90s. That's what I, remember from. That's what it looks like these are, I think. And then Savage Red Sonja, that's one that RDV could talk about. I think he's read that one.
Savage Red Sonja. Depends what the crater is on there. There's some I skipped because the craters sucked on them. I'm not sure how old that is.
Well, let's see. Savage Red Sonja number 3 from Dynamite. Weren't they all Savage Red Sonja?
No, there was some other stuff, but let me look up. Sonja. Your Sonja Verse, which was the most more recent one, the fact they had all that stuff. But Savage Red Sonja, that came out. Well, there's a new one from. If that's a modern one from last year, that's Dan Panosian. I saw the LSS Lacio Patilio, but I'm not sure what year that is you have on there. It's number 3. Is that doesn't look new? That's the yellow one.
No, it doesn't.
Let me look up. I have to look up on League Comic Geeks.
Man, there's so many covers for one book from from Dynamite Comics.
The thing is that
so many. Oh, here we go. What is this? This is.
I'll say the problem is they keep using the same titles.
Yeah. Stefan Sejic is the cover writer artist. Writers Doug Murray and Frank Cho is that's who's doing this one. Doug Murray and Frank Cho, yeah. There you go.
There's Savage Red Sonja. I'm looking at League Comic Geeks. They're showing Dynamite, Queen of the Frozen Wastes. That's 2006. That might be pretty good. If it's that, yeah, if it's that old. And that is issue number 3, you said?
Yeah, 2006.
So that's the Steven Shavek is the cover artist.
Yeah.
Yeah. Writer Doug Murray and Frank Cho are working on this, with Gregory Holmes doing the art. So Frank Cho is not doing art; he's just doing writing, co-writing. But that, yeah, that's I believe that is the main cover though. Yeah, is like I think is a Frank Cho cover. You don't have cover. It's a cover B.
Yep. It's funny. I've seen this. It's going for 5. It's going for 10. It's going for 15. It's going for 3. It's got even somebody sold it for 99 cents. Thank you, YouTube. You are not YouTube, but eBay. They are very concise.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're a Steven Sejek fan and you want to collect all his covers, this is something you want to get. But I'll also say this: if you are looking for Red Sonja before Gail Simone ruined it, I think she still has her vow and the chastity vow on this. So this is before she became a whore, pretty much. For the Gail Simone ruined her. I was honestly anything that's before Gail Simone, like right on this area here, is fun. Red Sonja started, I think, went to the 2005 is when I went over to.
Yeah.
The reason why she took that vow of chastity.
Chainmail bikini, so.
Yeah. I wouldn't write it off being bad. I'd say it's probably a good book. If you can get, if you're able to find the other issues. I think it's a 4-issue series.
Red Sonja was raped. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm on YouTube. Red Sonja was raped. Good Lord. She vowed never sleep with a man until they could best her in combat, which some see as kind of gross because you would have to be able to redo what should be the most traumatic experience of her life in order to be her lover.
The story for this issue, it says Red Sonja reigns trapped in the clutches of the beautiful and deadly Ice Queen, forced to duel in the arena against man and beast alike. As she plots her escape, will her plans be foiled by her desire to free her fellow prisoners? So,
I know.
Obviously, the Frank Cho covers are more, sought after, the cover A's, but
yeah.
It's a 4-issue miniseries, so this is issue 3 here. All you gotta do is find the other 3, which it should be too hard to find. You can find them at your stores.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're a Red Sonja fan, check it out. But I think we already got the stop though, didn't we?
We already got the stop.
Oh no! I'm looking at the one above there. LK, I didn't realize that LK put in the bid start. So I'm also used to looking at yours, but Brian's gonna check it out, dude. Brian, I think you'll enjoy it. If you're a Red Sonja fan, you'll enjoy it.
All right.
And then KRENIZ coming in with the A through C.
Okay. Wow. All right. I was about to put the 1 minute warning up there. That is Rune 1, 2, and 4.
Yeah, like I said, the best Red Sonja I've read in a long time has been the Torn Grunbeck, the current series right now. Her and Steven Sajak. Or not Steven Sajak. Steven Sajak doing the covers. And then you also have on the interior, though, it is Walter Giovanni.
I think this is one of only like 2, maybe 3 lots in the entire auction tonight where everything gets some love. All right, let's put the 1 minute warning up.
Yeah.
Which is probably a formality here. We're just going to,
Gregory
just end up stopping right away.
Gregory Horns actually had a cover too. His own variants. Like I said, like this, like going back to the early 2000s, Red Sonja. When you have Frank Dro doing covers for Red Sonja, and the interior art. I mean, you can show the interior art if they want to see what it looks like on that. But I mean, I'm pretty sure the interior art is just as good as the covers. Now that being said, if I'm getting Frank Cho cover, I'm not getting Frank Cho art on the inside. So I'm a little disappointed because I like Frank Cho. But
I can see that.
I wouldn't say that Gregor Horn's a bad artist. I looked at his variant cover for that. And it's actually pretty cool. Like they were not afraid to actually put her in the chainmail bikini, and she wasn't, going around and like checking out women or guys. It sounds like the story basically she's basically captured by this evil bitch, and she's gonna basically lead a gladiator thing or Spartacus and rise up against her. And it's only 4 issues. It's a 4-issue miniseries, so it's not like you have like got to go collect like 20 issues to get the story and stuff. Yeah, it's a lot of the early Red Sonja stuff. I've been liking that stuff. I just got the Red Sonja omnibus that collects the Marvel features plus 1 through 15 of the first volume of Marvel, plus some Savage Conan appearance. So, yeah, I mean her origin story is unique. And like there's no other character that has that, and to take it away and just be like, there's no consequences. It made sense because her parents were murdered. Her brother was murdered in front of her, and she was basically assaulted. She was about to die, and this goddess basically says like, I'll give you your revenge as long as you pledge basically celibacy. She cannot, she can only lay with a warrior who has bested her in combat fairly. So that way because they made this because it was interesting because they had a cheesecake character, but she wasn't all about sex.
All of these were at the starting bid, and KRENIZ has Rune 1, 2, and 4. Also, Origins number 1 and Razor 3, 13, 14, and 3.
Brian, I'm with you.
Brian has Strangers 10 and Red Savage 3. Or
King
Savage Red 73.
He says I'm the king of incomplete series. Dude, I feel you, man. I've been collecting those Punisher War Zones, Punisher War Journals. I've been getting those here and there. But it's like, once I see like, oh, this series went for 80 issues, I'm like, damn it, I shouldn't have bought the single issue.
Okay, kids or parents, if you have kids in the room, you will want them to leave. This is about to get vile.
If your kids were here the whole entire time,
I have heard that what you are about to see causes vomiting. And for some reason, it causes you to get violent and try to kill your family, much like King ZACK. So I do apologize, but
hold on, I gotta turn my TV monitor off.
All right, there we go, kids. All righty.
My eyes.
Exactly. All right.
Okay, I'm gonna bow out. So
all righty, LK. Thanks for hanging out, man.
I think Breen's sleeping. I messaged him a couple times. He's sleeping probably.
All righty.
He'll wake up.
Eric's still in the house?
He's still muted.
All righty. Let's see what we got here, kids. Bum bum. Thank you, by the way, for making this a another successful auction. And
You're welcome. I'm glad I could be here to sell books for you.
I do appreciate it, man. Seriously.
Like I said, guys,
I don't know if Page Turning Monkey is still here, but he has Shadow of the Bat number 2 and 3 at $3 each. That's $6. Now, if you want me to send them along, that is $6 for media mail. If you want me to hold them for a bigger box, we could do that. All I ask is pay for the comics, and I'll hold them for I'll hold them for about 6 months, and then I thank you very much for your donation. They go back out. Yeah. Let's see. Real Dr. VENKMAN had Walt Disney Comics and Stories, and that is $5. You had the Ghost Rider, original Ghost Rider 2, 3, and 4, 3, 3, and 3, Nightman 5, 6, 8, 10, 12, 19, 21 for all $1 each. That's a 21. I'll throw that into your box, and I'll be sending you some this week.
Eric is still listening. Dang it. I was going to say all those nice things about him. Now I can't because he's here. Only mean things now.
AU has G.I. Joe 23, 27, 33, 36, 46, 49, 50, 52, 54, and 57 at 3. And then Marvel Super Action number 2 at 3. And then G.I. Joe 62, 64, 65, 101, 32, 56, and 61 at $1 each. It pays to stay up a little later than the guys who bid on the comics you love. That's 40, and that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. So that's going to go bag. And that would be 49, which, by the way, if y'all haven't noticed, I do discounts on the shipping, and I appreciate you guys. There are 49 for priority. Austin has P has X-Men number 2 for $1, Tales of the Teen Titans 47 for $1, Indiana Jones number 6 for 2, and Batman 442 for 5, which is 9. If you want me to send them right away, that would be 6, so it'd be 15 total. If you want me to hold, I'll hold. Alrighty, let's see, Brian Jones. And once again, Brian, if you want to hang out, actually, I'll tell you what. New guy, and if what was the other dude's? It was Page Turner, but he didn't really stick around a lot. The other guy, what was the other guy? Came in, chatted up for a little bit, gave a super chat, and then took off.
Oh, I don't know. I was after that.
Oh, hold on, I've got it started.
Was it
Gatekeeper.
Oh.
Yeah, remember? Yeah, he had the 8 in his name. Gatekeeper. Hey guys, I mean, I think they're about the same age. Come on in on like every night, 10:30. We do these cover rankings, and it's a lot of fun because we look and we really talk about the art and everything. You're welcome on the panel, man. Seriously. I think. Thank you very much, Austin. Thank you. You had Black Lightning and Hong Kong Phooey for 3, Aquaman and Jabberjaws for 3, Speed Buggy and Flash for 3. Tales to Astonish number 6 for 3, Brother of the Spear for 2, The Phantom Book for 2, Hard Case number 13, number 1, Strangers 10 for $1, not number 1. Savage Red Sonya 3 for $1. That is 19. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That also, if you want, can go padded envelope for 28. It'll be total. Once again, if you want to wait for a medium-sized box, pay for the comics. It's up to you. If you want to do I'm kind of testing you out, making sure you're not, then I understand. Get the bag. That's up to you. Let's see. We have Jim. Jim's still here? I think he went and paid, or he's going to settle it
already.
tomorrow. I'll read it off just to be sure here. Vamps number 1 for 5, Icon 40 number 1, Batman 395 and 415. Did I say 1? No. Vamps number 1 for 5, Icon 40 for 5, Batman 395 and 415 for 5 each, DC Year 0 for 10, GI Combat 174 for 8, Gen 13 will take Manhattan for 5, Super Team Family number 15 for 3, House of Mystery number 215 and 265 for 2 each, Superman's pal Jimmy Olsen for $1 and Hard Case 13 for I just put that on the wrong page, didn't I? Jim wasn't hard case 13. Brian was, wasn't he?
I don't know.
I even made I think I made a mistake on that one.
To be fair, I was asleep too.
It was the yeah, I just put it on the wrong sheet. It was Brian. All right, there you go. Okay, let me put that there. It was hard case 13. Remember, I mentioned the. Oh, I've already got it down here. Okay, no problem. Wow, how do I fucking do that? Seriously. All right. Okay, so that was 20, 38, 43, 46, 48, 51 for Jim. Alrighty, I know he's gonna want me to hold those. Dark Admiral, I think he stepped away too, right? We have 3, 8, 18, 23. Ike? Yeah, we already talked about this. 23 plus the 9 is 32. You left early. One Slick Dude had Adventure Comics 356, 357 at 16 each. Air War Stories at 8, and then the Sergeant Fury 77, 82, and 85 at $5 each. So that is 36. That's 42, 52, 57. And that is $9 ship probably. I'm guessing that's what he's going to do because he always goes priority. So that would be 66 total. But of course, if you wanted to do media, that would be 63. It is up to him, whatever he paid. Next up, we have Glenzer. Glenzer had Mighty, these are $2 books, Glenn's. Mighty Mouse 52, the Devil's Kids, what do they call it? Yeah, Hot Stuff, 15. Richie Rich 102, Rogue Runner 69, and these were $3. Richie Rich 115, Casper Ghostly, number 2, Popeye 153 and 154. And these were $5 books. Weird War Tales 51, Superman's Pal Jimmy Olsen 92, Eek! Trade paperback. Weird War Tales 51, Superman Pal. Wait a second. Oh, okay, now I got to do some math.
The Devil's Kids are Damien and Satana.
Yes. Okay, let me try that again. Weird War Tales, number 51, Superman's Pal, Jimmy Olsen, 92, Eek. And then Grim Ghosts, these are $3. Grim Ghosts, number 4, 5, and 9. Ghosts, number 65, all for $3 each. Richie Rich Millions, 37. Secrets of the Haunted House, special for 5. Time Tunnel for 8. Abbott and Costello, 11 for 7. UFO Flying Sausage for 2, as well as Unexpected, 186. And Witching Hour, number 80. And then these are $1. Mars Patrol, The Wilkins Boys, Ghost 6179, Archie and Me, and Popeye. And that is 84 before shipping, and I guess 16 after, because I've got a lot of stuff for you. You know, I sent the last week's books, and I was like, oh, cool, everybody's good. And good. I'm holding a freaking box for you over here, Glenn's. I'll get them to you next. But there you go, 16 plus the 84, so 100 even. KRENIZ had official index of the Marvel team. These are all $1 books. The official index of the Marvel Team Up number 3, Marvel Team Up 90, Marvel Tales 130, Web of Spider-Man 56, 679, Sleepwalker number 2, 3, 4, 8, 10, 11, 12, 14, 15, 16. Sleepwalker, and these are $2. Sleepwalker 25, Transformers 26. These are $5. Weird War Tales 111, Doorway to Nightmare number 5, Swamp Thing Summer Special, or was it Spring Special? For 5, Green Lanterns 1 and 2, the trade paperback. Sleepwalker number 1 for 8. The Solution 1 through 6 for 6. Prototype 1 through 7 for 7. Exiles 1 through 4 for 4. Breakthrough 1 and 2. Mantra 1 through 3 for 4. Super Cops 1 and 2 for 3. Mantra 6, 7, and 8 for $1. All these are $1 from here on in. Prime 1, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. Solitaire 1, 2, 5, 6. G.I. Joe. Oh, yearbook. Okay, I was like, what the fuck is 9B3 yearbook? It was a Y. I can't read my own writing. For $1, Sleepwalker 17, 18, 20, 22, and 23. Rune 1, 2, 4. Ultraverse Origins 1. Razor 3, 13, 14, and 13. And I've got 104. At this point, I'm holding a good.
AU says he got yearbook.
Oh, I dropped yearbook 1. Is that?
He said I got yearbook 1. Whoever you were just reading it off for. So I also got a con for $1. I don't know.
I got it a con for $1.
Or no? Oh, I got it at a con. Okay. Okay. It's from
Oh.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Gotcha.
Yeah. Don't say that when he's counting out the things.
Do not want to confuse me.
Yeah.
I will. My brain. You'll actually see the smoke coming out of my head.
Yeah.
Alrighty. 104. At this point, I probably have a short box, maybe even a little bit more for you, Kren. So it'll be 20 when we ship.
No, it's okay. It's okay. If you guys are gonna talk about comic books, you're talking to someone, put that person's name in there, so at least know you're talking to that person, not the
Yes.
Because I looked up, I was like, did he mess up on another book already? What the heck?
Yeah. Last week was by the way. Last week was a clusterfuck. Do you know he came through? Darkness Comes. Went and watched the show again, and he told me all the little mistakes I made going through it. I was working on 48 hours with only 2 hours sleep. And in all honesty, it was like I was okay. And then I kind of sunsetted as the night went. And I just lost everything. And then I realized I didn't do as well as I thought I did. So last week was a cluster. I'm glad we don't have. I know you still have stuff before the move. Just let me know the total shipping. Yeah, I will. I'll see if I have like a full. Sometimes I don't think you're up to your own. Maybe after these, I don't think you're up to your own box yet. But I do have to combine everything because I still have the box from last week with all the trades. That's going to be something right there. So it might be a box and a half at this point, but definitely $20 would get one of the box sent. As an insomniac, I have to say that is unhealthy. It really is. It really is. I am an insomniac also. The weird thing, and a lot of people don't know about this, but insomnia doesn't mean like literally you get no sleep. You could just get 15 minutes, 20, an hour.
Yep.
But that's it for the whole day. And I have gotten so bad that I started hallucinating at work. I was on stage at work. And it was just so weird because after, did you see that one guy? And he was like, no, what the hell are you talking about?
Are you on drugs? It's like, yeah, unfortunately.
And then I kind of got zombie-ish, where it's just kind of, the world is happening, but I wasn't happening. It was just really, really bad like that. And one of the bosses said something, I went off, and he goes, dude, you need to go home. I'm not going to point you because I know what's going on. He says, but you need to call your wife to come pick you up. I'm not going to let you go if you're going to get in a car. And sure enough, that's what happened. It was, I do not recommend insomnia to anyone. Pulling a Tyler Durden. Well, I didn't start a fight club, but yeah. Sleep is weakness in entering the body. Also, Freddy Krueger lives there. Still, you need some sleep. Yes, you do. It's a lot of fun. But the thing is also, thankfully, it's its own cure, because after a while, England team hit 5 black dogs. Why do they have to be black? Damn.
Well, if you went for yellow dogs, it'd be kind of worse, right?
I know, right?
Can't hit golden retrievers.
Oh my goodness! Wow. Well, actually, would that be like, say you're driving around at night? I think it would be worse if you hit a white poodle than a black poodle, just because
it's French.
Well, no, you'd be able to see. You'd be able to see it better. So if you hit a white dog at night, you're trying. Just.
I mean, if I can hit it better, yeah, nighttime, cool. I'm all for it. Sure.
Right. No, that's bad.
My brother-in-law, he's hit a horse. He's hit a turkey. Yeah. and I said, quit driving through the farms.
Oh my gosh, when I was delivering newspapers up in Tallahassee, you hear how I talk? I talk like a Floridian. I'm a Floridian, guys. I shouldn't be in damn once. But yeah, when I was up in Tallahassee, I did a paper route, and I was a freaking genocidal. I was genocidal on rabbits. I hated it because, oh my gosh, the rabbit's so cute. Crunch. Oh, dang it.
I wouldn't run, dude. You'd run over your bicycle tire.
Floridians have quite a few accents. I think we pick up a lot because we're sort of a melting pot of America, kind of like New York was. But now we get New York coming down. But generally, Floridians are country people and beach people. So, like, we have a lot of Southern accents, but you get a whole bunch of people coming in for all of it.
I thought you guys were all Cuban.
Yeah. All righty. Apparently, I did well because I'm not getting a, hey, you forgot this and that for a lot of stuff.
Well, those people are gone.
Right. I don't support for them. If you can pay tonight, please pay tonight. I would love to get it. Oh, let me preview what's coming, what I won so far for next week. So this will be the collection. This is the collection I've got coming to us on for next week here. A couple of autographs, as a matter of fact. First of all, let's see. Action Comics number 435, Action Comics 437, Anthro number 6. I just want to see if anybody's interested. Batman number 500, autographed by Norm Brayfogle. Who else? It's got with a certificate of authentication. I figure let's go for that. And Terry something. Terry Austin, and Jim Aparo, not Jim Aparo and Doug Minch as well. All right, so that's going to come in. Batman 500 autographed by them. And then we have a Hawkman number 3, Spider-Man and Batman, The Amazing Spider-Man annual number 16, first appearance of Captain Marvel. The one that they should have gone with in the first place. If you guys, by the way, if you guys want to watch a video, I'm very proud of. It's the racist treatment of Monica Rambeau by Marvel, and how they literally said they wanted to go for a more diverse thing, and they wanted to have Captain Marvel at the forefront. And I point out the fact that you see they made Carol Danvers Captain Marvel when they had Monica Rambeau right there. She's my Captain Marvel. I'm an 80s kid. So by the time I'm really into comics, Marvel had died already. And here we get an Amazing Spider-Man number 16. We get Monica Rambeau. And they had her right there. They said they wanted to be more diverse, but then they put Carol Danvers in. And then they started drawing Carol Danvers bigger, broader, and with smaller boobs. So she, at that one pose, this one, she looks like the Aryan freaking poster child. Next up, a book you guys will not see in the auction. It's Brave and the Bold number 60, first appearance of Wonder Girl. It's a Teen Titans book, one of my grails. And then finally, if you like Dan Jurgens, I have Punisher number 1 from the Marvel Knights era. It's the Dynamic Forces cover, and it is autographed by Dan Jurgens and Jerry Ordway.
And if you don't like Dan Jurgens, we can't be friends.
There you go. So yeah, a lot of those, as well as some bunch of. I bought a big collection of. In all honesty, it was random. We're looking at a lot of number 1s from New 52. We've got some Question. We got some Batman 66. What's up?
Did you ask her? Did you answer Brian Jones where to send the payments?
Yeah, earlier, but I'll pop that up as well. Actually, it's been running right here. PayPal addresses. The PayPal address is Media Madmen number 1, or if you can't remember that, and that's not an insult, England Team at gmail.com. And then it's those are the PayPal addresses right there.
Then if you want to, there's a link. I'm gonna put it right here. You can actually go through.
You can go through Ko-Fi.
Go for Ko-Fi right there. The link.
Yep. And I already read off the shipping and all that kind of stuff.
You can go to Ko-Fi right there, and then you can use your debit card, credit card.
Yep.
And if this is your first time buying,
thank you.
We'll say this: if it's your first time buying books from Angleton, please let them know who you are on YouTube.
Yes. Well, you know, his name's right there, Brian Jones. Unless his
if it's different, if your PayPal account, his name is different from actually your YouTube name, you know, really deal that, and also include your address. You know,
if you know, like, if you know the books that you bought, include all the information you can. Always helps, but mostly because I have had people, I've had like John Smith. I'm like, I didn't freaking sell books to a John Smith. What the? And so it's like, I don't know who this is. Now I could sometimes figure it out, but if I have two amounts that are very close, I don't want to accidentally send someone else your book. So if you could just say, hey, this is, you know, but unless you're Brian Jones on the internet and Adam Smith, you know, I think you were okay.
Yeah. Oh boy, I have no idea what I bought. Well, you actually bought. You actually don't worry. You bought $400 tonight. You're good.
Yes. Yeah. Whatever the it was. I think the total price wasn't 400. It was just one.
It was right around there. You bought all the books that hit the 4.
It was between 1 and 4. Yeah. Let's call it even 200. Okay. You know, I'll give the new guy discount. Yeah. And look, I once again, I don't mean to do anything to people, but I do make mistakes.
It just happens.
Yeah, and you'll learn. You'll learn
happens.
very quickly that I'm kind of scatterbrained. So yeah, Black Lightning in Hong Kong. You don't have to write these down. This is just a reminder. Black Lightning, Hong Kong Fooey, Aquaman Jabberjaws, Speed Buggy Flash, Tales to Astonish #6, Brother of the Spear Phantom, Hard Case 13, Strangers 10, and Savage Red Sonja #3. Those were the books. There you go. All righty. And what else? You don't remember what you bought. You bought Amazing Fantasy 15 for $1 million. Exactly. But you said I could keep it.
Yeah, he's such a nice person.
I know. What a lovely, lovely guy, this Brian Jones. Yeah, really.
He said all his books can go to me. Let's put my address in there.
Exactly. Oh, my goodness gracious. That is a good night tonight.
I'm glad. I'm always weird to come in.
No, I've been trying not to do that. You know, we had some rough days there, but we're getting a hold of it. There's Batman 66 coming, some Battlestar Galactica. There's a lot of stuff coming next week, but it's going to be very random. I didn't get a collection of any one title, so that's kind of weird, but.
You know, Hong Kong Fooey would not be able to defeat the Karate Kid because you know why? Because that Danielson prick would use a legal kick.
That's right. Yes, very much so.
Justice for Johnny.
What the hell is that? Is that Witchblade or what is it? Okay.
I don't know. I can't see anything.
Grim Fairy Tales. I'm trying to see what I got in this random. Oh, Archie from. We got. I don't see any big dogs though.
Yeah, it's close.
Yeah. Hey, if it's a dollar auction, it's a dollar auction. No, it is the way it is when the books come. DC presents. I think it's DC presents Superman and Santa Claus. I think I've got a Christmas book. You know, I've been hoarding those for the Christmas auction. So that's cool. I like that. I can dig on that.
I guess I just had fun. We were doing DC Comics Presents 83. The Batman and basically the Batman and the Outsiders teaming up with Superman. Going against Alfred as the Outsider with Ira Quigley, I think it is. IQ.
Oh, did you finish Cobra Kai season. What are they?
Yeah, I finished that. We and Rob reviewed that. We're waiting for the next part.
What did you think?
Went into it, not really excited to watch it. I just kind of
Yeah.
like, I'll just watch it, review, whatever. Last 2 episodes were good.
I really like this one. I do appreciate the fact that it's a slow burn. Like this was all character setup. I'm glad they got out of a lot of the stuff that was going on. Is like, bitch, you're going to jail for a long time.
Well,
Okay. And the thing is that it went crazy for basically teenage high school karate, but I was loving every minute of it. I was like, this is the best soap opera for guys ever. Everything was over the top. It was awesome.
My thing is like
crossover. We have Alfred versus Jarvis. We finally learned who can remove his
yeah,
thing.
I'm not gonna give you spoilers if people haven't watched it though, but I'll just say this: they could have ended it last season with Silver.
Oh, I agree.
There really was no reason to bring it back.
I actually agree with that. I'm glad this is the last season, but the thing is, we got a good story. So and that's the main thing. If you're gonna bring it back just because it's a cash grab, it's gonna suck. But they paid attention. They wrote a story for it
Because it's like we got another like, me and Rob are like, take a shot every time somebody switches sides.
Yeah.
It's like,
Yeah, if you binge watch and do that, you're gonna die. Because there's always a reason it's called money. No,
but here's the good thing though. I went into it not really wanting to watching it, and I was like, because I'm like, oh, it's only 30-minute episodes. That changed my mind a lot. Because I was like, I don't want to sit through an hour, 5 hours of something I'm just not into, because it's just,
of course.
not saying it's a bad show. It's just that it was supposed to come out in December, got pushed back because of the strike. So I already moved on. Sorry, I got a new girlfriend. It's like I'm watching some other shows.
What I am actually surprised at, think about when we would talk about movies and such, and what a shill I am. I love superhero whatever. And there are shows that I actively do not give up to see.
Yeah.
Seriously. I mean, think about, there's a Batman cartoon that I saw the preview of, and when I saw it, I don't know if you guys remember, but I was, this looks awesome. I would rather watch Cloak and Dagger than this that I'm seeing right now. Maybe it's got redeemable stuff, but I haven't watched The Acolyte either. And in all honesty, I'd rather watch The Acolyte right now than this new Batman show. Mainly because, to me, Star Wars has been done for 50 years almost. I appreciate the prequels. I am A-okay with some of the TV shows. I thought that Rogue One was great, that Han Solo was good for the first 25 minutes and passable for the last. I thought that, it's just, there are stuff that I don't hate, but Star Wars, Empire, and Return of the Jedi is all you need to love Star Wars forever. So I would rather watch The Acolyte than this. And I think this is why. Batman is fucking sacred. So take fucking care. And you know who Batman is. You know what he is. You know his villains. Why are you fucking around with modern day politics on it? It just, Batman offends me right now.
The way I look at it right now, it just shows you that Paul Dini was the talent. He was the talent behind the show. And now you take away Paul Dini and you just have it just Bruce Timm. Well, of course Bruce Timm's going to do all this. He's going to gay up Harley in this thing with Renee, make Renee look like she's the Hulk, like a man, very mannish. And like I said, what's the excuse for race swapping or not race swapping, but gender swapping the Penguin? There really is no story plot of what I've seen so far, and it's just do it. Sure, it's an Elseworlds. Okay, cool. But remember when people were pissed with Bruce Timm having a Batman sleep with Barbara? That should have been your warning sign. But
that's ridiculously stupid.
But
it really
like
is.
I said,
Brian's like, hey, I liked. I thought Cloak and Dagger was okay.
You take away
all it.
You take away all the stuff you see in the trailer with all the Cape Crusader. I don't like the voice actor for Batman. He's so freaking dry. I would rather have Jason O'Hara or Bruce Greenwood, the guys from the animated movies who actually sound close to Conroy, than having a guy who just sounds like, I'm Batman. it's like no, they literally could have, like, we just had a 3-issue Black Label series called Batman First Night that's set in the 40s. Literally just follow that script, was bring in like one of those Batman voice actors and just do that. That was a fun story. But no, like you said, everything has to be done to crappy standards these days. And I read that Ed Brubaker was part of the writing team on this originally when it was on HBO Max. I don't know. I'm curious to see if he's still attached or not, because this is not Brubaker level writing. He probably was just an advisor in that, and they're like, "Thanks for the advice. We're ignoring you." But yeah, it's, man, I don't know. It's like, I just said I'm not excited for it. Even before the whole Penguin thing, you know what I'd rather see? Colin Farrell as the Penguin. That show's coming out. That looks a lot more.
That looks good. I'm looking forward to that.
They dropped the trailer for that.
Yeah. I would use the word infected rather than appropriate, but you're not wrong. Hollywood has appropriated nerd culture, so when they scream cultural appropriation, turn a deaf ear. That's true. That is true. Yeah. And by the way, I don't hold anybody's. If you like something I don't like, or it's like, hey, God bless you. Your time was spent better. But I turned on Cloak and Dagger episode 1 and was bored so badly. And when I turned on this episode number 2, I was like, you know what? I'm out. I'm out. I can't.
The only exception to that rule is if you're Zach and you're saying that Nick Dragotta's art on Batman is better than Gil Kane's.
Or Michelle Pfeiffer is unattractive. That's something I just don't understand anybody saying out loud. Seriously. Do you know what I want to get back to? There are shows that I actually like that I haven't watched. I've never seen, what was it, season 3 or season 2 of Legion. Love the first season.
I don't remember watching. I just remember what the actual second season, how it ended. It was a good show. Shadow King versus Charles Xavier's son.
Yeah, never saw it. I know that's the plot. I knew that was going to be the plot because Shadow King was important in the comics to him. That's one I always wanted to see. Hellstrom, but never saw that.
Mantis. I've never watched it, but I've seen the cover of the show pilot thing.
Oh, and there's all those 90s shows and such that went nowhere. I want to watch Nightman at some point in time. You know what? Screw it. Now I am nodding off. I'm out. Good night, kids. Eric, take care, man. Be safe. Thank you for surviving as much as you did. But yeah, I would. You know what? I would not mind just watching and binging and doing like the way I did the JLA review, where I watched part 1 and then reviewed it. Part 2 reviewed it. I think I could do that. Like watch one of these TV shows and this is what I thought of episode 2, and just binge watch a season. It would be okay for modern day, but if I went back and did like Smallville, where it's like 24 episodes, Birds of Prey show looks like a classic now. No kidding. By the way, I've got that on DVD. I love it. It's so cheesy, man.
If you actually want to watch a really good show, I'd say it's highly underrated. And I'm speaking of Batman: Brave and the Bold.
Yeah.
That a lot of people.
By the way, don't fall for this. It's a trap. Secret Empire, of course, being the absolute Captain America number 25. One of the absolute worst comic books ever made. Yeah.
Well, it's funny you bring that up because like she brings up the Secret Invasion or Secret Empire because that's like the Cosmic Cube, and we're thinking about doing I'm gonna schedule Captain America 114 tomorrow.
Yeah, which by the way has an actual Cosmic Cube. You don't show a picture of a goddamn Cosmic Cube and the motherfucker barfs up a working Cosmic Cube. At best, he should have barfed up a fucking magazine. That's it. Here's the most fucking powerful item ever in the Marvel Universe. Take it. You want one? Good Lord in fucking heaven. What
all right. If he
stupid.
I'll say this.
Stupid thing that I ever did.
No, yeah. If he puked it up, it should have been just a copy. Doesn't work.
It should have. It would have been a magazine page at best. That's here's your magazine. Well, you're fucking useless, Barf. Yes, I am. I barfed it up. That was the dumbest fucking thing.
Can you imagine?
Maranya, why? Why? I was happy.
If he like his power, like if he looked like at a swimsuit model, does he throw up the swimsuit model?
I know, right? Hello, Claudia Schiffer from 1987. The fucking hell!
Like, can you imagine that? Like, can you look at a picture of my grandma and get? it's just like a dead grandma. Like you just
I've always Or would he barf her up alive, or would he barf her up as a corpse?
Chokes.
Human. Yeah.
That's how you kill Barf. You make him choke on something.
I don't think the next Fantastic Four movie will be as good as the 1967 animated series. Goodness gracious. Those things are bad, by the way. I've got the Aquaman and all the Teen Titans and such like that. The oh goodness gracious, something animated Funimation.
What's that guy's name? Reb something?
Yeah, they're so entertaining, but they're not good.
Who's the guy that played Captain America in those Frisbee movies? We had the motorcycle, the Frisbee. Jeb
Brown.
Oh my gosh! Yeah. I just saw another clip of that on Instagram. People put, and I was like, where he throws like, "Don't worry, I'll get your purse." And he throws the frisbee, and he's like, "Hi, you missed!" And it bounced off him like a beach ball.
Yeah, me too, Brian. I love them. I can recognize, like, I've got the Super Friends. By the way, if you have Super Friends, I found out this is one of those things that are ever since you told me about disc rot, those Warner Brothers cardboard things, get them out of it, because I found out those are a big cause of the disc rot. But I have a Super Friends, and I like to watch Super Friends on Max and such when they had. I don't know if they still have it, but I watched them when it first came out. I can recognize that cartoon, great for its time, and you and I are the same age, so I know. I never met you before, Brian, but I know for a fucking fact that when you were 7, when you were 8, your ass was up at 8 o'clock in the morning, freaking bowl of whatever sugary cereal you had, and you were watching Super Friends and Herculoids and all the Galaxy Trio and shit. I know, because we love that Super Friends stuff, but I can watch it now and go, yeah, that's kind of bad and cheesy, but god damn did I love it as a kid. Yep. Super Friends was awesome. Yeah. I dug on that. I loved the Captain Caveman and the Teen Angels and such like that. The Laugh Olympics was always fun. Wacky races, that kind of stuff. So yeah, freaking Herculoids is a shit, man. That was bomb. Oh, dude, I just saw on Amazon. I think it's like I don't know if the price may have went up, but it was on sale when I put it in my cart.
Yeah.
Thundar the Barbarians on Blu-ray. Shit.
Never watched it.
You never saw Thundar? Oh, it's a hell of a lot of fun. Or at least it was when I saw it last 40 years ago. So.
I was going to say, I looked at the animation style, and I'm just like, it could be good. But it just wasn't my cup of thing.
Thundar. Yep. I mean, it's just...
Did they just try bringing that back, too?
Yeah. Thundar was awesome. Yeah. And it didn't rip off Star Wars at all.
No, speaking of stuff that came back, the Thundercats comic book's been fun.
The which Thundercats?
Yeah, over at Dynamite. It gives you a retelling of the origin, where they came from, the ship itself, where they're planted from, how they're on Third Earth, dealing with Mumra, Jaga, and all that stuff. It's like, if you're a Thundercats fan, this is like really cool. And it's in the same vein of Transformers. You're in G.I. Joe right now, over the Energonverse. You're getting your 80s shows coming back, and they're just being kind of like slightly retold, a little different, but it's fun though. And like I said, it's just great. RDJ, Robert Downey Jr. dislikes the greatness that is Alex Toth character design.
Oh, it's up to 27 now. The Thundar.
Yeah.
There's another one. It was like 110. Now it's at 76. I should have got it when it was like 58. But
I'm not a fan of
Gotchaman, the complete collection. It's the for us it was Battle Beyond, Battle of the Planets. Yeah, Battle of the Planets. I want that. So
there are two different versions of that show. There's a stupid little kid, and then in the American.
Yeah, I don't want Battle of the Planets. I want Gatchaman with all the extra footage from Japan and all that. Yeah. But what I was raised on was the stupid little kid show. Yeah, that one. Yeah. Yep.
Like the kids on
It's just as good. Yep. RDV dislikes the greatness that is Alex Toth. Character
I'm just
design.
not a fan of the Super Friends animation. It's all right.
The new Space Ghost, Flash Gordon, and Dick Tracy have been pretty solid.
Dude, yes.
Yeah.
Like I said, everybody says, "Oh, there's no good comics on now," and a lot of people are saying that are the people who want you to buy a book they're putting on Kickstarter. I've noticed that too.
Yeah, isn't that something?
But no, there's been a lot of cool books coming out. Marvel and DC are hit and miss for me. Yeah, I'm not the biggest Wade fan personality, but I can't deny he's actually been one of the better writers at DC right now. And I do like his original Impulse and all that stuff back in the day. But currently, Marvel's been like the Blood Hunt. I actually liked it. I actually had fun with it. And I understand it's like what people are like. Well, who cares? It's just going to change within. Like,
I saw Wes put out a video today saying it did more harm than good, but But Wes is kind of becoming Black Pill as well. It's just I don't know.
It's hard.
But look, the thing is there's not a lot great coming out of Marvel and DC. You really do have to pick and choose. You can't just go, woo, remember Spider-Man? He was awesome. Let me read Spider-Man because, you're going to get shit. But if you go to some of the other stuff, yeah.
Ultimate Spider-Man.
Yes. Like 90s HBO anime series Spawn was very
The way
good.
you want to see what's really good, go to League of Comic Geeks and see what people are first polling on their lists. Like you go up there, Ultimate Spider-Man, there's like over 600 people were polling it, and like maybe like out of 659, it was like 627 liked it. That's good for a poll list that high, and it's on its 7th issue. Because usually we saw this Chip Zdarsky, his Batman run, when he took over for Batman, he was really high and then it dropped. No one wanted that next issue because they just wanted that first issue for collectability probably or whatever. I don't know. Or they just didn't like his writing. But you get to see the averages on there, and like even Frugal uses this, and Captain Frugal is another friend of our channel. He puts out videos, reviews, and he was talking about how it's like you get a clear as far as what people are buying or what they're liking on League of Comic Geeks. Now there are the comment section. I noticed in the reviews, some of them are far left, or at least they like the new stuff that's coming out compared to some of us who are older that like the 80s and 70s, 60s Marvel and DC. But I mean, like it's interesting to see how many people are pulling books because they rate the books in there. When you go look on there, new comic books of the week is by the number of pulls. So if you see, and you always see Batman, Superman, a lot of them, they're always in the top there. And when it's always I've never seen Ultimate Spider-Man those number of pulls on a book before, and it tells you how much people love Ultimate Spider-Man right now. It is probably the best book coming out by the industry altogether, I'd say.
Oh my goodness gracious!
But you know what's going to happen though? They're going to be like, well, we don't like we're tired of paying Hickman this. We can't afford it because we're broke, and we just don't like having fans being happy. We want them to buy our shitty Amazing Spider-Man where Peter Parker is the Green Goblin. What? Oh, yeah. Frugal said in that book, he said, like, actually in his review, he says, like, well, at least they meant that Peter Parker is Spider-Man. They went through the whole timeline of Peter Parker his life, and he's like, look, they said that Peter Parker is Spider-Man. So Frugal's like, I don't want to hear the shit about Miles being Spider-Man or anybody else being Spider-Man. It says Peter Parker is the Spider-Man throughout the timeline.
I think what's Brian Michael Bendis did a huge disservice. Obviously, he wanted something for his kids, right? I mean, that's the whole thing. He adopted. Well, let me finish. He adopted a couple of black children and said he wanted to make characters for them, but he didn't. He didn't make an original character. And the most horrible thing is he never gave him his own identity. Brian Michael Bendis, his message to his kid is, if you want to succeed, you've got to ride the tails of a white guy. No. Had he actually put his mind to it, made an original freaking black male character, because years later, He tried. You know, they have the TV show and ever. What's her name? Started with an N. Was it
Naomi.
AC? Naomi. At least that was an original character.
Yeah, and the show wasn't horrible. It was just like, it was boring, but it wasn't offensive. He
could have created Miles Morales as a Spider-Man kind of character, but give him his own identity. You know, if you are doing that and you're doing that for your children, I don't care what color you are. You don't do it with a message that says you must follow this guy in order to succeed. It just doesn't make sense. I just
want to say this. When Bendis made Ultimate Spider-Man, he was doing that stuff, it was never meant to go into main continuity because it was an alternate universe. It was never meant. So in that universe, Peter Parker dies. So he replaced him with another person. It was never, Miles was never meant to go back to 616. That was Marvel's decision because they said, you know what? We like this character. A lot of fans like him. Let's put him in the main continuity. And then all of a sudden it's like, well, fuck, we have 2 Spider-Man now.
Yeah,
what do we do?
Even still, it would have been more empowering considering this was his gift to his kids. It would have been more empowering if he said something along the lines of, I could never be Spider-Man.
No.
I will be this guy, and I will be my own guy, and I will honor him through that.
Like I say, in the Ultimate Spider-Man universe, Miles did not want to be a superhero. He even got the powers. His friend Genki's like, oh, dude, you can do this. He's like, no, I don't want to. I just want to be normal. I want to go to school. I want to please my parents expected this. He was forced into the life. It was actually Nick Fury. He's like, kid, you got responsibility and power. And he's like, whatever. He's like, so eventually he gets shoved into the whole superhero business. But as I said, he never really wanted to be the next Spider-Man. He said, I can't fill those shoes. You know?
Yeah, that's the way it should have been.
Yeah, and
Bendis does. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say one last thing. I was just gonna say with another thing with Miles is that when they did the Ultimate Spider-Man cartoon, I think it wasn't that. It was what came after it, called Marvel Spider-Man. They had Miles gets bit, and so you already have Peter there, and you already have and Miles is like, and it's like, he's like, you know, he says Miles, he's like, you know what, we gotta get you a name because I already have Spider-Man. How about we call it Kid Interacted? He's like, no. He's like, what Black Spider-Man? He's like, hell no. it's like, right. But at least they made fun of it. I love that the show actually made a jab at it.
So Bad Comics saying Zdarsky's Batman is like a lazy Fast and Furious, just flash, minimal, and often nonsensical plot. Brian Jones says, isn't the comic book Deadpool a girl now? I don't read Deadpool.
So in the cast, I don't know if it's currently, but like they're going to come out with a series with Deadpool, and it's going to be his daughter is now Deadpool. Wade's dead.
Make a new character, says Bad Comic Review, not a lazy hand-me-down. Bendis doesn't comprehend the word token. Brian saying Bendis stinks. Then I'm black and have never wanted to have a character made just for me.
That's how we feel about all these characters. They're trying to do it with the gay characters. They're trying to pander, and people are like, dude, I want to read Wolverine, not Wolverine going down on guys.
Or just make a new character, man.
North Star.
I'll tell you what, you want to hear a freaking rant. Don't even get me started on Sam Wilson putting on his best friend's clothes and finally getting respect from Marvel.
Well,
my Monica Rambeau, I love these characters. I don't give a what color they are, but it's amazing to me that the people who tell me I'm a racist are doing this to the black characters. But Falcon, even think about this, even in the MCU, Falcon doesn't get fucking respect. Everybody and their brothers yelling, why doesn't Black Widow have their own movie? Why doesn't she have her own movie? The fuck about Sam Wilson? No, he doesn't get his own TV show or movie until it's all about him changing his name and putting on his best friend's clothes to become an even bigger hero. That bitch has been around since 1967? He's not a fucking sidekick. He is a hero in his own right. And forget about it. No. Now, if he dressed in the Captain America outfit with the wings, had the shield, and he says, no, I'm the Falcon, that's the way to honor your friend and be your freaking self.
Well,
it's like, I'm sorry, but the people around, you guys have heard me rant about this.
The MCU built up Bucky. being Cap's best friend.
Yes.
Bucky is alive. They every night, can Winter Soldier and all that stuff at the end stuff, and then they eventually work things out. To have them say, you know what, we're gonna skip you, Bucky. Even though you're Cap's like best friend, it sits up, and
he's got the super soldier serum.
Soldier serum. We're just gonna give it to a guy who should not be able to throw the shield whatsoever because it's freaking heavy.
Yeah.
Sorry. No, there's no way. Especially when you see him bouncing Sam practicing and throwing the shield against the trees. I was like, dude, no, there's no way you'd be able to throw it that far. And the other thing about too is like they want to make it realistic. It's like if Cap throws that shield, he's decapitating people. I'm sorry. Just like we saw.
Started with an N. That was a close one. Wait, what?
What? Where did you say that?
I don't know what it said, but were one of us about to slip the bad word there? The only word in the English language nobody's allowed to say on YouTube. Let's see. Bendis stinks. Okay, I've read that one. They could have called Miles the Arachnid, and he would have been his own man. That was Glenn.
Oh no, I think he's talking about blacks. When I was talking about Black Spider couldn't interact it, and like if they just would have slipped in I think he's making a joke.
Yeah. Oh, okay, I see.
Yeah.
Let's see. Why did the original Ultimate Universe fail? Bad sales. I think I stopped, but I think it started going bad when they did, what was that called at the end there? Ultimatum. It was a horrible series, and then they stopped everything and they started renaming it like Ultimate Comic. Yeah.
Well, actually I liked out of the Ultimate stuff was at the end when they had the new Ultimate cast, when they had it was Miles working with Ultimate Spider-Woman, she changed her name to becoming Black Widow in honor of Natasha, and like that, and they had some other characters on there. It was actually a really good series. And then it just got canceled after 12 issues because they decided to cancel the Marvel Universe.
Hey, Jose, what's up?
But I don't know. Like, here's my thing. We've always said this. If you want to do edgy Elseworld stuff, do it as Elseworlds. Don't put it into the main line.
Bendis is good at Elseworlds. He is. He's not good at ongoings anymore. Female Deadpool, female Hawkeye, female Wolverine, says Glenzer, female Thor. Notice how male isn't put in front of the character's name. That's true. Let's see. It's lame and embarrassing. Sam Wilson is Falcon. He was already awesome. Thank you. Yes.
I also want to say this. Speaking of Elseworlds and all, going back to the Batman Cape Crusader, the reason I'm more upset about that because when I finally, we're getting a Batman series, it's an Elseworld series. I've had to deal with Elseworld movies lately. I just want an actual adapted Batman story. Continue other ones that were good. You can continue Batman Beyond without Kevin Conroy because what happened in the comic books currently, Batman's dead, or at least Bruce Wayne died. He finally died. That was the Lansing Kelly story. It was Terry becoming Batman by himself. He's old enough. He was at Bruce's age finally when at the end of the series where when Bruce was Batman with Tim and all the other guys. It's something they should have done. I would rather have a Batman Beyond or Justice League Beyond series, with Batman. Okay. Relaunch the cartoon series, Justice League Unlimited, but have it be a Beyond Unlimited.
Jose is saying real representation and innovation, 1975 giant size X-Men diverse cast who is legendary now without needing the race or gender swap.
Yeah.
And they should have been in the Legion of Superheroes, some of them. Thought experiment, make an ethnic rainbow character with the powers of Doctor Strange who is called Xandu the Magician. Would that book sell? Maybe. Her name you were thinking of, spoiler, it likely wouldn't, but if they called that character Doctor Strange, it would sell because of the name record. Exactly. I had that conversation before where I said, why not make a new character? I forget the artist, but they were like, well, that wouldn't sell. So you want to cheat. That's basically it.
Honestly, at this point, it wouldn't sell because they don't know how to write.
MK, what's up? He's always got some good questions. Do you think all recent big comic book movies past few years feel like glorified cameos from both DC and Marvel rather than focused on new characters? I think for a little bit they were doing that. if you remember, let's say Superman and Batman, I enjoyed the movie. I liked the movie better on DVD with the extra stuff, but everybody thought it was so much setup for what's to come. They forgot to tell a story right now. And that has happened. That has happened. As a matter of fact, watch Ant-Man 3. Don't. And a lot of it really isn't a movie in itself as it is, let's set up Kang for the next chapter of the Kang dynasty. I think it's a fine way to end all of the Kang stuff, but okay. I actually feel bad for the guy. You look into a lot of actors past, you're going to find some more shit than he did, but I don't know. I kind of feel bad for the guy. I'd rather see the Kang stuff.
It's not as bad as the other guy who played Elongated Man on
yeah. Oh, that was horrible. Yeah.
it went
RDB,
for him.
it would have been great and actual homage to the Golden Age Batman. But yeah, there's a lot of cameos and such. But so long as they throw it in the story, if you guys, I don't know if you guys have seen Deadpool. I guess we've had time, but spoiler alert, there's a lot of good cameos in there. But they make it part of the story.
I gotta say this though.
What?
I was right. You can still do Blade with Wesley Snipes.
You were right. Yeah, you're right. I said I got to admit I was wrong. I said he's too old, but goddamn, have fun, brother. He was kicking all sorts of ass. I enjoyed seeing Jennifer Gardner in there, but I think everybody I've talked to had a geekasm when Channing Tatum walked out as in Gambit. I was like, are you kidding me? When I saw that, I was like, oh, I actually applauded. I don't care if anybody wants to look at it. I was like, yeah, let's go. All right, I want to see how this guy does. And what kills me about it, he was not bad. I enjoyed the out of him, seriously.
And I love what they do with it. Like, I love how they make fun of the accent too. What are you saying? I can't understand you.
But who was your dialect coach? I forgot.
That would have been great. It's like who's your dialect coach? Chris Claremont.
But man, I thought that was so wonderful. But the cameos made sense. They helped tell the story. It's a little bit better than say Doctor Strange, where it was like, "Hi, didn't you ask me to be Reed Richards?" John Krasinski did well with what he had. He just didn't have anything to do. Same with everybody else in there. They were literally there to die. That's all. So it was just fan service. If Harrison can still be Indiana Jones, Wesley said, yeah, did you see the last Indiana Jones movie? Okay.
Like I said, I want Wesley Snipes back as Blade. I don't care. Let's do a Blade. We already have Blade Trinity. Let's do another Blade movie and bring in somebody else. Bring in Dracula. Blade versus Dracula. That could be Blade 4.
They did that. That was Blade 3.
Yeah, that wasn't really Dracula though.
Okay. Let's see. I love comics. I have one for you. Do you think in our lifetime we'll see the ultimate crossover DC Marvel in a live movie? I imagine Warner Brothers and Disney between them. It would cost that would be one fucking hell of an expensive movie. And oh my gosh, do I think so? It's possible. But we're talking. It's like Lloyd Christmas and Dumb and Dumber. 1 in a million. So you're saying I have a chance? A lot of people are saying it's instant cash. They bring those characters together. It's instant cash. But so was Batman versus Superman. Deadpool and Wolverine, people said was instant cash. They made sure that they had a story before they went on. It depends on that. Now, if you see things like Who Framed Roger Rabbit, that took 10 years to do because it was like, well, we want to make sure this happens. We want to make sure that happens. And they had to settle shit like Mickey Mouse and Bugs Bunny and Donald Duck and Daffy Duck had to have exactly the same amount of screen time. So it's going to be one of those things. You can't make Superman evil. You can't make Spider-Man look evil. You can't have this guy lose a fight. You can't have that guy lose a fight. The behind the scenes contract negotiations before it even gets to a script is going to be so fucking complicated. I mean, it's a 1 in a million chance, but I don't know. I don't know. Yeah. I don't want Marvel versus DC with the actual talent involved, says Jose. Wesley Snipes is only 6 years older than Hugh Jackman. Yeah.
Yep.
Those who say Black Don't Crack, aka doesn't age, I give you Don Cheadle. He looks easily 10 to 15 years or more than his actual age, which is currently 69. He will be 60. Some people, and maybe it's like Asian women. They look great until they don't. I mean, it's like, woo, okay. I mean, Asian.
I just want to say I love all you Asian women. I am not like him.
Please. I lived in Thailand forever. I saw the difference. Oh, you're 58. You're turning 59 tomorrow, and Crypt Keeper on your birthday. It's literally. I mean, it's amazing. It's like the freaking end of Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade. You just watch it happen in real time. It's like, now you're old. It's out there, man. Let's see. Superman, Spider-Man in the same movie would bring money, I think, big time, or Batman and Spider-Man would be wild. I agree. The Wall is unkind to the Asians. Yeah, but the Wall is so much further away. That's the whole thing.
I saw I saw this like this I think she's Korean, like fitness, you know. She's a mom of 2 and stuff, you know, like fitness, and like, you know, it's like she's 49 and she looks like she's about 28. I was just like, dang.
I would say I like Terrence, but if they wanted, the Iron Man thing, accurate roadie temperament wise, they should have cast Anthony Mackie. Well, of course, he went to Falcon.
You know, they should have cast.
Hold on, listen to this. MK saying Latino women don't age. Look at Selma Hayek and Sofia Vergara. I do as much as I can.
In fact, right now, yeah. Selma Hayek. Oh my gosh! Every time I look at her, it's just like, whoa.
Yeah.
Hopefully, Isa Gonzalez has that same luck.
Jose, you're a Latin fella with a name like Jose? Seriously? Wow.
I thought you were just a white guy. You know,
they should have done a World's Finest. Actually, thought that's what DOJ was going to do.
J-Lo, you can tell she's getting up in age and all that stuff. You know, she's getting, her booty's getting bigger, if anything.
Well, hey, look. I mean, don't get me wrong. She's an attractive woman, sure, fine. But I never thought she was. Wow. You know, just
do you know who looks a lot better without makeup? Kanye West's ex. What her name? Kim Kardashian. Without makeup, she actually looks decent.
Okie dokie.
No, she cakes that on there. It's like the point where it's just like you know, can you choose her out of a lineup? No, obviously they all have the same makeup. They all look the same.
You like her? Oh, that's cool.
Daisy Fuentes.
She's a white Latin. Yes, I know exactly what you mean. You know what a lot of people don't realize is that Jessica Alba and Cameron Diaz are Latina, excuse me.
Oh my gosh!
Because you know they've got the blonde hair, and you know they.
Well, yeah, that's what all these people saying like, oh, they accuse you of being white even though you're Latin.
Right.
It's like because it's the same. It's like, are you an idiot? But Daisy Fuentes,
bad comic reviews. She can only sense your love since she gave you that restraint order. So yeah, you make sure you stay that 500 yards away.
Daisy Fuentes back on America's Funniest Videos, or with the one with Dave Collier. Wow, she ended up with Bryan Adams of all people. I was shocked. They're married. She still looks good.
It's something.
Oh, what was the other one? Eva Mendes still looks freaking hot.
It's that, you know, God bless Ryan Gosling. He's
one lucky man.
Yeah. She retired and we get Ryan Gosling movies. I would rather be the other way.
Right. I was like, you know what they're like about Too Fast, Too Furious? Eva Mendes.
Yep. But she is a different breed of cat. That's all I got to say.
She invested in Too Fast. She's basically following the Melania Trump thing. She's invested into fashion stuff.
Well, there you
Beauty
go.
Products.
You know what? I think is funny is I saw a video recently. I was like, really? That Jamie Gertz from Twister, the original one. We
Yes.
got cows. Yeah, I gotta go. We got cows. She was in Square Pegs, Lost Boys, a lot of movies like that. And I just saw a video. She's like a billionaire. Her and her husband are just good with money. They invested and then they ended up buying a sports team. It's like, holy shit, damn. There you go. First thing I saw even in Des was Mortal Kombat Conquest, believe it or not, before her Hollywood career. You can go back a little bit further, and she was in like Children of the Corn #4. So you should see the swimsuit models of my native country have. Yeah. And I even saw him dancing around because you guys had this show called Caliente or something like that MTV just loved to air over here, where it was a whole bunch of Latino kids dancing around. All right. Yeah, looks good. Looks good.
Oh, I'm trying to figure who that girl was.
Square Pegs, great show. Yeah, it was. I actually, you can find it, I think, on YouTube. Like, you can find episodes and stuff like that. Or Tubi. I think it might be on that one. Yeah. But we watched it recently. Some episodes hold up pretty well. And some episodes, Brian, if you aren't there, you're not going to understand it.
There's an actress that Breen always brings up. She's like in her 80s, and she still looks like she's 50 years old. And she's from an old TV show. I forgot what it was. But Misfits of Science.
Yes. Yeah, it had the dude who played the Predator. Since he was 7 foot tall, he made something that could shrink himself. You had a guy who healed, and Courtney Cox was in it doing something. There was a dude who froze, but because the special effects were too expensive, they only had him in an episode or two. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, that was a lot of fun. A lot of fun. Oh, by the way, in my cart, I've got and this is a deep freaking cut, ladies and gentlemen. I started watching it. I forget where I found it. So I apologize for that, but I want to buy the DVD set. It's called Tales of the Gold Monkey. It was a TV show starring the father from Seventh Heaven or something like it. The other captain in Star Trek: The Motion Picture. And it was just a lot of fun. It was kind of an Indiana Jones / African Queen ripoff with a little bit of Tales. What was it? The one with the goddamn Maltese Falcon. It just kind of mixed everything in together. It was awesome. Tales of the Gold Monkey. Try to search it out. It is a lot of fun. Cheesy 1980s show. You're not going to find a good copy though. MKF Natalie Wood was yes. Yes, and Powers of Matthew Starr. That was fun. The dude from Powers of Matthew Starr, wasn't that the dude from Star Trek 2? I could be wrong. She's from Russia, background, I believe. There were a lot of good superhero shows that got no traction. Automan, yeah. There's a lot of fun stuff.
The show I like, and I admit it was kind of bad, but it was based off of it was a bad ripoff of Batman. It's called The Cape.
Oh yeah, that was a good cheesy show. I think that's on.
My.
I think that's on Prime now.
Yeah, I had fun with that. I was like, I can't believe how
Phoenix. Thank you, Maranya. Yes. Oh man, I forgot about that show. Phoenix. Yeah, that is something. Anywho, guys, I've been sitting on this hardwood floor for 5 hours and 5.5 hours now. My back is killing me. So, what do you got going on tomorrow, dude?
Tomorrow night, Captain America: The Man Behind the Mask.
It's
issue
the man
104
behind the mask.
114. I said with Steve Rogers, he just killed off his superhero or secret identity as Steve. Basically, he became Captain America full time. He killed off Steve Rogers in 113, and now he's gonna return to fight crime and save Sharon Carter from the clutches of Stiletto, or this guy who has stiletto arms and stuff. and then you have Red Skull showing up at the end. I'm still planning on the second reading, but I'm trying to get some more 70s stuff, so it's a little shorter. We did Fantastic Four, and X-Men stuff, and so I want to start getting some more into 70s stuff. It just kind of where it's less dialogue. I noticed compared to the 60s was really heavy in dialogue. So
It depends on the writer. MK is saying I need a gaming chair or beanbag. Well, for my birthday, my parents sent me money to buy a desk and chair. We actually debated, should it be glasses first or desk and chair? And I thought, if I get a desk and chair, I might be able to sit for longer and stay and actually record videos. I want to do videos again. I want to do comic book origins. I want to do history of the golden age. I want to talk about comics again. Not just do the, I appreciate this. I really do. But I don't want to be an auctioneer on YouTube. I want to be, talking about comics, like comic books.
you know what you could do? If you have a patio that goes up to a backyard or like that, then for your privacy. I was gonna say you could just film, film whatever in front of you and just kind of do what Richards was doing, as far as instead of being in a car, look at the comic book, you could just be outside and just
what you're talking about. I absolutely will do when we're out of we're planning on getting to a house.
Yeah,
we're in an apartment building,
and you just film your backyard, or whatever, and you just talk over the video.
Yeah, I would love to do something along those lines. It's just and maybe like just old school. I don't need to be on camera. You guys don't need to stop for that.
Angleton here. I just just came across this subject today. I just wanted to talk about it, and that's and just flip through the book if you want to, and that's about it. You don't have to show the book. You can just be like, yeah.
One of the things I love about the cover challenge when we're ranking covers and all that kind of stuff is a lot of times we see books we've never seen before, and I want to talk about comics. Yeah, maybe sometimes the politics of comics are going to come up, but damn, wouldn't it just be nice again to do the comic book origins, or hey, let's talk about this story. Not necessarily, we don't have to talk about Dark Knight and Watchmen. Everybody knows about them, but there's some great freaking stories out there, issues people have never heard of and never done. And I'm just
I mean, honestly, I've probably seen it multiple times, but I've been bringing it up a few times now. Wolverine Power Pack, that cover, and just going over it. The ridiculous is how stupid this is.
That's also something I would like to kind of tie in with it is let's find out the stories behind these covers. There are some that are either iconic that you may never have opened. It's just like a comic book issue is famous for its cover. Okay, what's the story? That's one thing I've always loved this auction for, is that we say, hey, you should buy this book because it's a great read. A lot of comic book auctions are, well, this one is going to go up in value and they're going to make a movie of it in 6 years. And so you need to buy this. And it's a 9.8. So you should pay $15,000 for it. That's a lot of comic.
It was the Wolverine series, and they had Power Pack guesting on the cover and stuff. I was like, just talking everyone like just random silly things like that, because and obviously other people I've seen people do stuff like this before. No, but it's like I said, it's still entertaining. Everybody has a different opinion.
Let's see. You try wrestling Kruger while discussing the latest issue of a comic. People love cats. That's true. But I'm 54, so a cougar to me would be like 90, and I'm not into that. Thank you though. And Margaret. Whoa.
When he, I was gonna say when he and Gail get older, then he'll be wrestling with a cougar.
Yeah. Let's see. In the Girl in Swamp Thing, Adrian Barbeau, by the way. Yeah. Adrian Barbeau helped a young England team know that he was heterosexual. Yes.
That's quick.
Say again.
He's saying that's quitter talk. Well, if you want, you know what? We did the cover, the ranking the quitting covers. Let's talk about them.
Okay.
No, I mean, as a subject, it could be a story.
Which group of anti-heroes are more messed up when you think about it? The Boys or Watchmen? LOL, both have done messed up things. Well, okay. Grant Morrison, right? Okay, he just, you know what? Here's the thing about what he does. Like, and he did this especially with the Boys comic. He says he wants to put superheroes in the real world, and he doesn't. You know what he does? He goes so far and is so extreme that it's not the real world anymore. The Watchmen, and this could be the vote for why they're more messed up, is the Watchmen superheroes in the real world, that is very much set. He had them. He had Dr. Adam win the Vietnam War for it. So just as an example, who's done the most messed up? Obviously, the boys. But yeah, I would follow the Watchmen a lot more. That in the comic books, definitely.
The boys comic book, I actually don't mind the boys comic book. I understand what he's going for. It didn't phase me or gross me out. If anything, it just spelled out what would the world be if celebrities, today's real world celebrities, had superpowers. That's basically what it was. And then it also showed it's like, you know, and he says, and the whole story example was, here's so summarize it up. No matter how bad the world gets, there's always hope. That was Annie and Huey. They went through all of this, fell in love, and stayed together. And you know, sure, did they have the issues? Sure. If anything, it's like a pro-marriage story. You will go through trial and tribulations, but if you stick through it, you know, love will win.
Huh.
I don't know, but like I said, I the boys was there's some gross stuff, but I mean, like
I like the TV show a lot better than I did the comic. The comic, and I think this way about him anyway. When I was reading Preacher, I thought, yeah, now you're just doing it to do it. I mean, there's no point. It just seems like he went way over. I thought that too, but then Adrian killed millions, and comedian killed a pregnant woman, butcher killed a baby. Very close. Yeah.
Marani said you read a good
that
chunk
being
of
said,
boys.
guys, seriously, 5.5 hours. I need to go. Tomorrow night, we're doing covers of the 1950s. Brian, you are welcome to come on in. We'll get you on the panel. Yeah, if you're shy, you don't want to show your face, go on ahead. But if you've got a working microphone, welcome. But we will be doing 1950 covers. So by that, I mean 1950, the year of. I picked out 12 interesting ones. So, yeah, there we go.
So the
that
boys
being
TV,
said,
boys TV show, I was real quick, I'll respond to Joe Jose. So the boys TV show exhausts me on season 3, not interested in watching anymore. I'll just say this, having read the comic book, and I like it, and then I'm loving the show because I don't know where it's going. And I'm just excited with the Butcher and all that stuff at the end of this past season. You know what?
All right, we're good. We're good to go.
Then just tilt the camera down and turn over your sleeping like they did with that Star Wars girl. we'll full screen you.
Right.
If he can show his face, anybody can, says Eric.
There we go. Yeah, that's true. He is not wrong.
Don't forget the show one more time before you close I Love Comics. That's right. You can go over to ko-fi.com. It's basically / I Love, it's an Angle TV I Love Comics, I think it's called. And basically, man, I'll put it up here if you guys can actually look at it. I'll change the take here.
By the way, I can't wait for that goddamn desk to come in. Hopefully, it won't mess up the situation where we have.
There you go.
Because we found Gail rented a booth for herself at the flea market, and there was a bookshelf there, so I took that one, and I can keep this one here for now until. Yeah, but so that's good. This is gonna stay. England team's gonna go. I just need to stretch my back out. Seriously. Yeah. Do I need any prior? Not at all, actually, Brian. A lot of these there we go. A lot of these we're just. By the way, there's a lot of garbage behind me because I am messy. But a lot of these we're looking at for the first time.
It'll blend right in.
Oh no, this is actually well, you know, when I receive stuff from Amazon or stuff, I make the boxes like a garbage can, so I don't have to get up.
All those tab bottles, this again.
That's no, it's not tab. It's freaking,
I know tab is gone.
It's raspberry Coke.
You know, when he lays down and he's on the floor right there, that's the beginning of the OnlyFans content.
You know, actually, when I was hard up for money, I thought about doing that, but I was like, I'm not, no nude, nothing, but I thought, you know how many women probably just need a talking, you know? I'm married 30 years. I know how to respond. So I was like, wow, maybe that would work. And then I heard Gail. Not like I literally heard Gail. That's his P-ball. Dude, I am I'm 3 seconds
I was
away
gonna-
from. I've got, my bathroom is literally. I can almost touch
what-
the door right now.
What he's been drinking right now was his pee bottle, that yellow stuff.
Recycle, man. It's all about the recycling. Yes.
See, there's even floaters on there.
By the way, whoever said distract them and we'll keep them here another 40 minutes, fucking genius. Okay, that I read that comment that went by. And I have shown my face so that argument holds true, Eric. He's fallen and he can't get up. Are you posing for a pinup? Get up already. God damn, my back was hurting. Some guys do that, but it's easier for chicks unless you have a body like arm. No, I'm not talking about that kind of. No, it would be conversation. Look, you want some advice? I've been married 30 years, and here's the kicker: we had our separation bit, and we got back together. You know, mainly because when we were separated, we weren't good at separation. In all honesty,
Are you kidding me, guys? If he does an OnlyFans, it'd be only feet. It used to be feet photos. That's it.
it'll be an only feats. Yeah, no. But yeah, I thought about that, and then in my mind I heard Gail coming in. What you doing? How can I explain this? So
It's
yeah,
like a start of a porn wave. Hey, what you doing?
yeah. I that is. I do not want separation again. I love my wife. I love being with my wife. She's cool. If she wasn't cool, I wouldn't have made her my wife. So yeah.
The only separation he wants is your money and your wallet. Send it here to ko-fi.com, Ankle Team, I Love Comics.
Let's see. My friends tease me for admitting when a new MK comes out back in 2004. I took a week off work and just peed in. Dude, did you not live in a house with a bathroom? Seriously? No. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Take a week off work and play the fuck out of it. I get that. I bought Batman Arkham City. I took days off of work. Sure. But you live in a house with a bathroom, right? Why the fuck would you pee in a bottle when there's a toilet right there?
At least get a funnel and a tube so it goes to the toilet, you know?
I met my wife in a nerd meetup. I met my wife at a movie theater watching comic book movies. We were watching Free Jack with Emilio and, goodness gracious, lead singer of the Rolling Stones, Mick Jagger.
I gotta ask though, you met your wife at a nerd meetup watching comic book movies. Did you talk to her during the movie and piss her off?
Oh, right. With me, okay, so actually we didn't meet there, but that was the first time I saw my wife. We went to see the movie. As I'm walking in, she's walking, like my friends went in. I'm getting all the free stuff because I was one of the managers of the movie theater. And one of my employees was telling me, oh man, we just met this girl and she's got a friend and blah, 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 yada, yada. And he saw they both had the same color hair and all. And he said, oh, I think here she comes. I was like, oh, she's good looking. She's very pretty. That wasn't her. Oh, okay, whatever. Well, come to find out, those two were dating, and Ivy was the girl, the friend that the guy met, kept bringing Gail along. And so he says, well, one of you guys meet her. And what happened was in the movie we were sitting in, like there was the doorway, and then you had seats on this side, seats on this side. Me and my friends were on one side, and she was on the other. And they were getting pissed at these guys over here. It was me and that was the only 5 people in the movie theater. And we were being loud and they were getting pissed. But then when they would go out, Ivy would always bring Gail, and the guy says, look, I need one of you guys. Can you see if y'all want to date her or something? I said, sure, bring her to the movie theater. It was actually me and a guy named Jamie. We were going to check her out if one of us wanted to date her. Okay, fine. And we're getting set up. I'm doing all the end of the night paperwork and such. And Jamie comes in. They're here. And I said, really? Did you see her? Yeah. What do you think? And he went, just like that. Like, nope. So I was like, okay. And the employee came in, and the projectionist, his name was Jamie. And he stayed there. And I said, okay, I'll meet him. You know, we'll watch a movie. We'll have fun, whatever. And then I opened the door. Hi, I'm Aaron. I'll meet you, y'all. And I said, hi, I'm Aaron. She said, Gail. I said, why don't you have a seat over here on the bench? I've got some paperwork, and then we're going to fire up the movie. Y'all want popcorn or anything, some drinks? Did you bring cups? You know, because, It's all free, right? So she was wearing, by the way, she had 90s. It was the 90s, right? And white girls in the 90s had hair about, so she had that spray up and she had the shoulder pads, the whole 9 yards. And just the brightest brown eyes. I mean, just the brightest brown eyes. And I looked at her and was like, okay, yeah, you just go sit right over there. It's fine. We'll be right out. I've got to finish up paperwork. And I shut the door and I turned around and went, I'm marrying her. I am going to marry her. And the dude actually says, no, you need to go slow with this. You need to go. I said, doesn't matter. I'm going to marry her. And we watched the movie, went over to Ivy's house, ended up falling asleep. I actually saw her friend naked before I saw it because I got up to go to the bathroom and she was just getting done with the shower. And it's like, hello. But while we're sitting there, I said, hello, naked girl. But while we were sitting around, I said, I did something really cheesy to ask her out on our first date. We had these little hearts that we were given, it was, goodness gracious, Roy Rogers or something. It was a charity. And I handed her this little heart pin and I said, here, I'll give you my heart if you go out with me tomorrow. We'll see Wayne's World, She said. And she kind of smiled and there you go. But 2 weeks later, I told her that I had planned on marrying her. And everybody around her told her I was nuts. And then she broke up with me. That actually probably was the last argument I won with Gail. Yeah, I use that excuse too, English team. Then they realized that I don't live there. Okay, I know. You guys were fucking probably going off. I'll be married 31 years this coming November. We just turned 30 in May 1st. May 1st. Rogue style. Yeah, big old hair. Did you bring a pee bottle? Not a good opening line for these. Yeah, right. I was the only woman in the 90s without the Peggy Bundy hair. I used to remove shoulder pads from the blouses. I hated them. Yep. Dang, you guys are still going. I was just reading some 70s Ms. Marvel. I hope you know is about her friend coming out of the shower. So, oh yeah, I told her. Tonight could have been the last auction ever. Yeah, I actually told her about that. I mean, I waited until we were good into the marriage, but yeah, I told her about it. Because it wasn't, I didn't like, ooh, she's in the shower. Ooh.
She's like, well, I saw your friend naked. What?
Yeah.
Throws it back your face.
I don't know. Yeah, anywho, you got me distracted and we stuck around for another 15 minutes.
Ain't that hard to do.
Yeah, there you go. Right.
We've been going longer than 4 hours. We should consult a doctor, especially for you because you're older.
Okay, guys. Once again, tomorrow at 10:30, please come on over. Let's rank some comic book covers. If I still have any energy after tonight.
You'll be fine.
But yeah, that being said, please click like, share, subscribe, do all those kind of things. And as always, thank you very, very. Bad Comics is saying, why don't we go for 6 hours? Because there's only 13 minutes left.
You technically could if you really wanted to. I don't care.
What is the big problem is after a live stream goes too long, you can't edit it anymore. YouTube won't let you, like, if it goes too long, they will not let you edit the video by trimming it. It's amazing that they do that.
I hear you. I mean, I downloaded that one. We were raising money for Maranya. I downloaded it from your channel, from StreamYard. And then I edited out that reading and I uploaded it on my channel. The Avengers thing. That's
awesome. I'm glad you did. I cut that thing up and I never used it. I feel so stupid for that because I did. I cut it up into 30-minute chapters.
Oh my goodness.
All the way through, including the reading.
I was downloading. I was like, this is 3 gigabytes. What?
Yeah, it's a big ass fucking file. Yeah, right? Some YouTubers have done 24-hour streams. Some YouTubers weren't sitting on a hardwood floor with only the what I think is I think this blanket. I think we used this for our trunk. I am in our trunk, by the way, lost its seal, so the rain came in.
Like I said, if you haven't noticed that some of those YouTubers actually just attach a camera to a train, they drive the train. That's their job all day. They sit down. They don't
Yeah.
talk. It's just them filming. GoPro.
Oh, I would love to do that kind of thing. Just drive for a bit, and here you go. This is, you know what I miss doing? The drive home movie reviews. Those were fun. Where we would start at the Disney parking lot and drive around Disney and just review a movie. I like those. Those were a lot of fun. But no Disney. I live in Muncie. Do you know what? You know what here's to do in Muncie? Nothing. Not a thing. It's just nothing.
It's a quiet life. You just sit there and read the comic books. That's
But there you go. Yeah, I mean, you say I should shill more, but damn, front desk, I'd like to leave a wake up call for it. Yeah. There you go. But I don't know. I mean, okay, so we got 10 minutes. What do you guys want to know? Because otherwise, I'm breaking out the slides, and you know how that goes.
Is that for you, Eric, or for E, the front desk thing? That's I want to know, because like I was getting ready to text Eric because he was so quiet on the thing. I'm like, either he walked away and he's just watching TV, forgot he's still logged in here, or he went to bed and forgot, or he's on the couch sleeping. But all right. Well, we already heard the conversations earlier tonight, so we don't need a repeat of those. We don't need any. Well, whatever you were talking about earlier tonight, was it CG stuff or whatever?
I have no idea. Do you think I remember what I talk about? Thank you.
Apparently not, because you repeat it all the time.
Oh yeah, I do. I've got 4 stories for my entire life. Yeah. It is.
Yeah.
That is about it. So, I don't know.
It is what it is.
It is what it is. Yes.
But as far as, like you said, as far as comic books, there's still good comic books out there. And if you can't,
don't back to that. We're gonna pretend like we're talking about comics again.
Well, I'm just gonna end it with this on a comic book note. Since this is a comic book auction on a comic book channel, it says I love comics, and I'm just gonna say, if you like comic books but don't like the current stuff, you don't like Marvel and DC right now, invest in back issues either here or so. I can tell you right now, as much as I want to support E here, you can do both. You can support E here through comic books, but also support your local comic book stores that are hurting for money right now because they're forced to try to sell these new shitty books that nobody wants. So always look for back issues.
You hold on just a sec. I am trying to find something here. It's
So what you should do then, if you cannot find a book at your comic book store, they don't have it in there. We have these auctions every Saturday, at 8 p.m. Eastern.
that is true.
Yeah. But we also do hangouts around 10:30 Eastern. We do the cover ranking. You can always, if you need to get a hold of E, you're looking for a specific book, reach out to him. Leave a comment on this video. Actually, at the end of this, at the live stream, leave a comment. Let him know what books you're looking for, so he has an idea of at least what people are looking for. Because right now it's a crapshoot.
Okay. I got something to share that'll take us to the 6-hour mark.
I'm leaving. You're going to start showing pictures of Thailand.
No, I am not. No, I'm not. I'm not going to show my wedding photos. I'm going to show you one of the biggest disappointments I ever had in my entire life. All right. This is...
It's a picture of you.
No, it's actually the Fountain of Youth. I'm from Florida. The Fountain of Youth is in Florida, and I did not know what to expect. I went, that's it? This is it? But it is it's this right here, actually. It's a little river that goes on through, and you can actually put a cup and drink from the Fountain of Youth. I don't know what I was expecting, but I wasn't expecting this little trickle. I was like, really? That's it? But yeah.
Wait, is the Fountain of Youth next to the naked guy over there?
Wait, what? No, it's this, like right here. There, you see the little. You'll see people walk up with a cup and they'll just kind of kneel down. So I have drunk from the Fountain of Youth, and I still got annoyed. So yeah,
that would be horrible if somebody tainted that Fountain of Youth thing.
Yeah, there's somebody in the next room peeing in it. Yeah, okay.
Well, we got backup sewer.
Did you choose poorly? Well, I did drink from that awful tasting river. Yes. That's Muncie's Pride Amusement Park. Right. That's how you get the trots, dude. Exactly. I now have 2 places to get cheap old comics here, and this one guy giving out his collection at the local farmer's market. Sweet. There you go. Tell about the time when you were with Doug Ernst and Tim. For those of you who don't know the story, okay, yes. Doug and Tim Lim came. Tim Lim, they're Icon Comics fame for the 2 people who don't know that. They came down. We actually had a good dinner the whole night. We went to Bongo's, which is Gloria Estefan's restaurant. Doug and I actually went to a steak restaurant, just the 2 of us. It was very romantic, and he's a far better kisser than I ever thought he would be. But it doesn't count because both of us were married. But no, we actually we went to Bongo's. It was Tim, Mark Pellegrini, myself, Tim's brother, and Doug. And we were just walking about, and we got separated. And Doug and I were looking for him. And the story, of course, is that I go, hey, I found Tim. He's over here. And obviously, it was the wrong Asian guy. So forever and a day now, I think all Asians look alike.
Oh.
So does Tim, by the way. So I'm off the hook. All right. But there you go. That's the price. Have we made it? No, we got 5 minutes. Oh, my gosh. I'm even bored of myself at this point. All right. I have no topics to talk about.
I just worked on a thumbnail and just close it without saving.
Yeah.
It took me about 30 minutes to work on.
Oh my gosh. That sucks.
All that work for nothing.
Yeah. That, oh my gosh, I can't believe we did that. I mean, you know what? I've done stuff like that so many times.
It's because we're talking.
Fun. Yeah.
It's like, when I started participating, I'm like, wait, I closed the wrong thing. Damn it. That goes for me.
Under the sea. Down here it's wetter. And she is better under the sea.
That's where I pee. Under the sea.
Hold on. There we go. I'll share more home videos.
Hey.
It's a Little Mermaid ride. They make it look like you go underwater, and then they do a couple of show scenes, and you get the crazy eyes of Ariel, which actually ends up being the dead eyes of Ariel at a certain point. Wandering free, wish I could be part of. And then they go into the under the sea bit. The Ursula thing is pretty damn cool. I think she's coming up here. Here it is. Yeah, that is a great freaking animatronic. There you go. Okay, what else can we talk about? We've got, oh shit, I need to turn that off. This one. Oh, dude, the absolute most awesome thing they ever did at an Epcot restaurant right here. Okay, I know I'm boring the fuck out of you guys, but here you go. This was actually a thing. They got rid of this. Like, why would you ever get rid of this? You go, there's a French restaurant, not too expensive. It's actually pretty good. And they have a Remy audio animatronic. Come and visit your, like if you asked to see the chef, they would bring out Remy. That is cute as fuck. And they would bring it out, and the kids loved it. I loved it. Of course, I'm a big Disney kid, so there you go. What do we got? That's months. Oh, let me scroll down here. It says we got new comics. It's like the last 5 minutes you start staring at. I know, right? But yeah, I always thought that was a good thing. But you know what? Disney these days, they suck. So what you gonna do? All righty, gang. It is 5:58. No one accidentally switched the soundtrack from Jaws. No. Dude. One thing you might not know about Splash Mountain. Now it's Tiana's Bayou Adventure. They used to call it Flash Mountain. And if you ever work Splash Mountain, according to legend, you want to work the security because all you're doing is watching people, and you know if they try to get out of the boat before you gotta stop it real fast. But as people are going down, that's when they take the picture. So a lot of girls right there, so they call it Flash Mountain, because that's the where you would get the that's where you would get the booby shots. Now, interesting story. Back to the origin of England team. I worked at Disney for a while, and my whole thing is I had a map of America and a map of the world, and I wanted to get together with, if I could bang them, okay. If I didn't, all right. I just wanted to get together with somebody from every state and then somebody from every country that I could anyway. And I met this one girl, and we were riding on Haunted Mansion, and things got spicy, and that shirt came up. And as I'm getting off, I knew some of the people who worked there. They said, Aaron, come here. And I was like, what? No, come here. And they took me into the security room, and they said, do you know that we've got cameras watching everything? I said, no, really? Wow, that is really... Oh, it actually took me a little bit to realize what he was telling me. So yeah, there you go. Fluffy Gabriel did just that on Splash Mountain with his friends. Security asked them if they saw the two big women flash cameras. Yeah. Also, the origin of an England team sounds like a legit documentary. Dude, the worst is when you go to the movies and have to pee bad, but don't want to miss anything. Yeah, I went through Endgame like that. Let's see, Gatorade bottles, get together with is code for hookup. Yeah, basically, yes.
Like, it now depends. Like, if you have to pee, that's one thing. But if you have to go the other thing, screw the movie. I'm going.
Here's the thing. I would count it as a date. I'm cool. That's fine. If something happened, that's good. Like I did tell this story before. I met this really hot girl. She was from France, and she was we were watching the parade, and of course they're talking about, and I say, hey, well, it was the Oliver and Company float coming down, and she's like, oh, I want to see this movie. So, well, I'll take you tonight. And she agreed, picked her up the hotel, Contemporary, and she just talked, and she was so just, oh my God, she could talk about fucking everything, like just not. I'm like, I have a feeling if she was drinking, she could talk while drinking. It was just one of those.
So my
question, it was all about clothes. It was all about clothes. And she, oh, okay. Yep.
I've heard this story. I need to ask though, was she hot?
She was hot. Yes.
Then who gives a shit?
Look,
I'll put up with it as long as I can get something at the end.
You know what? It's just, she did break the fucking cardinal rule, man. She talked during the movie. And as far as I know, she's still there.
It's better than me going and watch a movie by myself.
I got a hot babe. Have a good day. Look, there's buses everywhere. You can have a good time.
If I got a hot babe next to me in a movie theater, and then when you said she was what, European or something like that, or like
let's see, that's diapers. Yeah, that would be good. All right, I never wore the diapers. Anyway, guys, we made it to 6 hours. You kids have fun. I'm out. Thank you very, very much for watching. There you go. Tagline said, have fun.